Chapter 166. The dark night was as quiet as water. Inside the room, Yichen was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, both of his hands on his knees, meditating. In front of him was the soft and bright moonlight shining through the screen window. As a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Great Mystery Arts Jinqi circulation route was more than 10 times more complicated than the pure Jun Jinqi. Many important parts of the Great Mystery Art were twisted and turned, like a dead knot or a mess, which made people completely confused. Currently, if Yichen wanted to master the first level of the Great Mystery Art, he had to complete a big circle first, and extract a stream of Great Mystery Jinqi. However, with the complexity of the Great Mystery Art, it was not easy to complete a big circle. At least, Yichen was having a headache because of the complicated Jinqi circulation route. He didn't dare to be careless because he was afraid that his Jinqi might go astray and cause serious internal injuries. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead, but Yichen didn't notice it at all. His eyes were closed and his eyebrows were frowning and relaxing, changing several times within a short period of time. Phew. After a long time, Yichen slowly opened his eyes and breathed out a mouthful of turbid air with slight tiredness. No wonder mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts could become the most powerful martial art in our martial institutions. Even the first level is so hard to master, and it took me half a day of hard work. I wonder how hard it would be to master it to the highest level. In the past, when Yichen practiced martial arts, he had made great progress, but this time he felt that it was quite hard. He didn't dare to be careless with every step, which was extremely exhausting. The night passed without any words. In the following half a month, Yichen practiced the Great Mystery Art at night, and practiced a low-rank Earth Realm martial art that he got from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region during the day. Although the days were boring, they were not idle. Another half a month passed. On the cliff, the sea of clouds was surging. The silhouette flashed and moved horizontally on the flat ground, like the floating clouds and flowing water, like a ghost. Suddenly, the silhouette split into two and pounced out from two different directions. One of the silhouette's clothes fluttered in the wind, while the other had a dull face and a slightly transparent body. It was obvious that the silhouette was formed by Jinqi. Split again. After a few steps, Yichen's body shook, and the second Jinqi silhouette dashed out. It looked much more real than the first one, and its Jinqi clothes fluttered in the wind. 3 silhouettes, 1 real and 2 fake, walked side by side, punched on the cliff together. Boom. The fist power poured into the rock wall as Yichen jumped back. While he was still in the air, he groaned. Jin? The next moment, the 2 true Qi silhouettes merged into his body, becoming one with each other. As his feet landed on the ground, Yichen let out a long breath. He lifted his head and saw 3 deep holes on the wall in front of him. The 2 holes on the side were half a meter wide and 3 to 4 meters deep, while the one in the middle was 1 meter wide and 6 meters deep. There was stone powder on the edge. Not bad, it has 50% of my attacking power. Yichen nodded. He hadn't reached the highest level of the separating shadows flying art yet, but it was almost there. Right now, he could already split into 2 Jinqi silhouettes within a short period of time to confuse his enemies. In a fierce fight, because of the fast-moving speed of both sides, the human silhouettes were already blurry. Therefore, the sudden appearance of 2 Jinqi silhouettes with attacking power would definitely confuse the enemy's sight and vision, which would be a great surprise. Apart from this, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was 1 level higher than the crane shadow steps. Within a single breath, he could move about 300 meters, which was even faster than the elders of the martial skill pavilion. What a shame, the mysterious great art has stopped at the 5th level, and I can't break into the 6th level yet. But my overall power has improved a lot compared to before. The mysterious great art was obtained from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, and it was much more precious than any ordinary mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Yichen had only reached the 5th level, but the quality of his Jinqi had already surpassed the peak of the 7th level of the pure Jun Jinqi, and the total quantity of his Jinqi was almost the same as the pure Jun Jinqi. It was hard to imagine how powerful his Jinqi would be once he reached the 6th level, the 7th level, or even the 11th level. Of course, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The mysterious great art was so powerful, but the difficulty of cultivating it would also be much higher. After a whole month, Yichen had barely reached the 5th level, and his overall power had improved a little, but it was not a big improvement. In the morning, when the first beam of sunlight shone on the ground, Yichen murmured, "It's time to see the leader," on the main road of the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Head brother." "Good morning, head brother." A group of inner disciples walked towards him, both male and female. The strongest among them was already at the late condensing reality realm, while the weakest was only at the early condensing reality realm. Seeing Yi Qin from afar, they all greeted him as head brother, with great respect. Yi Qin nodded but didn't say anything. After Yi Qin had walked far away, the group of inner disciples started whispering to each other. Our head brother is now a legendary genius of the Windy Nation. He has mastered the sword intent, stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, and severely injured the multiple mountain martial school's head elder with a single sword attack. Every single one of these achievements is more than enough to shock the world. He's even more powerful than the Four Childs. The era of the Four Childs is over. Now, among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, there are 6 most powerful ones. Young Master Emerald, Young Master North Snow, Lynch, Qin Yulian, Su Jing, and our head brother Yi Qin. Yi Qin didn't hear what the others were talking about. Even if he did, he wouldn't feel proud of himself. Perhaps he was already one of the most powerful people in the Windy Nation, but in the true spirit continent he was still at the bottom. Besides, he always felt that if he stayed in the Sky Cloud Martial School, he would never be able to reach the astral reaching realm, and he would never be able to become one of the most powerful martial artists in the true spirit continent. After all, his dream was not just the astral reaching realm. Walking around a large number of buildings, Yi Qin arrived in front of a huge palace. Brother Yi, this is the Drifting Cloud Palace. Only the inner elders and leaders are allowed to enter. 8 attendants stopped Yi Qin and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Yi Qin raised his head and said blandly, I have something important to discuss with the leader and the inner elders. Please inform them. Something important? How important? The first attendant on the left frowned. Yi Qin said, just tell them that I, Yi Qin, want to leave the Windy Nation to gain more experience. Leave the Windy Nation? The 8 attendants widened their eyes. They had already heard about what Yi Qin had done in the scorching ancient desert. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future. As for Luo Han's Han, although he was the leader's son, he was not powerful enough. Therefore, the leader's position would not be passed on to him. Wait a minute, I will inform the leader and the inner elders. No matter how stupid the attendants were, they knew that this was a big deal, a big deal. How could they dare to neglect it? Soon, all 36 inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School showed up. They all had a serious look on their faces. Some attendants who were passing by thought that someone was going to attack the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Qin, come in with us. The head elder nodded to the attendants, then led Yi Qin into the palace. The Drifting Cloud Palace was very spacious. It was as spacious as the Floating Cloud Palace. There were 36 seats on both sides of the palace, presumably for the inner elders. Yi Qin, I heard that you are going to go out to gain more experience. The first elder asked anxiously. Yi Qin nodded, yes, great elder. So I knew this day would come. The great elder sighed. From the first time he met Yi Qin, the great elder knew that Yi Qin was no ordinary person. Yi Qin's aspirations and ambitions were so great that they were beyond his imagination. However, he never thought that he would make the decision to train. There were different kinds of adventures. For a small adventure, it would only be in the Windy Nation or the few neighboring countries, and would not be too far away. It would take at least a couple of months and at most a year and a half. However, for a big adventure it would be different. The South Rudra region and even the entire True Spirit continent would be included in the adventure. In the hundreds of years of history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, a lot of people had chosen to go out for adventures. However, most of them never came back. No one knew if they were still alive or dead, or if they were still far away from home and did not want to come back. From Yi Qin's expression, the head elder could tell that he was going for a big adventure, and would never come back without making some achievements. In this way, it would mean that he had given up his position as the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The fourth elder was an impatient person. He hurried to say, Yi Qin, staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School is not bad. With your talent, it is very possible for you to become an astral reaching realm warrior in the future. Our great master is also an astral reaching realm warrior. I'm sure you can do it as well. Yi Qin shook his head. Head elder, fourth elder, don't worry. During the hidden dragon rank competitions, I will go directly to the competitions. We can still see each other then. Let's wait for the leader to come first. The head elder was not the fourth elder. He knew that it would be useless to persuade him. Otherwise, Yi Qin would not have learned the sword intent. People who had learned the sword intent would always stick to their words. Once they had made up their mind, no one would be able to change their mind. The 36 inner masters all sat down, while Yi Qin stood in the middle of the palace. Soon, the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia, walked into the palace. He glanced at Yi Chen with a complicated expression, then walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Yi Chen, the adventure is a good thing. I wonder, where do you want to go? Yi Chen cupped his fists and said, the South Rudra region and the True Spirit continent are all within the range of the adventure. I will make a decision according to the situation. Luo Xinglia and everyone else gasped. The South Rudra region was already huge enough, and he still wanted to go out of the South Rudra region, although there was still no sign of it yet. Waving his hand, Luo Xinglia told Yi Chen not to be so formal. He said, you are one of the most talented martial geniuses since the founding of our Sky Cloud Martial School. No one has ever surpassed you. Theoretically, once I reach the astral reaching realm, the leader's position will be yours, and it will not be given to my son Luo Han. Do you know that? Yi Chen thought that the True Spirit continent was just like those Wuxia novels he had read before, where the leader's position would mostly be given to their own descendants or relatives. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to inherit the position. Even if there were, it would be very rare. However, he was not interested in power. The leader's position of the Yi family and the leader's position of the Sky Cloud Martial School were not his dream. His dream was to travel around the strange world and become a top warrior step by step. Everything else was just a dream and he would not care about it. Leader, I have decided to go out for the adventure. Su Jing is more than enough for the Sky Cloud Martial School. But of course, if the Sky Cloud Martial School is in trouble, Yi Chen will come back immediately no matter where he is. The other inner masters started to discuss. Someone disagreed. Yi Chen, the outside world is indeed colorful and full of powerful warriors. But you have to know how many people have died in the adventure. I do not want to see a rare martial genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School fall. Master Gao is right. Yi Chen, you have to think twice. Hearing him, Luo Xinglia stared at Yi Chen without blinking. He hoped that Yi Chen would give up on the adventure. As for the small adventure, he did not really care. Chapter 167. I have made up my mind. Yi Chen shook his head slowly. Before this, he had already thought about staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School for a while, at least until the Hidden Dragon rank competition was over. But no matter how he thought about it, he still could not find a reason to stay. Right now, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he was without a doubt the #1 warrior. Without a goal, staying would only be a waste of time, and it would reduce the chance of him becoming a top warrior. The path of a warrior had always been against the natural order, fighting against time. Countless martial geniuses on the True Spirit continent could not even make the last step before they died, because they thought they had plenty of time when they were young, but when they reached a certain level, they realized that it was never enough. The head elder forced a smile and said to Luo Xinglia, Leader, let him go. The path of a powerful warrior is destined to be alone. Head elder. The fourth elder was anxious. He had high hopes for Yi Chen, and always thought that he would be the strongest supporter of the Sky Cloud Martial School. But now he was leaving and no one knew if he would still be alive or not. How could he not be upset? The head elder said, if his goal was not so big, maybe I would persuade him to stay. But do you think he only wants to become an astral reaching realm warrior? His goal is the whole True Spirit continent and even the whole world. Staying in the Windy Nation, a small place like this, would indeed be hard to achieve. As for the path of a powerful warrior, it is a path of life and death. If you are afraid of death, how can you become powerful? Everyone went silent. The head elder was right. If you were afraid of death, you would not be able to become a real powerful warrior. Every real powerful warrior had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, there was already a generation gap between them and Yi Chen, and it would be impossible for them to reach an agreement. After a long while, Luo Xinglia said, All right, since you have such a mind, the Sky Cloud Martial School should not be a burden to you. You can go out and train. When you have made some achievements, remember to come back and let us know that you are still alive. You don't have to worry about anything else. Yi Chen took a deep breath, bowed and cupped his fists. Thank you, leader and elders. The head elder laughed and said, Yi Chen, training is your personal matter, of course, we will not forcefully stop you. Plus, with your talent, it is right for you to go out and explore. Who can guarantee that one day, you will not become a powerful warrior who can rule the world? At that time, our Sky Cloud Martial School will have to bask in your glory. Yeah. Since you have made up your mind to train, I will support you. Be careful outside. You only have one life. Think thrice before you act. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Seeing that Yi Chen was still unmoved, all of the inner masters did not have anything else to say. They could only hope that Yi Chen could leave safely and come back safely. As for his achievements, they did not need to worry at all. As long as he did not die, he would definitely reach the astral reaching realm. Leaving the hall, Yi Chen found Luo Hanshan standing outside. I envy you. Now that I've gone out to train, I'm feeling very carefree. As the leader's son, Luo Hanshan knew everything that had happened in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once he heard the news, he immediately rushed over and waited for Yi Chen outside the hall. Yi Chen grinned and said, "Actually, you can go out to train as well." Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile and said, "Of course I have to train, but my training range is the few surrounding countries, which is too large for me to handle. But you and I are different. The Windy Nation no longer has a target for you to surpass. I have many more." Yi Chen didn't say anything. Indeed, before he became the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he had never thought about going out and gaining more experience. But after he came out of the Heaven Dream Ancient region, this thought suddenly popped up in his mind and occupied all of his mind. It was time to go, time to go. The two left the drifting cloud palace and passed by the floating cloud palace. Your name is now the first on the ranking Jade Wall. Before you come back, no one can replace you. Luo Hanshan pointed at the Jade Wall and said. Yi Chen said, Su Jing can't be underestimated either. Luo Hanshan said, you don't know this, but after you came back from the scorching ancient desert over a month ago, your achievements have already spread across the entire Windy Nation. To be honest, you are the first one who has caused such a sensation in the past 100 years. The younger generation has already regarded you as a legend. Regarded me as a legend? Before this, the most glorious thing that happened in our Windy Nation was when Zhuang Fei broke into the Hidden Dragon ranking and was ranked 68th. But you've defeated all Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists from the other 9 nations, and even injured the multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder with a single sword move. Such an amazing achievement. If it's not a legend, then what is it? While the two were talking, Zhu Mei and Su Jing walked over from a distance. Zhu Mei glanced at Yi Chen, smiled and said, when are we leaving? Yi Chen said, let's go back to the Yi family first. We'll leave the next morning. That's good. The Hidden Dragon ranking competition will start in less than a year and a half. Only clasping Yuan realm martial artists are qualified to compete for the ranking. See you the year after next. Yi Chen nodded, his eyes fell on Su Jing. Su Jing said, remember, don't get killed out there. Yi Chen gave a bitter smile. Couldn't she just say something nice? But this was Su Jing's personality. After separating from the three, Yi Chen went back to his small courtyard and packed his belongings, then immediately walked down the mountain and headed towards the Yi family in the Luo city. If a clasping Yuan realm martial artist ran at full speed, he could cover over 2,000 miles in 2 hours. 10 hours was equivalent to 10 hours in Yi Chen's world. Instead of rushing at full speed, Yi Chen spent 14 hours to get back to the Yi family. Just like the elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, at first, Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao did not agree with Yi Chen going out to train. For them, the outside world was too big and too dangerous. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist did not have much power to protect himself, even if Yi Chen could challenge those with higher cultivation. In the end, under Yi Chen's unshakable determination, both of them gave in. However, this time Yi Chen had made the right decision to come back. His mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant again, and it might be a boy and a girl, which was undoubtedly a good thing. In the past, Yi Tianhao had thought about having more children, but for some reason he had never been able to do it. He did not expect that he would succeed this time. Regarding this, Yi Chen thought about it. Before he left, his mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant. Everything was so coincidental. Could it be that this time he would have to leave for a long time? 5 years, 10 years, or even longer? Yi Chen shook his head. Some things could not be changed by human beings. There were too many uncertainties in the training, even he himself could not be sure. The next day, early morning, outside the north gate of the Luo city. Chen, remember to write me a letter when you have time. From afar, Shen Yuqing waved at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with tears. Yi Tianhao silently looked at Yi Chen's back, his eyes also filled with tears. He murmured to himself, the young eagle has already spread its wings and soared into the sky. Having such a son is enough for me in this life. At this moment, a beam of sunlight fell from the sky, lengthening Yi Chen's shadow. Yi Chen pressed the bamboo hat that he had prepared beforehand. Without turning around, he disappeared from Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's sight. Yi Chen's departure didn't startle too many people. Except for his parents, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and Luo Hanshan and his 2 friends, no one else knew about it. Many people thought that Yi Chen was still in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Perhaps, after a long time, they would realize that something was wrong. Chapter 168. The moon was hanging high in the sky and the wind was blowing fiercely. The night in the Great Devil Grassland was always bleak. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there were barely any signs of human life. Instead, there were countless demonic beasts roaring everywhere. This time, Yi Chen's first stop was the Thousand Thread Nation, which was located in the northeast of the Windy Nation. He would have to cross the Great Devil Grassland to get there, otherwise he would have to take a long detour. Not far away, a house-sized boulder was blocking the wind. Behind the boulder, there was a flickering bonfire, bringing a sense of security to this bleak night. Wiping the grease off his mouth, Yi Chen leaned against the boulder and murmured to himself, "Grassland wild boar tastes good, I can even eat it without seasoning." Grassland wild boars were of a very low rank, only rank 1 demonic beasts. In the Great Devil Grassland they were definitely at the bottom of the food chain, and were the food for most of the other demonic beasts. However, the wild boars were extremely fertile. A female wild boar could give birth to dozens of baby wild boars, and they could even reproduce the next year. Since the ancient times, they had been the largest group of demonic beasts in the Great Devil Grassland. If it weren't for the hunting of humans and demonic beasts, the entire Great Devil Grassland would have been plagued by wild boars. Yi Chen poked the bonfire with the fire stick in his hand, making it burn even brighter. Yi Chen sat down with his legs crossed and started his daily training. The first and second stages of the Great Mystery Art were the basics of the basics. Only by building a solid foundation could one start on the third stage. The third stage focused on condensing Zhen Qi, and the quality of the Zhen Qi would not be any weaker than the Zhen Qi trained with a high-rank mortal realm art. After reaching the fourth stage, the quality of the Zhen Qi would be improved to the next level. At the fifth stage, the quality of the Zhen Qi would be even better than the pure Jun Zhen Qi, and its color would gradually turn into a light blue color. As the Zhen Qi completed one big cycle after another, there was not much pure Jun Zhen Qi left inside Yi Chen's body. The Great Mystery Zhen Qi took up more than 90% of his Zhen Qi spiral. When the rest of the pure Jun Zhen Qi turns into the Great Mystery Zhen Qi, I will be able to reach the sixth stage of the Great Mystery Art. By then, the quality and quantity of the Zhen Qi will both be greater than the original pure Jun Zhen Qi, and my overall power will be even greater. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Chen increased the speed of his Zhen Qi circulation. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The strong wind whistled, blowing the grass on the grassland to the ground, unable to stand up straight. The faint sound of footsteps rang out along with the wind. 2 scarlet lights slowly approached from afar, gradually approaching Yi Chen's location. Under the dim moonlight, one could see that the scarlet light was the eyes of the demon beast. It was a huge cyan wolf the size of a buffalo. Its fluffy fur was like a burning cyan flame, bouncing in the wind. Its blood-red eyes were emotionless, staring at the bonfire behind the boulder. 4th level demonic beast, blue fire wolf. 100 meters. 60 meters. 30 meters. At this time, the blue fire wolf could already see Yi Chen's side profile. Seeing that he was meditating and cultivating, a cruel glint flashed across its eyes. Whoosh! The blue fire wolf lowered its body and leapt up. The next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If it took one more step, it would be able to tear Yi Chen into pieces and enjoy the delicious flesh and blood. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen made a fist with his left hand. Without any fancy moves, the blue fire wolf was blasted hundreds of meters away, and its body flipped dozens of times in the air. Boom! Its body fell heavily on the ground, and the blue fire wolf's forehead exploded. Red and white blood flowed all over the ground and soon it stopped breathing. Under the cover of the night, some demonic beasts that were eyeing Yi Chen like tigers whimpered, turned around and ran. That human was too scary. The blue fire wolf, which was definitely one of the best among them, could not even take one punch from him. Its head exploded and it died miserably. The Gale City was the only city on the Devil Prairie. Its area was not any smaller than the biggest city in the northwest, the Forgotten City. It was more than 50 miles in length and width, and had a population of more than 15 million. Among them, 1/3 were migrant workers who made a living by selling demonic beast materials. Sigh, we lost big this time. We failed to capture the demonic horse, and 5 of our members were killed by the rank 4 demonic beast, the Blue Fire Wolf. Who knew that the demonic horse would run into the territory of the Blue Fire Wolf? We were lucky to make it back. Poor Song Tao, it was his first time hunting with us. Since they are dead, send some money to their families. Especially Song Tao's new wife, give her double the money. Of course. Hearing the size of these warriors, Yichen thought to himself, people say that warriors in the Gale City earn money fast, but they also lose their lives fast. From afar, Yichen could see the magnificent Gale City. He pressed the edge of his bamboo hat and quickened his pace. Not long after, Yichen arrived at the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city were all tall and strong, their temples were bulging, and their eyes were shining with a sharp light, which could make people shiver. Obviously, they were Mortal Realm Stage 10 warriors, and the leaders of the soldiers were even early Condensing Reality Realm warriors. If that was all, it would not be a big deal, but with Yi Chen's perception he could clearly sense that there were clasping Yuan Realm warriors in the blockhouses on the city wall. Such a strong defense, no wonder it could stand in the middle of the Devil Prairie without being attacked by demonic beasts for thousands of years. Yi Chen was shocked. A few captains patrolled the city gate and said loudly, 5 silvers per person. Whoever dares to sneak in, not only will they be fined 10 times the entrance fee, they will also be imprisoned for 10 days. Don't do anything that you will regret, there is no medicine for regret in this world. 5 silvers? So expensive. Yi Chen remembered that the Windy City only needed 50 copper coins, and the Happy City only needed 1 silver. He did not expect that the Gale City actually needed 5 silvers, it was simply unbelievable. However, when he saw that all the people entering the city were martial artists, Yi Chen was relieved. A martial artist could earn more than 50 silvers by killing a rank 1 beast, 300 or 400 silvers by killing a rank 2 beast, and 1,000 or 2,000 silvers by killing a rank 3 beast. 5 silvers was just a small amount. Taking out a 5 silvers piece from his pocket, Yi Chen entered the Gale City. Captain, is it him? A captain looked at Yi Chen's back and whispered into the captain's ear. The captain nodded. Although he is wearing a bamboo hat, his body is exactly the same as the one in the portrait. We have killed him before. That man said that he would give us 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones after this, then our hard work these days will be worth it. 100 low-rank soul stones, you get 30% and I get 70%, do you have any objections? How could I have any objections without you, Captain? This task would not be mine. That's good, you send a few punks to keep an eye on him, don't let him run out of sight. I will go inform the other party now and get the gold and low-rank soul stones. Okay. Walking on the street, Yi Chen looked up and around. Overall, the Gale City was not as luxurious as the Happy City. The structure of the buildings was mainly solid, looking both magnificent and practical. Of course, not all the buildings were like this. In the distance there were restaurants rising from the ground 4 to 5 stories high, 5 to 6 stories high, looking majestic, and some places were even inlaid with precious metals. I am tired of eating barbecue every day, let's go in and sit and take a bath. Feeling relaxed, Yi Chen walked to the nearest luxury restaurant. Sir, how many? The waiter bowed and said respectfully. Yi Chen threw a 10 silver piece to the waiter and said lightly, just 1, give me a first-class room and prepare hot water. Okay, this way please. The waiter put the money into his pocket, and happily led Yi Chen upstairs. This was a very spacious guest room. There was a living room full of landscape paintings, a comfortable bedroom, and a bathroom for bathing. In the middle of the bathroom was a small pool filled with hot water, and the steam slowly rose, making everything hazy. Taking off his clothes, Yi Chen jumped into the pool, and immediately let out a comfortable moan. Lying on the back of the pool, Yi Chen said leisurely, "It's so good to be rich. In the other world, although I was a student at a famous university, I was still an orphan. I had to work during the summer and winter holidays, and the money I earned was not even enough for my monthly living expenses. I didn't even dare to have a girlfriend because I was afraid of spending money. But here, the gold I have is enough for me to live for a few lifetimes. If I sell my valuable things, I would be richer than the 10 corrupt officials of the Windy Nation combined." Before his soul traveled to this world, Yi Chen was very envious of the martial artists in the martial arts novels. They all drank and ate and spent money like water. They never had to worry about not having enough money, and when they ran out of money they could just go out and do some business, and they could earn more money than an ordinary person could earn in 10 lifetimes. Then they could continue to practice their martial arts. Now, his dream had come true and he was even more carefree than those so-called martial artists, and he was even more powerful than them. He could casually kill a level 5 or level 6 demon beast, and he could earn tens of thousands of silvers. It was okay if he didn't want to kill demon beasts, because the gold he had was enough for him to use for a long time, and the low-rank and mid-rank soul stones were not included. While thinking, Yi Chen closed his eyes and fell into a 90% deep sleep. The remaining 10% of consciousness was hidden deep in his mind, and if someone entered the room he would be able to sense it immediately. In another private room of a restaurant, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face was sitting on a comfortable leather chair, drinking wine. It was the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence master, Zhu Liang. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door of the private room. Zhu Liang said with a cold voice, "Come in." The door opened and the captain of the soldiers walked in with a bow. "The person you want us to pay attention to has arrived in the Gale City, and is currently in the Great Jianghu restaurant. Look, gold and soul stones. Gold and soul stones will be yours, keep watching." "But didn't you say that you would give it to us once the good guy arrived?" Zhu Liang's eyes were like knives. He glanced at the captain's face. "Are you afraid that I won't give it to you? 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones are nothing to me. On the other hand, if you let that brat escape, not only will you not get a single cent, I will also take your life." "Yes, yes." The captain of the soldiers was a peak early condensing reality realm warrior, but under Zhu Liang's stare, he was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking. "All right, you can leave now." Waiting until the captain left, Zhu Liang grinned. "Yichen, you didn't expect that we have a spy in the Sky Cloud Martial School, did you? We will know once you leave. Let's see where you can run to this time." Chapter 169. Yichen didn't wake up until the evening. His iron-like skin didn't wrinkle after being soaked in the hot water, instead he looked even more energetic. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Yichen walked out of the room and went downstairs. "Sir, let me show you to a private room." There were many waiters in this restaurant. This one wasn't the one Yichen had seen before, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that people who could afford expensive rooms would definitely be able to afford a private room. After all, a night in Jianghu restaurant cost 50 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Yichen nodded. He was indeed hungry. Jianghu restaurant had 5 floors. The 4th and 5th floors were guest rooms, the 3rd and 2nd floors were private rooms, and only the 1st floor was the main hall, which could accommodate many people. At the door of the 6th private room on the 3rd floor, the waiter pushed the door open, bowed and said, "This is the best private room of our restaurant, please come in." Walking in, Yichen took a quick glance at the private room. The environment of the private room was very good, it could even be called luxurious. On the east side of the room, there was a huge window from which he could see the street outside. However, this wasn't too strange for him. He quickly turned his eyes back and said, "Bring us all the specialties of your restaurant, and 3 pots of good wine, the stronger the better." "All right, please wait a moment." After the door was closed, Yichen sat on a leather chair in front of the table. After watching the street for a while, Yichen felt bored, so he took out a sheathed long sword from his storage ring. Clang. He pulled out the sword and a cold sword light shone. As the sword light faded away, one could see the long and thin lines on the body of the sword, which looked like coiling dragons. The Dragon Spring Sword, the best sword produced by the Sky Cloud Martial School. It's indeed 1 grade higher than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Holding the sword, Yichen slashed at the air. Without using any Jinqi, the air was cut open by the sharp edge of the sword. The process was very smooth without any hindrance. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Yichen thought to himself, "The Dragon Spring Sword is basically the best weapon an ordinary warrior can make, but I wonder how to make a graded treasure, and how to store those special energies in it so that it can increase a warrior's attacking power." Great weapons were not something that normal martial institutions could make, even rank 7 martial institutions could not do it. Most of the great weapons in the Windy Nation came from the outside world, or were found in some ruins. If one wanted to make one themselves, it would be extremely hard, even harder than reaching the astral reaching realm. At least there was still a way to reach the astral reaching realm, but no one knew how to make great weapons. The Hidden Cloud Sword had been destroyed, and Jianghu couldn't find a suitable low-rank sword for the time being. Fortunately, the Dragon Spring Sword was not bad. Except for the fact that it couldn't release sword chi by itself, it was much harder than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Therefore, Jianghu should be able to use it for a period of time. Of course, if he had the chance, he would still buy a low-rank sword. A series of knocks came from the door. Yichen put the Dragon Spring Sword back into his storage ring. Crick. 4 waiters walked in with dishes in their hands. The leading waiter smiled and said, "Dear guest, our Gale City is located in the Great Devil Grassland. There are countless demonic beasts here, and the most special dishes are the demonic beast recipes. Please try it, it's definitely fresher and more tender than ordinary meat." "I've heard about this before, can you introduce some dishes to me?" Alright, this dish is called Phoenix Spreading Wings. It's made from the wings of a rank 3 demonic beast, red smelting bird, cooked through 18 steps. This dish is called Old Tree Blooming. It's made from the gallbladder of a rank 2 demonic beast, iron gut snake. Step by step, it's made from the meat of a bamboo snake, mountain snow. It's made from a rank 3 demonic beast. The waiter seemed to have practiced this before. He listed all the dishes on the table in one breath, without pausing in the middle, and finished everything in one go. Yichin tasted one of the dishes and found that it tasted surprisingly good. What's more, the yuan qi contained in the meat hadn't completely dissipated. For ordinary people, it was definitely a great tonic. Alright, you can leave now. Yichin poured himself a glass of wine and waved his hand to let them leave. Perhaps it was a habit, but while eating, Yichin subconsciously spread out his soul power, covering the surrounding 500 meters. Yichin furrowed his brows. In the private room next door. Captain, didn't we agree to pay when the person arrives? Why do we still need to monitor him? There were 2 people sitting at the table, and the one who spoke was the captain of the guards at the city gate. However, he had changed out of his soldier's armor and put on a warrior's uniform. The captain, who was also wearing a warrior's uniform, said, "That person's strength is even higher than the lieutenant, we can't provoke him. Forget it, let's continue to monitor him. Anyway, we've endured for so many days, we don't have to worry about 1 or 2 days. When the time comes, we'll have 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank spirit stones. I'm not afraid of getting tired, I'm afraid that the other party won't pay. That shouldn't be possible. I think he has a high status that gold and spirit stones are nothing to him." "I hope so." The 2 of them kept their voices low. They thought that they could hide it from the others, but little did they know that all of this had already fallen into Yichen's senses. "It seems that I'm the target? The multiple mountain martial school is too far away from here, so it's not possible. It's probably the Purple Sun Martial School." Back in the Heavenly Dream ancient region, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were determined to kill them, and Yichen believed that the Purple Sun Martial School's leaders were involved. Yichen's expression remained unchanged. He kept eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. After dinner, Yichen went back to the guest room on the 4th floor to rest. Late at night, the silhouette sat on the bed with his legs crossed and slowly let out a breath. The 6th level of the Great Mystery Art had been achieved. At this moment, the pure Jun Jin Qi inside Yichen's body had disappeared, and was replaced by the purer and greater Great Mystery Qi. The Jin Qi spiral formed by the Great Mystery Jin Qi was 10% larger than the pure Jun Jin Qi spiral. It had a light blue color and was extremely pure. It looked like the airflow formed by a light blue crystal. It was lively yet steady, and it was pure yet lethal. My cultivation hasn't improved, but my power has improved. I wonder what will the 7th level of the Great Mystery Art be like. Yichen didn't feel sleepy at all. He walked out of the bed. Yes, yes, yes. What made him a bit speechless was that moaning sounds came from the room next to his. Even though he had never experienced it before, he knew what the other party was doing. Sleep early. I'll leave tomorrow morning. With a bitter smile, Yichen tried his best to suppress his boiling blood and went back to bed. What? He just came yesterday and he's leaving today? In a private room of a restaurant, Zhu Liayang's eyebrows twitched as he said in a low voice. The captain lowered his head and said, "Yes, he paid for the room not long ago and left the Great Jinhua restaurant heading towards the East City Gate." "Damn you. Can't I kill you again this time?" Zhu Liayang felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he pressed his palm on the purple vibrating wood table next to him. Without making any sound, the wooden table was burned into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. The captain was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that Zhu Liayang would slap him into ashes. After a long while, Zhu Liayang calmed down, took out a small box from his storage ring, stood up and said, "There are 10,000 gold and 10 low-rank soul stones in here." After saying that, he lifted his foot and was about to leave. The captain froze for a second, then forced a smile and said, "Sir, didn't we agree on 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones? You still dare to ask for gold and low-rank soul stones? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap?" Zhu Liayang's cold voice came. Don't. The captain had never been so frustrated before, but in front of Zhu Liayang, he had to endure it no matter how frustrated he was. He thought to himself, "It looks like you don't have the confidence to kill that guy. Alright, I hope you get killed by him." Walking out of the restaurant, Zhu Liayang rushed towards the East City Gate as fast as the wind. "Yichen, I will never let you get away this time. I will follow you for now." When the few leaders of the hunting hall arrive, it will be your death day. Last time, Zhu Liang was severely injured by a demonic beast in the Silent Hills. He had to rest for 3 months to fully recover, but when he fully recovered, he learned that Yi Qin had severely injured the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, who was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, with a single sword attack. This was definitely a heavy blow to him, because he was only a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He was no longer a match for Yi Qin. Otherwise, he would have gone after Yi Qin by himself long ago, instead of sending people to keep an eye on him and wait for the hunting hall's leader to arrive. However, the leader of the hunting hall still needed half a day to arrive, so he didn't have much time left. Walking out of the East City Gate, Zhu Liang activated his flying art and flew as fast as lightning. Soon Zhu Liang saw the back of a young man who was wearing a bamboo hat. Unhurriedly moving forward, Yi Qin released his soul power to its limit. He could sense everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. He's here. Without turning his head around, Yi Qin had already pictured the young man's face in his mind with only his soul power. It was a man with a scar on his face. He seemed to have seen this young man before during the inner disciple ranking competition. Back then, this young man was an invited guest, sitting together with other famous martial artists. Without slowing down, Yi Qin flew towards a less populated area. Something's wrong. Does he know that I am following him? Zhu Liang's eyelids twitched. Before, he dared to follow Yi Qin directly because there were a lot of clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which made it less noticeable. But now, within a radius of a few miles, there was no one else. Right at this moment, Yi Qin turned around and looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Run. Without thinking about anything else, Zhu Liang activated his Zhen Qi to its limit, turned around and prepared to run. You can't get away. Unknowingly, another Yi Qin had appeared behind Zhu Liang, blocking his way. What's going on? Zhu Liang turned around and saw that the previous Yi Qin had disappeared along with the wind. It was actually a Zhen Qi silhouette, not the real Yi Qin. What do you want? Zhu Liang tried to stay calm. Stroking his storage ring, Yi Qin said blandly, "If I'm not wrong, your identity as a martial artist is just a disguise. Your real identity is an elder of the Purple Sun Martial School, am I right?" In rank 7 institutions, martial artists who had reached the clasping Yuan realm were qualified to become outer elders. Of course, if one was a disciple before, one could temporarily not become an outer elder. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could directly become an inner elder and hold a part of the power of the school. Don't joke around, I'm just a martial artist. Yi Qin sneered, and the dragon spring sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 170. Don't waste your time, you're going to die today. As soon as the word die came out of his mouth, the dragon spring sword flew out of its sheath and swung towards Zhu Liang, who was 10 steps away from him. Zhu Liang had been prepared for this. His fire-attributed Jin Qi surged out of his body and transformed into a huge fireball. The temperature of the fireball was incredibly high, and tiny sparks of flame fell off from it, burning fist-sized black holes on the ground and raising a puff of smoke. With the protection of the fireball, Zhu Liang's confidence was boosted. He thought to himself, my scorching sun protective art has already reached the highest level, the 9th level. Even if I can't take the opponent's attack, I won't be broken by a single sword attack. As for that multiple mountain martial school's head elder, he was too careless. Puff! The light blue sword Qi instantly hacked on the fireball, and a terrifying cutting power burst out, bringing up tens of thousands of fire sparks. Before Zhu Liang realized what was going on, his defensive Jin Qi had already been broken, and his right arm was sent flying away. I am the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence elder, how dare you kill me? If you kill me you'll die too. Even if you run to the end of the world, you won't be able to escape. The bone-piercing pain made Zhu Liang's face twist. Only until now did he realize that Yi Qin was indeed too powerful for him to handle. Therefore he didn't have the time to worry about his own injuries, and crazily boosted up his Zhen Qi, darted out and yelled. Cut. Yi Qin didn't move at all, instead he launched another even more powerful sword Qi. While he was on his way, Zhu Liang's body was split into two. Blood gushed out and dyed a large patch of grass red. Not bad, but too bad, not as good as Hong Qianjun. Shaking his head, Yi Qin waved his hand, and Zhu Liang's right arm flew over, then shattered into pieces, leaving only a storage ring in his hand. Injecting his Zhen Qi into the storage ring, Yi Qin quickly expelled the remaining Zhen Qi from Zhu Liang's body, and opened the space inside. This guy is quite rich. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In the small space, there were a total of 50 big chests and 30 small chests. The big chests contained 100,000 gold taels, and the small chests contained 10,000 gold taels. In addition, there was a pile of low-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 20,000 of them, which was equivalent to 8 million gold taels. As for the other things, Yi Chen did not care about them. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked in the direction of the Gale City and mumbled to himself, "The Purple Sun Martial School wouldn't just send out an intelligence elder to kill me. There should be more powerful ones behind me. I should leave first." Using the shadow clone technique, Yi Chen raised his speed to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already several miles away. When he looked again, he was nowhere to be found. A long time after Yi Chen left, 3 silhouettes flew over. Their speed was so fast that they left a purple wave of air behind them. It was gorgeous and domineering. Bang, bang, bang. A few huge cracks appeared on the ground. 3 silhouettes landed on the ground. One was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, one was an ugly elder, and the last one was a muscular man with a full beard. The 3 of them looked very different, but the aura they emitted was equally dangerous. Glancing at Zhu Yiyang's dead body, the gloomy middle-aged man's face became colder and colder. "Useless thing. You can't even follow someone well. What a waste of your title as the intelligence elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Good, this little brat did not go far. With our speed we will catch up with him soon." The ugly elder laughed and said, "Our speed is close to the speed of sound. This little brat will not be able to run away. Let's go." The muscular man did not smile, but he was obviously the leader of the 3. After giving the order, the 3 of them jumped up from the ground and flew into the distance. Soon they disappeared into the horizon. The Great Devil Prairie was thousands of miles in radius, and there were countless beasts. At this moment, Yi Chen was blocked by a black crowned serpent, a 6th-ranked demonic beast. "This black crowned serpent is faster than me. Can fly in the air with its beast chi. Fortunately, it is only an ordinary 6th-ranked demonic beast, which is equal to a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I can barely defeat it. Otherwise, I would have to pay a big price to leave today." Standing still, Yi Chen looked at the black crowned serpent up and down. This black crowned serpent was over 40 meters long, and its coiled body looked like a small hill. The scales on its body were as big as human heads, shining with a black luster. On its huge head there was a black crown which made it look quite terrifying. Croak, croak, croak. Different from ordinary snake-type demonic beasts, this black crowned serpent's voice was no longer a hiss, but a high-pitched cry, which sounded like the cry of a baby. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. Before the black crowned serpent made any move, Yi Chen launched the first attack. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and released a mountain-thick stream of sword chi. The black crowned serpent was enraged. It swung its water-tank-thick tail horizontally, scraped off a layer of the ground and heavily bumped against the light blue sword chi. The black crowned serpent didn't even have the time to release its power before it was shattered by the tail, turning into countless tiny pieces of sword chi, splashing in all directions. It seems that the multiple mountain martial school's head elder is quite powerful, said Yi Chen with a serious look. His body flashed across the air, leaving a shred of Zhen Qi silhouette behind. Once the shred of Zhen Qi silhouette was formed, it was minced into pieces by the black crowned serpent's tail. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already floated up into the air and launched a light hack down towards the black crowned serpent. Supreme Shocking Cloud. The sword chi dazzled across the air, along with a thunderous boom. A huge wound was cut open on the black crowned serpent's body, from which gray-red blood gushed out like a fountain. The black crowned serpent screamed towards the sky in pain. The strong sound waves spread out and shattered the surrounding grassland, sending grass pieces flying in all directions. High up in the air, a middle-aged man with a sallow skin, wearing a large blue robe, was pouring wine into his mouth from a wine calabash. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "This kid is not bad at such a young age. He has already reached the highest level of the Shocking Cloud sword art. He even has the sword intact. No wonder that old bastard Cloud Dreamer asked me to protect him and kill some ants." This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually an astral-reaching realm powerful martial artist, Thunder Freer. Wiping the wine off his mouth corner, Thunder Freer shook his head and said, "What a shame, this black crowned serpent is not so easy to deal with. Even martial artists at the same level would have to stay away from it. It's one of the dominators of the Great Devil Grassland, many times more powerful than the Wind Vulture, which only relies on its speed." down on the ground. The black crown serpent's eyes turned blood red because of the pain, then it spurted out a fan-shaped beam of black light towards Yi Chen. Wherever the black light reached, the ground would be corroded, leaving a tens of meters wide hole, and the black liquid would emit a strong stinky smell. Watch out! Yi Chen's body flashed across the air, leaving a series of Zhen Qi afterimages in the air. Pop, pop, pop. The Zhen Qi afterimages were instantly swept away by the black light, disappearing into thin air. Dodging the black light, Yi Chen landed hundreds of meters away, murmured to himself, "It seems like I have to use the one-sword attack." While talking, he took a step forward with his right foot, holding the sword with both of his hands, and swung the sword out. Swoosh. The sword Qi condensed into a beam of white light, darted out at an unimaginable speed, and hacked on the black crown serpent's head. The black crown serpent didn't even have the time to dodge, and a huge gap appeared on its head. Even its skull was damaged. It had already developed a trace of intelligence, so it didn't dare to risk its life against Yi Chen anymore. The beast Qi around its body surged, rolled it up, and flew out to 300 meters away within the blink of an eye. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen was secretly shocked. The black crown serpent was only an ordinary rank 6 demonic beast, but it was already so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered one of the most powerful ancient sword arts, the one-sword refining, he would have been the one running away, and he might not even have been able to escape. Before the first wave died down, another wave came. Yi Chen turned around and sensed 3 extremely powerful auras approaching him. They were even a bit faster than the black crown serpent, and it was impossible for him to dodge. Haha, die. Miles away, the 3 Taoists darted over. The middle-aged man on the left reached out his right hand and pressed it in the air. Instantly, a scorching palm made of Zhen Qi sliced through the air and attacked. Late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Facing such a great danger, Yi Chen didn't panic. He once again performed the one-sword attack. A beam of white light pierced through the palm made of Zhen Qi and exploded. The middle-aged man was surprised. Although his palm attack seemed to have been launched from miles away, it still contained 70 to 80% of its power. Even a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be killed by it, but this kid managed to resist it for a while. No wonder he was one of the top geniuses in the 9 nations. "We can't let this kid live," the sturdy man said coldly. The middle-aged man and the ugly elder nodded. Recently, the Purple Sun Martial School had lost too many geniuses, and they were no longer as powerful as the Sky Cloud Martial School. If Yi Chen was allowed to grow, the Purple Sun Martial School would no longer be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School. Instead, they would be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School, which was something they couldn't accept. The 3 of them moved at an amazing speed and covered miles in just a few blinks of an eye. The 3 of them landed on the ground, and stared at Yi Chen as if he was a dead man. "You are from the Purple Sun Martial School?" Yi Chen's expression didn't change. The ugly elder grinned and said with an evil intention, "You are quite calm, you have the chance to become someone great." "That's right, we are the leaders of the hunting hall, we are responsible for hunting the enemies of our martial school. You are so young and you are already our target, you should be proud of yourself." Yi Chen responded blandly, "I won't die today." "Do you really think someone will come and save you?" The middle-aged man grinned. He was not in a hurry to attack. After all, there were 3 late clasping Yuan realm martial artists here. What else could Yi Chen do? "Maybe you don't know yet, but before I left, I had a secret discussion with the leader and the head elder. They said that they would send a powerful warrior to protect me before I leave the Windy Nation. If I guessed it right, this powerful warrior should be nearby, he just hasn't shown up yet." Yi Chen was telling the truth. He knew that he was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, but compared to the powerful warriors from the older generation, he was still much weaker. Therefore, the leader and the head elder didn't trust him, and said that there would be a powerful warrior protecting him all the way until he left the Windy Nation. However, he still didn't know who would be protecting him. "I would like to see where the powerful warrior is. Come out." The middle-aged man didn't believe what Yi Chen had said. Besides, this grassland was flat and they could see everything clearly. A powerful warrior would never be able to hide from them. Once he said this, a 1-meter-thick lightning bolt descended from the sky, and struck on the middle-aged man's body at an unimaginable speed. This late clasping Yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before his entire body was turned into ashes. The ground under his body was punctured by the lightning bolt for hundreds of meters deep. Not only Yi Chen, even the sturdy man and the ugly elder gasped, their fine hairs stood up. Chapter 171. The tall and sturdy man yelled towards the sky, "Thunder Freer, do you know what the consequence of killing the leader of our Purple Sun Martial School is? You still have a chance to leave now. Do you want to be chased by the Great Master again?" The ugly elder was not as calm as the tall and sturdy man. He knew that his life was in the hands of the Great Master. If the Great Master was determined to kill them, running away would be useless. He could only hope that the Great Master of the Purple Sun Martial School would scare the Great Master away and make him give up on protecting Yichen. Boom. An even thicker thunder arc struck down. It split in half and hit the tall and sturdy man and the ugly elder respectively. The two of them followed in the footsteps of the middle-aged man. Even their protective Jinqi had been shattered by the thunder arc. Two deep holes appeared on the ground. Thunder and fire were burning inside. Tiny electric arcs were everywhere, floating in the air and making cracking noises. Is this the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior? After coming back to his senses, Yichen immediately realized that it was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was protecting him. But what shocked him was that the three late clasping Yuan realm warriors did not even have the chance to fight back before they were turned into ashes by the thunder arc that came from the sky. The gap between the two of them was way too huge. Swoosh. In the sky, a beam of thunder light tore apart the clouds and shot down at a speed that was way faster than the speed of sound. Vaguely, a human figure could be seen within the thunder light. In the next second, the thunder light disappeared. The human figure flashed and landed near Yichen. He mumbled, "It would have been better if you didn't mention the fire bastard. But now that you have mentioned him, I will not let you go." Yichen took a deep breath, bowed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Thunder Freer, for saving my life." Turning his head, Thunder Freer laughed, "Cloud Dreamer and I are old friends. I have to help him out. Plus, I have not liked the Purple Sun Martial School and the Fire Bastard for a long time." Fire Bastard, is he the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School? Yichen had heard from Luo Hanshan that the 5 top-ranked martial institutions of the Windy Nation were guarded by great elders, and only astral-reaching realm martial artists could become great elders. This was also the main reason why the Ghost Man didn't dare to attack the 5 top-ranked martial institutions. After all, even if the Ghost Man hadn't fully recovered, he was still a real astral-reaching realm martial artist. He has already reached the mid-astral reaching realm. Cloud Dreamer and I are both at the peak level of early astral reaching realm. But 20 years ago he did not dare to be so arrogant. Your great master Cloud Dreamer's brother disciple, the Dark Cloud Dreamer, was even more powerful than him. Unfortunately, he was easily provoked and died in the siege of the 9 ghost cult's powerful warriors. This had a lot to do with the Fire Bastard. I suspect that he had been working with the remaining forces of the 9 ghost cult. 9 evil cult? He is not afraid of public anger? Yichen was surprised. He is not the only one. Back then, the 9 evil cult was already doomed, and the remaining forces could not do anything. Therefore, many people started to have bad ideas. They planned to use the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult to get rid of the dissidents and suppress the other martial institutions. The former leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer, seemed to be a hot-tempered man, but he was just too honest. That was why he suffered such a big loss. He lost a lot of powerful martial artists, and suddenly dropped from a top rank 8 martial institution to a rank 9 martial institution. Fortunately, that Cloud Dreamer was smart and cunning. He saved the Sky Cloud Martial School in an extremely dangerous situation, and also set up a trap to kill that Fire Bastard's brother and a few top inner masters of the Purple Sun Martial School. Hearing him, Yichen nodded. No matter where it was, as long as there were people, there would be conflicts and conspiracies. From small families to big martial institutions, no one would be spared. Unless human beings were no longer human beings, they were just wooden dummies with no intelligence. I killed the 3 of them. That Fire Bastard must be furious. Unfortunately, he could not do anything to me. I am all alone and I can come and go freely, unlike him who has to guard the Purple Sun Martial School. Thunder Freer grabbed the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, he said casually. It was the first time for Yichen to meet an astral-reaching realm warrior. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he asked, "Thunder Freer, is the difference between the astral-reaching realm and the clasping Yuan realm really that big? I can easily kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior. It would be as easy as blowing off dust." While drinking, Thunder Freer raised his left hand. A bright light shone, and a dark blue Zhen Yuan appeared in the center of Thunder Freer's left hand. This Zhen Yuan had no impurities. It was even purer than a crystal, and even brighter than a gem. If it could be condensed into a solid form, it would definitely be priceless in the world where Yichen came from. Did you find anything? Thunder Freer asked. Yichen thought for a while, then said, "It is more than 10 times purer than Jin Qi. Could it be that it was extracted from Jin Qi? Just like my mysterious great art, if I train it to the highest level I can extract a mouthful of Jin Yuan, which can easily kill a warrior at the same level as me." Thunder Freer looked impressed. Very smart. Jin Yuan is the essence of Jin Qi. With the amount of Jin Qi you have right now, you might not be able to extract a mouthful of Jin Yuan. Even if you could, it would be very very small and could only be used once. However, astral reaching realm warriors have Jin Yuan all over their bodies. If I could not kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior with one attack, then I would not be able to live in this world anymore. So that's how it is. Liquefying Jin Qi into Jin Qi is not that different. But refining Jin Qi into Jin Yuan, the difference is unbelievably huge. After all, the former two are only changes in form while the latter two are changes in level. They are not even comparable. Yichen thought about it. Thunder Freer continued, "However, there are exceptions to everything. There are also examples of late clasping Yuan realm warriors beating astral reaching realm warriors, but the difficulty has been magnified by 10 times. Take you as an example, if your sword intent could not grow, and you did not have any special encounters, you would still be killed by me with one attack when you reach the late clasping Yuan realm." Yichen remained silent. What Thunder Freer said was the truth. The higher the level of a warrior, the harder it would be for him to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. With his current achievement he could only be counted as a rare genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Compared to the whole South Rudra region or the whole True Spirit continent, he would not even be worth mentioning. I am not trying to discourage you, I am just giving you an example. With your talent, your sword intent will never stop growing. If you can reach the completion level, and if you have some other special encounters, you might be able to escape from an astral reaching realm warrior's attack. However, it would be very difficult to fight against them. In the past 100 years, very few people had managed to do it. Xianhou was one of the best. When she was still a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, she had even killed a couple of astral reaching realm warriors. Her battling power was extremely horrifying, and she was called the top of the top. Xianhou, it was Xianhou again. Yichen had heard her name more than once. As long as it was about the records of warriors, she would always be number one, and no one would be able to surpass her. She was the top of all the martial geniuses, or in other words, the king of all the martial geniuses in the past hundreds of years. She was so famous that no one could compete with her. Yichen did not know how amazing she was back then, but he was sure that if the two of them were at the same age, Yichen would definitely be the one who would be bullied. It could be seen from the way she had broken through. Becoming a condensing reality realm warrior at the age of 11, clasping Yuan realm at the age of 14, astral reaching realm at the age of 18, Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and reaching the life and death realm at the age of 35. She was the youngest life and death realm warrior in the past 1,000 years. Just hearing this record made Yi Chen's hair stand on end. He was almost 17 years old and was still at the early clasping Yuan realm. It would be almost impossible for him to catch up to her, unless he had more special encounters than her. Thinking about this, Yi Chen became even more determined to go out and train. If he did not go out and train, he might not be able to become a life and death realm warrior in 500 years, not to mention catching up to Xianhou. You should know that time waits for no one, especially when you're young. You have to seize every second of your time. You can't afford to waste even a single second. You should understand that it's the best time for young people to improve themselves. When you get older, your mentality will change and your progress will slow down, and you will no longer be able to maintain your peak condition. Since the ancient times, which one of the truly powerful warriors didn't climb up to where they were when they were still young? If you can't become a powerful warrior when you're young, then you will never be able to conquer the whole world and rule the whole True Spirit continent. Yi Chen nodded. Senior Thunder Freer, I understand this. That's why I'm so eager to go out and train. I want to seize my own special encounters, or those that don't belong to me. Special encounters, special encounters. This is the most important thing to become a powerful warrior. Unfortunately, I didn't have any special encounters back then, so I will stop at the astral reaching realm for the rest of my life. After sighing, Thunder Freer said seriously, when you reach the mid or late clasping Yuan realm, you have to get a higher level martial art, the higher the better. Yi Chen knew what he was talking about, but he didn't quite understand the details, so he said, if the martial arts rank is too low, then the training speed will be slow. I wonder what rank your great thunder art is. Mid-rank Earth Realm, there isn't a single high-rank Earth Realm martial art in the whole Windy Nation. Even the Emerald Martial Palace's great mountain and water art is only incomplete, not a high-rank Earth Realm martial art. As for why I want you to get a higher-level martial art, it's because when you reach the Astral Reaching Realm, the training speed of a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art is too slow. I spent a whole 10 years to reach the early Astral Reaching Realm from the peak of Late Clasping Yuan Realm. 10 years. How much time have I wasted in these 10 years? If I have a higher-level martial art, I might be able to make further progress. Training a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art would take 10 years to reach the Astral Reaching Realm from the peak of Late Clasping Yuan Realm. Yi Chen was a bit shocked, but he soon understood. Indeed. The 5 leaders of the Windy Nation had been stuck at the peak of Late Clasping Yuan Realm for a couple of years now, and still hadn't had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The biggest reason seemed to be that their martial arts rank was too low, and the Zhen Yuan extraction speed was too slow. Chapter 172. Looking at the sky, Thunder Freer continued, I reached the peak level Late Clasping Yuan Realm when I was 46, and reached the Astral Reaching Realm when I was 56. After that, I only managed to reach the peak level Early Astral Reaching Realm from the Early Astral Reaching Realm. Without any surprises, the martial arts that are suitable for Astral Reaching Realm warriors should be high-rank Earth Realm or even top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, while the ones suitable for Seas of Souls Realm warriors should be Heaven Realm martial arts. If you can't even reach this basic requirement, you will be left behind by other warriors with the same level of talent. Yi Chen, you can give away everything except the martial arts. A good martial art can save you a lot of time. For example, if you have a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, it would only take you 7 to 8 years to reach the Astral Reaching Realm from the peak level Late Clasping Yuan Realm. If you have a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, it would only take you 5 to 6 years, and a low-rank Heaven Realm martial art would take you 2 to 3 years. It will be the foundation for you to become a powerful warrior. When you give it to someone else, you are giving the opportunity to become a powerful warrior to them. You have to remember this. I know. Thank you, Senior Thunder Freer, for reminding me. Before, although Yi Chen knew about the effects of martial arts, he did not know much about them. Right now, after hearing Thunder Freer's words, he finally realized that there was a huge difference between having a high-level martial art and not having a high-level martial art. Taking one step forward, one step backward, one step further, one step further, one step further. Alright, I have said everything I need to say. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Whether you can become a powerful warrior or not, no one can help you. Before you leave the Windy Nation, I will be watching you from above. You can take care of the small problems yourself. Thunder Freer appreciated Yi Chen, which was why he reminded him. If it were someone else, he would not have bothered to talk to him. Swoosh. Thunder Freer's body shone with a bright thunder light as he flew into the sky within a second. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen thought to himself, I am still far from enough. Passing through the Devil Grassland, what appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes was a vast river, called the Wild Goose Falling River. This river was the natural border between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Thread Nation. It is said that even wild geese cannot fly across the Wild Goose Falling River. They will fall into the river midway. I wonder if that is true? Yi Chen frowned as information about the Wild Goose Falling River appeared in his mind. Once a martial artist reached the Early Clasping Yuan Realm, he or she would be able to fly in the air, but it was not unlimited. Once he or she used up all of his Jin Qi, he or she would still have to find a foothold. Only Late Clasping Yuan Realm martial artists would be able to fly for a long time. Apart from that, Early Clasping Yuan Realm warriors could not fly very high, only around 1,000 meters. Mid-Clasping Yuan Realm warriors could fly up to 2,000 meters, and Late Clasping Yuan Realm warriors could reach up to 3,000 meters. If one became an Astral Reaching Realm warrior, he could even reach tens of thousands of meters in the air. With Yi Chen's cultivation, he could only fly to a height of 1,000 meters. He couldn't compare to the wild geese, so he probably couldn't fly over the Wild Goose Falling River. Let's try it out first. There were hardly any signs of human habitation here, and since he couldn't find a ferry, he could only rely on himself. Whoosh. Extending his body, Yi Chen flew above the river and flew into the distance. After flying for about 10 miles, the airflow in the surroundings suddenly became chaotic, forming swirls of airflow, which consumed Yi Chen's Jin Qi. After punching through the swirls of airflow, Yi Chen thought to himself, no wonder the wild geese couldn't fly over. The airflow above the Wild Goose Falling River was abnormal. Not to mention normal birds, even ordinary flying demonic beasts would be exhausted by the airflow and fall from the sky. More and more swirls of airflow appeared. In the end, there were even tornadoes, waterspouts, and other natural phenomena. Many flying beasts that passed by fell into the river, and no one knew if they were still alive or not. Break! Boosted up his Jin Qi, Yi Chen punched out and shattered the waterspout that was coming towards him. The aftershock of the punch shook the surrounding space, and then everything went back to normal. I can't go on any longer. I've used up too much Jin Qi and my Jin Qi is starting to get dirty. I have to go down. After throwing out this punch, the murky Qi inside Yi Chen's body had increased dramatically, which was a sign that his Jin Qi was in chaos. If he stayed in the air any longer, his Jin Qi would flow in reverse, which would hurt his meridians. After all, he was not a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist yet, and could not stay in the air for a long time. During the flight, he had to use his Jin Qi to shatter the obstacles from time to time. His body floated down to the ground. Yi Chen touched his storage ring with his right hand and took out a waist-thick tree trunk. He then dropped it into the river. What? The tree trunk floated on the water, and Yi Chen stepped on it with his feet. He scanned the area with his soul power and found no danger. Yi Chen adjusted his breathing for a while, then activated his Jin Qi and formed a power source behind the tree trunk. A strong wind blew over, and the water on both sides of the river flowed backward quickly. When encountering a tornado or waterspout, Yi Chen only needed to punch out and solve the problem completely. When encountering a demonic beast under the water, he only needed to stomp on the ground, and his pure mysterious Jin Qi would spread out, covering an area with a radius of tens of meters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rank 5 demonic beasts would be cut in half by his sword, and their blood dyed the surface of the river red. Fortunately, I have the pellets that can instantly replenish my Jin Qi. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to cross the Wild Goose Falling River. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists were extremely fast. If they used their flying art, they could cover 2,000 to 3,000 miles in 2 hours. However, no clasping Yuan realm martial artists used their Jin Qi every day, because the Jin Qi of a clasping Yuan realm martial artist could not last for more than a couple of hours. Once their Jin Qi ran out, it would not only hurt their bodies but also put them in great danger. However, using the tree trunk to cross the Wild Goose Falling River would consume a lot more Jin Qi than using flying art. Because flying art was a skill, it could already save a lot of Jin Qi. However, forming the power source of Jin Qi behind the tree trunk did not require a lot of skill. Most of the Jin Qi used was brute force. Besides, the resistance in the water was greater than that in the air, which increased the consumption of Jin Qi. Fortunately, Yi Chen had obtained a calabash of medicinal pellets from the Heavenly Dream ancient region, which contained hundreds of them. Normally, he would not be willing to use them when he was traveling, but at this moment, it was understandable for him to use 1 or 2 of them. The Wild Goose Falling River was not an ocean. No matter how wide it was, it still had a bottom line. After traveling for about 700 to 800 miles, Yi Chen finally saw the other side of the river. Looking at the river bank and the towering mountains, which were also rarely seen by people, Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems that this part of the road I chose is a bit remote, and there are not many people around. That's good. I want to train myself anyway so I can go anywhere. I don't need to worry too much." Bang! The tree trunk hit the river bank and Yi Chen jumped up into the air. Opening the map, Yi Chen pointed out the location of the mountains and said to himself, "There are 3 mountains on the other side of the Wild Goose Falling River, 2 small ones and 1 big one. If I am not mistaken, this mountain should be the biggest one, called the 5 Poison Mountain. It is about the same size as the Silent Hills. It is also thousands of miles wide. Most of the demonic beasts in this mountain are highly poisonous, and the 5 poison beasts are the most famous." The 5 poison beasts were snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and toads. These 5 poisons were the demonic beasts, and they were even more poisonous. Normal condensing reality realm warriors would definitely die if they touched them. Therefore, Yi Chen had to bring some high-level antidotes with him in case he was poisoned. Putting away the map, Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunder Freer should have left already. From now on he would have to rely on himself. No matter how dangerous it would be, he would have to survive. Only by surviving could he become a powerful warrior. In the future he would be surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If he did not want to become one of them, then he would have to walk through it and reach the top step by step. His body flashed. Yi Chen headed towards the 5 Poison Mountain. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and a flying vampire bat was cut in half by Yi Chen's sword. Its corpse was as big as a wild dog with sharp fangs. The 5 Poison Mountain is indeed the 5 Poison Mountain. On the way here, more than 70% of the demonic beasts were poisonous. Putting the dragon spring sword back into its sheath, Yi Chen put a miasma-dispelling pellet in his mouth. There were many places in the 5-poison mountain that were filled with miasma. It would be fine if the miasma was only for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, it would cause all kinds of symptoms which would affect one's fighting power. Raising his feet, Yi Chen started walking towards the depths of the mountain. Inside a small valley. There was a muddy pond in the valley, and next to the pond was an empty, flat land. At this moment, a group of people had gathered on the flat land. In front of them was a house-sized, gigantic toad. The toad's body was colorful, and every single one of its tumors was as big as a wash basin. It was releasing a highly poisonous demonic chi which was spreading everywhere. Miss Hugo will stop it. The middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, nervously looked at the toad and said to the girl behind him. The girl's face was pale, but she shook her head firmly. How can I abandon you and leave? After all, I was the one who came to the 5-poison mountain. Hearing this, the good-looking young man next to her said anxiously, Miss, the 5-colored toad is a level 5 demonic beast. Its poisonous chi will kill anyone who touches it. You won't be able to help even if you stay here. Plus, the leader is still waiting for the Zen fragrance grass to save him. Jingxian, you don't stay either. Take the young lady and go back together. The middle-aged man's face flashed with determination, and he ordered the young man to take the young lady away. That. The young man's face was full of pain. One was his father, and the other was the young lady he loved. He did not want to give up on either one. Right then, the 5-colored toad attacked. Its 10-meter-long tongue curled up, and a guard was sucked into its mouth and swallowed. Son of a bitch. The middle-aged man held his blade with both of his hands and slashed. Chin. The blade chi barely broke through the 5-colored toad's defense. Streams of blood fell onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. All of a sudden, an unpleasant smell spread out. 2 guards who were standing close to the toad fell onto the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths, dead. The blood is poisonous as well? A human figure appeared above the entrance of the valley. He saw this scene and thought to himself. It was indeed Yi Chen. After a couple of hours of traveling, he had already passed through the edge of the 5-poison mountain. Luckily, he did not run into any powerful demonic beasts. The real powerful demonic beasts should be deep in the center of the mountain, and were not likely to come out. The 5-colored toad's tongue was long and thin. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. This time, it had already pierced through the chests of 2 guards, and was heading towards the girl in the middle of the crowd. Piss off. The young man barely managed to raise his long sword horizontally in front of the girl, trying to cut off the toad's tongue. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compete with the toad's tongue. The long and thin tongue curled up and wrapped around his arm, dragging him towards the girl. The middle-aged man was a clasping Yuan realm warrior after all. Seeing that his son was entangled, he wanted to help. But just as he raised his long blade, a cloud of poisonous chi suddenly sprayed onto his body. Boom. The protective Jin chi started to twist intensely, and the middle-aged man's body was blown away. Without the middle-aged man's help, the 2 guards who had been pierced through by the toad's tongue were dragged into the air along with the young man, falling towards the 5-colored toad's huge mouth. The sword chi flashed across and the 5-colored toad's tongue was cut off. Chapter 173. The young man hurriedly stepped back. As for the 2 guards who had their chests pierced through, they were already dead, connected by the toad's broken tongue. Jingxian, are you all right? Not far away, the middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood and rushed over. The young man shook his head, then looked up at the valley and said, He saved me. The pretty girl's eyes shone brightly. The young man was only 16 or 17 years old, and he still looked a bit immature. However, the power of that sword move was indeed terrifying. He had easily cut off the toad's tongue, giving people a feeling that he had done it so easily. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. The middle-aged man was also shocked by Yi Chen's power, but he was still calm. He clearly knew that the outside world was a vast world, and that some of the most talented geniuses could be as powerful or even more powerful than the older generation. For example, Wei Dongxi, the head disciple of the Green Bamboo Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Thousand Thread Nation, could be counted as a great genius. Yi Chen's robe fluttered in the air. Within a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the crowd and said blandly, It's nothing. Don't mention it. The pretty girl still said gratefully, If it weren't for you, we would all have died here. Be careful. Before she finished her words, the pretty girl's expression changed. In her line of sight, The toad's eyes had turned blood red, and it spurted out a cloud of 5-colored beast chi towards Yi Chen. The beast chi swept across the entire area, withered all the plants in its path, and left a deep ditch on the ground. Yi Chen's senses were extremely sharp, and he was able to sense every single move of the toad. He tilted his body and swung the dragon spring sword, releasing a light blue stream of sword chi. The sword chi cut open the 5-colored beast chi, and fiercely hacked on the toad's head. Gugu. The toad let out muffled screeches and its house-sized body was sent flying backwards, creating a few large cracks on the valley wall, causing rocks to tumble down. Mountain condensing sword chi. This toad was much weaker than the black crown serpent, but it had a great defensive power. A normal sword attack wouldn't be able to kill it. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he launched a small attack. Puff, puff, puff. The thick sword chi contained a great deal of power. It easily cut through the rainbow toad's ugly skin and pierced through, leaving a deep mark on the wall behind it. After suffering such a heavy blow, the 5-colored toad's body twitched violently. Then its body went limp and it stopped breathing. Clang. Putting the sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen reached out his hand and waved. The inner pellet of the 5-colored toad broke out of its chest and was sucked over. Amazing. The toad is dead. The 5-colored toad is equal to a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Martial artists at the same level as them would have to stay away from it. This person is even younger than my nephew. I didn't expect him to be able to kill the 5-colored toad with a single strike. The surviving guards were all mid or late condensing reality realm warriors. They had always heard about how powerful some of the geniuses were, but they had never seen them in person. Today they were all shocked. Yi was and said, Zhen, and I, Yi Zhen Li, I Zhen. Yi Chen shook his head, I'm leaving soon, no need to tell me my name. He had saved the toad without much effort, so he didn't need to waste too much of his time. Since he could easily save the toad, why not? Putting away the toad's core, Yi Chen turned around and said, Everyone be careful, I won't bother you anymore. Then he was about to leave. Cough, cough. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, which smelled horrible. His face turned colorful. Yi Chen frowned, You've been poisoned. The middle-aged man activated his Zhen Qi and tried to suppress the poison. He forced a smile and said, The toad's poisonous beast Qi is way too powerful. It poisoned me through my protective Zhen Qi. Don't move, let me try to detoxify you. Yi Chen flashed behind the middle-aged man, put his hands on the man's back, and poured his pure mysterious Zhen Qi into the man's body through the meridians in his arms. After a while, Yi Chen took back his hands, let out a breath of turbid air and said, The toad's poison is way too powerful. Zhen Qi alone won't be able to detoxify it. We have to make some detoxifying pellets. Luckily he is not poisoned too much, so he won't be in danger for now. The pretty woman thought of something. Normally when someone is poisoned by a highly poisonous beast, the detoxifying pellet must be made from the beast. This toad, the pretty woman looked at Yi Chen. The toad was killed by him, so he had the right to deal with it. She couldn't make a decision on her own. You guys do whatever you want. He didn't plan on taking the materials from the toad. After dissecting the materials from the toad, the group was ready to leave. Yi Chen saw that they were either injured or poisoned, and they didn't have much fighting power. They probably wouldn't be able to walk out of this dangerous 5-poison mountain. He said helplessly, Let me send you out. The pretty woman was grateful. She had a good impression of Yi Chen. On the way, Yi Chen learned about their names and situations. The pretty woman's name was Lin Qingmei. She was the daughter of the Lin family in Black Rock City, which was near the 5-poison mountain. The poisoned middle-aged man was called Lu Jingde. He was Lu Jingshuan's father and was also an elder of the Lin family. They entered the 5-poison mountain to collect a rare spiritual plant, Zen fragrance grass. However, the Zen fragrance grass was guarded by the toad, so they were almost wiped out. After leaving the 5-poison mountain, they walked for hundreds of miles towards the east. A city built with black rocks appeared in front of Yi Chen. It's about the same size as the Qingfeng city. It shouldn't be very powerful. Normally, the martial schools had their own mountains and were very powerful. The big families lived in bigger and more prosperous cities. For example, the Luo city where the Yi family lived was only second to the Forgotten city and the Gale city. The Black Rock city couldn't be compared to it. After entering the city, Yi Chen saw that the guards had strange expressions on their faces, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The Lin family was located in the southern area of the Black Rock city. Judging from the size and layout of the city, they could barely be counted as a medium-sized family. There was a huge gap between them and the big families. "Miss, you're back. The leader of the family asked us to go see him as soon as we saw you." Master Lu was poisoned? The housekeeper, who was standing in front of the gate, saw Lin Qingmei and the others. His eyes brightened and he hurried over to greet them. However, when he saw Lu Jingda's condition, he couldn't help but yell out. Lin Qingmei forced a smile and said, "All right, I'll be right there." Inside a room in the small courtyard, Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a low-rank soul stone in each of his hands. He had his eyes closed and was training. The mysterious great art had 11 levels in total, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. Before reaching the 11th level, he had to try his best to step into the higher levels as soon as possible and increase his fighting power. Otherwise, if he encountered a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he would not have enough power. After an unknown period of time, crack, the low-rank soul stone in his hand shattered. Yichen opened his eyes. "I'm now at the peak of the 6th level. I guess I'll be able to reach the 7th level in a couple of days." Throwing away the broken low-rank soul stone, Yichen walked out of the bed. Boom. Right at this moment, the entire Lin family slightly shook, as if a small earthquake had happened. Someone is fighting? Without much hesitation, Yichen opened the door and rushed towards the source of the tremor. On the welcoming plaza of the Lin family, two groups of people were facing each other. The group of people in the welcoming hall were the powerful warriors of the Lin family, while on the other side were a group of people in yellow robes, led by a chubby middle-aged man and an elderly man in black robes. On the Lin family's side, a man was lying on the ground while puking blood. He had obviously been wounded by someone and the wound was quite serious. "Hehe, Lin Taimu, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. If you don't hand over the forging method of our Huang family's cold iron sword, I'll injure one of your Lin family's powerful warriors every day. Let's see how long you can last," the chubby middle-aged man said in a creepy tone while caressing the emerald ring on his finger. The master of the Lin family's face was pale and bloodless, as if he had been seriously wounded. He ordered someone to help the injured Lin family's powerful warrior up, then said in a cold voice, "The forging method of the cold iron sword was passed down by the Lin family's ancestors. It has nothing to do with your Huang family. How can you claim that it was lost by your Huang family?" The chubby middle-aged man said, "My Huang family established itself in the Black Rock City much earlier than your Lin family. You're just an outsider. How can you have the forging method of the cold iron sword? Elder Lu, please teach him a lesson so that he won't forget the pain of the past." The old man in black robes smiled evilly. "Master of the Lin family, you were hit by my black killing palm half a month ago. How are you feeling now? Your meridians must be in great pain every day." "Don't you dare." Lin Qingmei couldn't help but walk out from the crowd. "Alright, I forgot to tell you one thing. I'm interested in your daughter. Master of the Lin family, what do you think?" A lustful look flashed across the old man's eyes. He reached out his hand and a tremendous amount of Zhen Qi emerged from his palm, preparing to suck Lin Qingmei over. A sword Qi shot out, cutting off the old man's Zhen Qi. "Who are you?" The old man in black robes had a gloomy look on his face. Yichen walked to the plaza and said, "You're disturbing me." The chubby middle-aged man thought that it was a powerful martial artist. But when he saw a teenager who looked no older than 16 or 17 walk out, he laughed and said, "Lin Taimu, don't tell me that this is a powerful martial artist invited by your Lin family. Do you really think that he can stop Elder Lu?" The old man in black robes said coldly, "Little brat, if you dare to stop me, you will die today." When Lin Qingmei saw Yichen, a joyful look flashed across her face. But soon after, a worried look appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, "Why did you come out?" Yichen asked, "Who are they?" Lin Qingmei said, "That hateful fatty is the master of the Huang family in the Black Rock City. He has been coveting the forging method of the cold iron sword of our Lin family. He didn't dare to touch our Lin family in the past. But recently he invited this powerful martial artist called Elder Lu, who injured my father. I came to the Five Poisons mountain range to collect some Zen herbs to treat my father's injury." Yichen nodded and didn't say another word. Lin Taimu, the master of the Lin family, asked, "Qingmei, is this little brother the one who brought you out of the Five Poisons mountain range?" "Yes, father." "Since he saved our lives, why don't you take him to rest?" Lin Taimu could tell that Yichen was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, so he didn't want to get him involved in this. Lin Qingmei had a complicated look on her face. Yichen's power was obvious, He was as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, that elder Lu was even more powerful. He had already reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Even her father had been injured by him. Deep down in her heart, she really hoped that Yi Qin could help them. However, this hope was too slim. After all, she had experienced how powerful elder Lu was. Yi Qin couldn't possibly be a match for him. You want to leave? Not so easy. The old man in black robes had a hideous look on his face as he threw a palm attack towards Yi Qin. A huge black palm swooshed across the air, letting out a shrill, heart-wrenching sound. Clang. Yi Qin unsheathed the dragon spring sword and waved it casually. Chapter 174. The bright, crystal-like sword chi sliced through the air, sliced open the black palm print, and sliced towards the old man's neck. Not good. This sword chi is very powerful. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a shield from his storage ring and placed it in front of him. Clang. A huge crack appeared on the half-foot-thick shield, and the bright sparks shot out 3 to 4 meters away like fireworks. The members of the Lin family were dumbfounded. A casual sword chi had forced the powerful elder Lu to use his shield to block it. Furthermore, the shield was made of steel that had been tempered 100 times and was half a foot thick. Yet, the sword chi had cut 4 inches deep into the shield, nearly splitting it into 2. Seeing Yi Qin waving his sword again, the old man hurriedly dropped the broken shield in his hand and jumped towards Lin Qingmei, who was the closest to him. He wanted to use her as a shield so that Yi Qin wouldn't be able to hurt her. Lin Qingmei was not powerful enough. She only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and the old man had already arrived in front of her. His withered hand reached towards her neck. Although the old man was fast, Yi Qin was even faster. He appeared right next to Lin Qingmei, leaving only a shadow behind him. The light blue sword light shone like a thunderbolt. The next moment, the old man was blown away and his body was cut in half in the air. Elder Lu is dead. The leader of the Huang family, who had been smiling a moment ago, was now terrified. Swish. Yi Qin waved his left hand, and the storage ring on the old man's finger fell off and was sucked over. Without even looking at it, Yi Qin put it into his own storage ring. Then he turned his head and looked at the leader of the Huang family. The leader of the Huang family's face had turned pale. He forced a smile and said, "My family will leave right now. I promise, we will never cause any trouble to the Lin family again." As for Elder Lu, he deserved it. During the half a month that he stayed in the Huang family, he had raped countless servant girls. Yi Qin didn't say anything. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. If he slaughtered the Huang family's people, others would think that he was a bloodthirsty person. Of course, if Lin Taimu wanted to eradicate the Huang family, Yi Qin wouldn't mind helping him by killing a few experts of the Huang family. Obviously, Lin Taimu didn't want to do that. He yelled, "Huang Jian, my Lin family and your Huang family have never interfered in each other's business, and we have no intention of competing with you for the Black Rock City's business. Now get lost. If you dare to bully us again in the future, I, Lin Taimu, will never forgive you." Yes. Huang Jian's only thought now was to leave the Lin family. As for the future, he would think about it later. He was really afraid that Yi Qin would kill him in passing. After the people of the Huang family left, Yi Qin slightly shook his head. Lin Taimu was still not ruthless enough. Those who wanted to achieve great things had to be ruthless. They would kill those who deserved to be killed and never let go of any opportunity. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Not everyone wanted to achieve great things. Perhaps, Lin Taimu only wanted to live a peaceful life in the Black Rock City. Furthermore, although Lin Taimu was injured, he was still much stronger than Huang Jian. Once he fully recovered, the Huang family wouldn't dare to bully them again in a short period of time. "Little brother, thank you so much. I, Lin Taimu, will never be able to thank you enough." Lin Taimu cupped his hands towards Yi Qin. Not only had Lin Taimu saved his daughter's life, he had also helped the Lin family kill their biggest enemy, the black-clothed old man. Yi Qin said, "Don't mention it." It was almost evening. Lin Taimu had ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet for Yi Qin. During the banquet, Lin Qingmei had drunk a lot of wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze fell on Yi Qin from time to time. As for that young man named Lu Jingxian, he looked sad. "Jingxian, don't worry. He doesn't belong to the same world as us. He will leave sooner or later." Lu Jingde sat beside Lu Jingxian and comforted him. Lu Jingxian nodded bitterly. He was now a late condensing reality realm martial artist. As long as he worked hard, he could easily become a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, compared to Yi Qin he was still far behind. Fortunately, he knew that the outside world was huge and there were countless geniuses out there. Not everyone could compete with them. All he wanted to do was to become a powerful martial artist in the Black Rock City. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Qin bid farewell to the Lin family members, then left the Black Rock City. In a small forest, a bonfire was flickering. I have reached the 7th level of the mysterious great art. The quality of my Jinqi has increased by 30%, and the total amount of my Jinqi has also increased by 10%. Sitting beside the bonfire with his legs crossed, Yi Qin threw a punch towards a gigantic tree in the distance. Crack! The tree was snapped in half, and the top half was sent flying dozens of meters away. It had been 3 days since Yi Qin left the Black Rock City. During this time, Yi Qin would spend 4 to 6 hours training the mysterious great art every day. Tonight he had finally made a breakthrough. Oh right, I haven't checked the old man's storage ring yet. Since he had some free time, Yi Qin took out the old man's storage ring. After removing the remaining Jin Qi from the old man's body, Yi Qin saw the space inside the ring. Although the old man was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he did not have a lot of money. He only had around 1,000 low-rank soul stones and 500,000 gold. However, there were a lot of strange things in the ring. There were stones that emitted black qi, skulls made of beautiful jade, and a broken map. Skipping over the first few items, Yi Qin took out the broken map. Yi Qin opened the map and found that it was only the size of a palm. It was grayish-yellow in color, and there were routes, rivers, mountains and woods drawn on it with special pigments. On the edge of the map there was a red dot which was very eye-catching. I can't tell where the mountains and the woods are, but this river is obviously the Wild Goose Falling River. The Wild Goose Falling River is one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Jianghu region. The river I just passed through was only a small part of it. The end of this river is in the north of the Grey Mystery Nation, and that's where the red dot is. I wonder what this red dot represents? Yi Qin was lost in his thoughts. He thought that it was just an ordinary map fragment, but now he realized that it might not be the case. After all, the animal skin that the map was made of looked quite ancient. I'm here to train myself, so it doesn't matter where I go. I might be able to find something. However, this Grey Mystery Nation is not one of the 9 nations, and it's over 500,000 miles away from the Thousand Silk Nation. It will take me a long time to get to the red dot. Waking up from his thoughts, Yi Qin made up his mind to go to the red dot. 3 days later, Yi Qin arrived at the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River again. If the Wild Goose Falling River between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Silk Nation was the downstream part, then the Wild Goose Falling River here belonged to the upper part. On the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River was a prosperous port city called the Riverside City, which had a population of over 5 million. Huge ships were docked at the port, transporting goods to the shore. Young warrior, the ocean beast is about to leave, please wait for it. Someone came to report to Yi Qin from the shore. Yi Qin nodded and responded, all right. The ocean beast was a huge, shuttle-shaped ship, over 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. It was entirely made from the top-grade iron-heavy wood, and even ordinary clasping Yuan realm martial artists might not be able to leave a dent on it. The ocean beast was extremely sturdy and reliable, and was one of the biggest guarantees for passing through the Wild Goose Falling River. But of course, with the current technology of the Riverside City, such a huge ship couldn't be built yet. This ship was custom-made from the Black Dragon Empire, one of the 3 largest empires in the South Jianghu region. No one knew how much gold it cost. At least, with the current wealth of Yi Qin, he couldn't even afford 1% of this ship. There weren't too many people on the ship, only around 30 to 40 people. Half of them were rich people, 2/3 were nobles, and the rest were martial artists. The Zhen Qi vibration released from these 7 to 8 martial artists was extremely strong, and they were all clasping Yuan realm martial artists. One of them was even a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. When he blinked his eyes, a sharp light could be seen, which was as sharp as a knife. Seeing that Yi Qin was so young, these people all had different looks on their faces. A big-bellied rich man laughed out loud and said, "Young man, did you steal money from your family and prepare to leave your family? But your family is quite rich. We have to pay 100,000 taels of gold to board this ship. Ordinary people can't afford it." Those martial artists silently cursed him for being an idiot. Although Yi Qin's Jinqi vibration was slightly weaker than theirs, he was clearly a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. How could a clasping Yuan realm martial artist be so poor? It was absolutely impossible for him to steal money from his family to leave his family. Yi Qin gave a faint smile but didn't say anything. Alright people, the ocean beast is about to depart. I hope you can behave yourselves on the way and don't cause us any trouble. The cabin door was opened, and a middle-aged man walked in with two of his subordinates and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Who dares to cause trouble on the ocean beast? They must be tired of living." Indeed, the ocean beast belongs to the South Chamber of Commerce. The South Chamber of Commerce is one of the two largest chambers of commerce in the South Jianghu region. They have countless powerful martial artists, and are even more powerful than rank 7 institutions. Hearing these people's discussions, Yichen slightly knitted his eyebrows. The sense of power released from this middle-aged man was no weaker than that of the patriarch of the South Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and the two subordinates behind him were also mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Added with the other powerful martial artists of the South Chamber of Commerce, the South Chamber of Commerce was more than powerful. Clatter. A noise came from below the deck. The ship was about to depart. In the Huang family in the Black Rock City. You said that old Lu was killed, but where is the killer? Two young men were looking down at the Huang family's leader. The one on the left was wearing a black robe and had a gloomy face, while the other one was wearing a cyan robe and had a cold look. The Zhen Qi vibrations released from their bodies were even more powerful than Yi Chen's. They were at least peak-level early-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The Huang family's leader wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I don't know, he left the next day." "Why don't you go ask the Lin family's people? They are quite close to that kid." Bang! The young man in cyan robe gave the Huang family's leader a heavy kick, making him vomit blood, then sneered and said, "You want to use me as a weapon? You don't deserve it." After leaving the Huang family, the young man in black robe said, "That kid is only 16 or 17 years old, but he has the power to defeat old Lu, who is at the peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm. It seems that we can't underestimate him." The young man in cyan robe sneered and said, "Both of us are ranked in the top 45 in the Hidden Dragon ranking. That old Lu is nothing but a piece of cake for us. What should we do now?" "Don't worry, I've seen that map in a stall, but I didn't pay much attention to it. When I got back, old Lu had already bought it. Fortunately, I've memorized the location of the red dot. It's roughly at the end of the Wild Goose Falling River. As for the specific location, we'll know when we get there." Hee, that's great. If nothing goes wrong, the location of the red dot must be a historical site. If we can find one or two high-level martial arts, we'll have more hope for the Hidden Dragon ranking competition the year after next. Chapter 175. The speed of the ocean beast was unbelievably fast. Within only 1 day and 1 night, it had already left River City and appeared over 10,000 miles away. This kind of speed was almost twice as fast as that of the half-spirit horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, as fast as a bolt of lightning. Only a large river like the Wild Goose Falling River could allow the ocean beast to move so fast. If it were a small river, the ocean beast would have been destroyed long ago. Perhaps the ocean beast was afraid that the strong wind might blow the passengers away if the ocean beast moved too fast. Therefore, the ocean beast was in the shape of a shuttle. 2 arc-shaped planks extended from the front of the ship, covering a small half of the ship's head. The strong wind that came from the front of the ship was pushed away along the planks and couldn't reach the deck. Creak. Pushing the cabin door open, Yi Chen saw the sharp bow of the ship cut a tornado in half, then swiftly swooshed through it. Yi Chen was secretly shocked by the power of the tornado. The ocean beast is indeed an invention of the puppet school. Such a small ship has so many incredible things. Beside Yi Chen, the middle-aged man with a curly beard leaned against the cabin wall and praised. "Is this ship also an invention of the puppet school?" asked Yi Chen confusedly. Speaking of which, he had seen many inventions of the puppet school, such as wooden puppets and crow puppets. Even he, who was a soul traveler, couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The royal family of the Black Dragon Empire once discovered the remains of a branch of the puppet school, and mastered many inventions. The ocean beast is one of them. It's said that the South Chamber of Commerce bought 5 ocean beasts from the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire, each of which is worth over 500 million gold. Apart from that, the South Chamber of Commerce has to pay a huge amount of spirit stones to the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire every year, which is equivalent to renting the ships. The middle-aged man with a curly beard looked ordinary, and was wearing a gray robe. He was about 40 or 50 years old. Yi Chen was shocked. They paid 500 million gold and they still have to pay spirit stones every year? That's too harsh. The bearded middle-aged man grinned and said, "After 10 years, we won't need to pay spirit stones anymore. Besides, just think about it, every time this ocean beast carries a batch of customers, it can earn millions of gold. 10 batches of customers a year means tens of millions of gold, and this is only a small number. Not to mention, this ocean beast is not only used to carry people, but also to help the Chamber of Commerce transport goods. Otherwise, which ship can make a round trip of hundreds of thousands of miles? Yichen thought for a while and agreed with Yichen. The South Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce, and the most important thing for the South Chamber of Commerce was to do business. Now that they had ocean beasts, it would be much more convenient for them to transport goods, which would save them a lot of time and manpower. The two of them had only met for a day, and after chatting for a while they fell silent. Standing next to the railing on the edge of the deck, Yichen could see that there was a thin layer of air 3 feet away from him. That was because the ship was traveling at such a high speed that the wind was compressed into a solid airflow. If a mortal realm warrior took a step forward, he or she would definitely be blown away by the thin layer of air. Even a condensing reality realm warrior would have to use all of his or her power to resist this airflow. Through the thin layer of air, Yichen could see the boundless river water. As one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Jianghu region, the Wild Goose Falling River was 650,000 miles long. Its main river ran through the Windy Nation, the Thousand Thread Nation, the Gray Mystery Nation and the other 8 nations, and its tributaries were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of tributaries. The Wild Goose Falling River was huge, but it was still the smallest of the 3 largest rivers in the South Jianghu region. The largest river was the Vermilion Bird River. The Vermilion Bird River not only ran through a big half of the South Jianghu region, but also extended to other regions such as the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region. Even the Wild Goose Falling River could be counted as a tributary of the Vermilion Bird River. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how vast the Vermilion Bird River was. It was countless times larger than the ocean in the world where Yichen came from. One day, when I am able to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers and climb to the top of the martial artists, I wonder what it would be like. Facing the vast Wild Goose Falling River, Yichen's heart was filled with ambition. He clenched his fists tightly. "Everyone, it's time for dinner, come on in." The cabin door was opened, and a member of the South Chamber of Commerce informed everyone on the deck. "All right, I'm almost hungry. The food on the ocean beast is quite good, I wonder what's going to be this time." Hearing everyone's words, Yichen grinned and followed them into the cabin. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Yichen went back to his own room. The ocean beast had 4 floors. The bottom floor was for storing goods, the second floor was for the members of the South Chamber of Commerce, and the third and fourth floors were for powerful martial artists and passengers of the South Chamber of Commerce. Yichen's room was the 5th one on the 4th floor, which was quite spacious, about 20 to 30 square meters. Sitting on his bed with his legs crossed, Yichen began his daily cultivation. Soon 10 days had passed. The ocean beast had crossed a few countries and finally arrived in the territory of the Jianghu country. From here on, all kinds of powerful martial artists will show up frequently. You better be careful, don't provoke them. The captain of the ocean beast, who was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, walked onto the deck and reminded everyone. A noble young man who was protected by 4 clasping Yuan realm martial artists, grinned and said, "Captain Su, you're a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and one of the powerful martial artists of the South Chamber of Commerce. You must be very knowledgeable. Can you tell us about the abilities of powerful martial artists? We have nothing to do anyway." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. This young man was the 3rd prince of the Thousand Thread country, named Zhao Kong. He liked to make friends with powerful martial artists from all over the world, and had many powerful martial artists on his side. But of course, in the eyes of the South Chamber of Commerce, those powerful martial artists were nothing special, and were only slightly famous in the Thousand Thread country. Since Prince Zhao is in such a good mood, I'd like to introduce myself. He often visited the Thousand Thread country, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to build a good relationship with Zhao Kong. After all, some things couldn't be easily solved by powerful forces. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many complicated forces in the world. Hearing Zhao Kong, the others moved a bit closer to him, their faces filled with interest. There is nothing much to say about clasping Yuan realm martial artists. They can't be counted as powerful martial artists. Only those above the clasping Yuan realm can be considered as powerful. As we all know, when a clasping Yuan realm martial artist Jin Qi has been refined into Zhen Yuan, he or she would be considered to have just stepped into the astral reaching realm, and would have the power to fly into the sky. But very few people know about the other abilities of astral reaching realm martial artists. Now I will tell you about them. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man continued, the first ability of astral-reaching realm warriors is the Zhenyuan transformation ability. Different from Jin Qi transformation, Zhenyuan transformation is more powerful and sturdier. For example, if an astral-reaching realm warrior who uses a sword loses his sword, he can create a Zhenyuan sword, which is only weaker than a low-rank great weapon, but way more powerful than normal weapons. Of course, it can also transform into other things such as blades, spears, sticks, or anything else that can be imitated. I will not waste time on this. The second ability of an astral-reaching realm warrior is to create a Zhenyuan fire by rubbing their Zhenyuan together. With the Zhenyuan fire they can easily melt some hard metals and make them into weapons. Don't underestimate this ability. Although not many people know how to make great weapons, but after some rare metals are made into weapons, their hardness will be quite impressive, and they will be extremely hard to destroy. If you don't use it yourself, you can give it to your family, friends, or juniors. Besides this, the most important use of the Zhenyuan fire is to burn Zhenyuan and explode with the most powerful attack. However, the side effects are also quite severe. If it is light, your body will be wounded and it will take a long time to recover. If it is too intense, you might burn yourself into ashes. So scary. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Yichen was a bit far away from the middle-aged man, but he had heard everything clearly. He thought to himself, burning Zhenyuan? It seems to be similar to the burning fire sacrifice spell from the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, the burning fire sacrifice spell burns internal qi or Jin Qi, while the Zhenyuan fire burns Zhenyuan. The difference between the two is too huge and the power is also incomparable. In this case, the battles between astral-reaching realm martial artists should be more unpredictable. The slightly more powerful ones might not be able to win against the slightly weaker ones. Once the opponent decided to risk his life and burn his Zhenyuan crazily, the result might be mutual destruction. No wonder astral-reaching realm martial artists can be called powerful ones. Not only is their power horrifying, but more importantly, they have too many ways to increase their power. Without an overwhelming advantage, they would not easily fight against each other. For example, Thunder Freer was not afraid of the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, who was more powerful than him. Hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was aroused as well. The middle-aged man continued, depending on the nature of the Zhenyuan, the burning of Zhenyuan can be different. For example, powerful martial artists who cultivate fire Zhenyuan can burn their Zhenyuan more easily, while powerful martial artists who cultivate water Zhenyuan can burn their Zhenyuan more easily. However, the side effect of burning Zhenyuan is much smaller, and the recovery speed is also faster. Each has its own advantages and there is no absolute advantage or disadvantage. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped talking and looked towards the back of the ocean beast. Seeing the strange look on the middle-aged man's face, the others also looked away. It's an astral-reaching realm martial artist, he has wings on his back. Yichen was the first one to notice the strange look on the middle-aged man's face. The ocean beast was moving at a high speed, it could move 70 to 80 meters within a blink of an eye. However, 10 miles away from the back of the ship, a silhouette was flying over at an even higher speed. Wherever the silhouette reached, tornadoes would be dispelled and chaotic airflows would be pushed away. Because of the low altitude of the ocean beast, the waves on the Wild Goose Falling River were surging violently. A hundreds of meters long gully was created on the river, and the water was pushed to both sides. However, this wasn't enough to surprise the others. What surprised them was that the silhouette had a huge pair of black wings on his back. The wingspan of the wings was 20 to 30 meters long, and the pair of wings seemed to cover the entire sky. Swoosh. When the silhouette was less than a mile away from the ocean beast, the pair of black wings flapped and instantly appeared on the prow of the ship. The tremendous wind force generated by the silhouette made the ocean beast sway ceaselessly, as if it was going to fall over. Senior Crowman, I am Su Changjian, one of the deacons of the South Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged man bowed, cupped his hands and said politely. When the silhouette landed on the prow of the ship, the others finally saw the silhouette's face clearly. It was a scrawny middle-aged man wearing a black robe. Behind his back, a pair of seemingly real and fake black wings folded up, then merged with his body. From the outside, not even a trace of the pair of wings could be seen. The scrawny middle-aged man laughed and said, I've been flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, I'm a bit tired. Can you take a rest on the ocean beast of the South Chamber of Commerce? Senior, you must be joking, it's my honor. Haha, that's great. Chapter 176. Now that there was an astral-reaching realm warrior on the ship, no one dared to say a word as they were afraid that they might annoy him. Some of the more timid ones even hid in the cabin. Seeing this, the Black Crow Taoist smiled and said, "You guys talk, I won't eat you. The Black Crow Man is one of my most respected seniors, no need to be afraid." Su Changjian heard him and laughed as well. Hearing Su Changjian's words, everyone relaxed a little bit, but they still did not dare to talk too loudly, they just talked in a low voice. "This is the first time I have seen an astral-reaching realm warrior. I wonder where this Black Crow Man is from. Even Captain Su Changjian is so respectful to him, he must be extremely powerful. The chi coming from the Black Crow Man is way too powerful, as unpredictable as this wild goose falling river. Compared to him, the powerful warriors in my family are just ordinary people. Exactly, the higher the level of a warrior, the bigger the gap between each level. I heard that an astral-reaching realm warrior could kill a late-clasping Yuan realm warrior with a flick of his finger." Yichen took a quick glance at the Black Crow Taoist, then turned his eyes back. He thought to himself, he is indeed very powerful. His Jin Yuan vibration is as vast as a river, immeasurably deep. What's different from clasping Yuan realm martial artists is that the Jin Yuan vibration of astral-reaching realm martial artists spreads out in the form of a whirlpool, which gives people a feeling that they can crush a diamond. However, comparing the two, the Black Crow Taoist is at least 30% more powerful than the Thunder Freer. Living in the Windy Nation, how could I meet so many powerful warriors? First it was Thunder Freer, now it's the Black Crow Man. All of them are powerful warriors that most of the warriors can only look up to. Standing on the bow of the ship, the Black Crow Man did not move at all. He suddenly turned around and said to Su Changjian, "Do you have any wine? Give me a pot." "Sir, please wait here." Su Changjian entered the cabin and looked for the wine for the Black Crow Man. Soon, Su Changjian walked out, he smiled and threw the wine bottle to the Black Crow Man. "Sir, this is the famous pear blossom wine of our South Chamber of Commerce." Uncorking the bottle, the Black Crow Man poured the wine into his mouth without caring about anything else, then murmured, "Great wine, fragrant and mellow, I might need to buy hundreds of bottles from your South Chamber of Commerce in the future." "Hee, sir, if you want to buy it yourself, our South Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you a discount." The ocean beast headed north for another 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Gradually the wild goose falling river became narrower. Before, it was 400 to 500 miles wide, even 700 to 800 miles wide, but now it was only 100 to 200 miles wide. Standing on the deck of the ocean beast, one could already see numerous towering mountains and numerous port cities along the banks of the wild goose falling river. The Crow Taoist threw the empty bottle in his hand into the river, looked to the right and laughed, "I haven't seen you for 10 years. Today I can finally have a good fight." As if it was responding to the voice of the Crow Taoist, on the right side of the shore about 100 miles away, a mountain peak that was thousands of feet high suddenly released a towering fiery light. The fiery light was as red as the sun, and even the color of the nearby river had changed. It was a sea of sparkling orange. "Haha, I'm going." The Black Crow Taoist greeted Su Changjian, and a pair of huge black wings stretched out from his back. With a flap of the wings, his body soared into the sky and shot towards the direction of the fiery light. On the way, his body was surrounded by a black airflow that looked like a dark cloud. It was powerful and oppressive. "Senior, take care." Su Changjian's voice was heard. Yichen squinted his eyes, he saw a vague human figure standing in the middle of the fiery light. Seriously speaking, this human figure was not something that he could see. It was just that the aura of the opponent was way too powerful, and was captured by Yichen's soul power, which automatically formed a shadow. It was just like a blind man who had familiarized himself with a certain environment over a long period of time. Another astral-reaching realm warrior. Yichen slowly let out a breath of hot air. "Captain Su, are the wings of the Black Crow Taoist the Zhen Yuan that you mentioned?" After the Black Crow Taoist had left, the pressure on the crowd had disappeared, so someone could not help but ask. Su Changjian laughed. The Zhen Yuan transformation is indeed one of the abilities of the astral-reaching realm warriors, but unless they have no other choice, very few people would use it. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. With the power of a clasping Yuan realm warrior, all of them can transform their Jin Qi. However, compared to a warrior who can transform his Jin Qi using a martial skill, which one is more powerful? Of course, a warrior who can transform his Jin Qi using a martial skill is more powerful. Directly transforming his Jin Qi into a physical form is no different from a normal attack, it is just a bit more flashy. Indeed, it is the same for astral-reaching realm warriors. The wings of the Black Crow Taoist are actually a martial art, called the Great Black Crow Art. It is much more powerful than the normal Zhenyuan transformation. Not only can it increase the speed, it can also increase the speed of the Zhenyuan circulation. It is one of the most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Flying Devil Martial School? Is it the rank 6 martial school of the Black Dragon Empire? The Black Crow Taoist is a powerful warrior from the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. I see. None of them were stupid. With just a little reminder, they immediately knew about the background of the Black Crow Taoist priest. All of them were dumbfounded. In their eyes, a grade 6 martial institution was definitely a colossus. If a grade 9 to grade 7 martial institution was considered a big martial institution, then a grade 6 martial institution could be considered as a super martial institution. They could easily destroy a small country or a big martial institution. Boom. In everyone's sight, that mountain that had exploded with a fiery light suddenly shattered into pieces and collapsed. The shockwave turned into a solid substance, spreading out in all directions. The Black Crow Taoist is fighting against someone. Shattering a mountain with a single move, that's so powerful. Yichen was trying to simulate the fight with his soul power, but the fight between the Black Crow Taoist and that person was way too fast. Within a single moment, hundreds of moves had already been launched, and Yichen didn't have enough time to react. If he tried to simulate the fight by force, he would only end up with nothing but chaos. The ocean beast didn't slow down at all. Within half an hour, it had already moved over 500 miles, leaving that shattered mountain far behind, until the ocean beast couldn't see anything anymore. 10 days later, the Wild Goose Falling River narrowed again from over 100 miles to 50 miles. Early morning. Yichen pushed open the cabin door, walked out and took a deep breath of fresh air. After 20 days of hard training, my great mystery art has broken into the 8th level. The quality of my Jin Qi has already surpassed the Jin Qi cultivated with low-rank Earth Realm martial arts, but the quantity is still a bit lower. Yichen hadn't practiced any low-rank Earth Realm martial arts, but he had seen some early clasping Yuan Realm martial artists who had practiced low-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Comparing them with the 8th level of the Great Mystery Art, Yichen could easily figure out how powerful the 8th level of the Great Mystery Art was. Gazing into the distance, Jihao saw 2 straight canyons faintly visible. In the afternoon, people went to the deck to sunbathe. Su Changjian pointed at the front and said, "About 300 to 400 miles away, we'll see the most famous natural moat gorge on the Wild Goose Falling River." Natural moat gorge? The one that was split into 2 by someone? The bearded middle-aged man couldn't help but change his expression. Split into 2 by someone? Yichen was shocked. From 300 to 400 miles away, he could already tell that the natural moat gorge was enormous and tall, at least 10 times larger than the windy mountain where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. Who was able to split it into 2? That kind of power was way too terrifying. Su Changjian said, 500 years ago the natural moat gorge wasn't a gorge, nor was it called the natural moat gorge. Instead, it was called the Sky Pillar Mountain, standing on the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River. It was 18,000 meters high and occupied thousands of miles in radius. One day 2 life and death realm warriors were battling there. One of them, who was called the Battle King, threw out a sword attack and directly cut the Sky Pillar Mountain in half. Half of the mountain was forcibly moved to the center of the Wild Goose Falling River, forming a huge valley that was more than 10 kilometers wide. It also created a new branch, which is the current natural Moat Valley waterway, which is thousands of miles long. A fight between 2 life and death realm martial artists, and the Battle King split the Sky Pillar Mountain into 2 with a single sword move. Yichen gasped in shock. As the ocean beast approached, people finally saw the natural moat gorge. This gorge was 17,000 to 18,000 meters high, and was divided into 2 parts. The periphery of both parts of the gorge was steep, like the silhouettes of mountains, while the inside part of the gorge was perfectly straight. As Su Changjian said, the 2 parts of the gorge were cut into 2 by someone with a sword, thus forming a perfectly straight inner part of the gorge. The height of the 2 parts of the gorge was equal, and the inner part of the gorge was perfectly straight. "We can't go into the natural moat gorge, let's go through the main road on the side." Every time they passed by this place, Su Changjian would remind the members of the Chamber of Commerce, and this time was no exception. "Don't worry, Deacon, we don't want to die yet." The member of the Chamber of Commerce, who was controlling the direction of the ocean beast, smiled. This time Yichen couldn't help but ask, "What's so special about this gorge? Why can't we go through it?" Su Changjian rubbed his own chin and responded, "You'll know soon." The long waterway flashed across, and two waterways appeared in front of the ocean beast. One led to the natural moat gorge, while the other led to the main road of the Wild Goose Falling River. The ocean beasts were already very close to the natural moat gorge. Compared to the natural moat gorge, the ocean beasts were even smaller than ants. The strong contrast between the ocean beasts and the natural moat gorge made all the people on the ship fall into a trance and feel a subtle fear. But all of a sudden, without any reason, a terrifyingly sharp sense of power spread over from the natural moat gorge and shrouded the ocean beast. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen was even weaker than those rich people who only knew a little bit about martial arts. He opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the deck. Su Changjian glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, but why couldn't he withstand the sense of power released from the natural moat gorge? This had never happened before. Not to mention that this place was still a short distance away from the natural moat gorge, so the sense of power released from the natural moat gorge wasn't that great. After being surprised for a while, Jianghu stopped worrying about it and said, "The reason why we can't go through the natural moat gorge is that back then, when the Battle King split the Sky Pillar Mountain open, the remaining sword intent still lingered in the natural moat gorge for 500 years. If we go into the natural moat gorge rashly, our souls would definitely be crushed by that terrifying sword intent, and we would be dead for sure. It's said that some astral-reaching realm martial artists have gone into the natural moat gorge, but since then no one has ever seen them and they are most likely dead." Chapter 177. The sword intent that hasn't dissipated for 500 years? Just now, when the fierce aura spread out, Yi Chen immediately knew that it was the sword intent. After all, he had almost reached the entry level of the sword intent, so he knew more about it than the others. Because of this, when the two sword intents confronted each other, Yi Chen's sword intent was suddenly shattered, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Hearing Su Changjian say that this was the remaining sword intent of the Battle King from 500 years ago, Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. After 500 years, this sword intent hadn't dissipated yet, which meant that it was definitely not only the entry-level sword intent, but something even higher than the entry-level sword intent. As for what kind of sword intent surpassed the entry-level sword intent, Yi Chen didn't know. Life and death realm warriors are indeed powerful. If the sword intent of the natural moat gorge was at its peak, who could possibly block it? Perhaps only life and death realm warriors could. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chen sighed slightly. He didn't know what to feel. A strange look appeared on Yi Chen's face. The broken sword, which had been staying quietly in the storage ring, suddenly started shaking slightly, as if something was attracting it. Ding, ding, dang. The broken sword was divided into two parts. One was the upper part and the other was the hilt and the lower part of the sword. Now the two parts, which were originally one, were rushing up at an extremely high speed, bumping against the space wall of the storage ring and letting out clear metal clangs. Is it? Yi Chen thought of a possibility. The broken sword might be the Battle King's sword, or it might have something to do with the natural moat gorge. Back in the Northwest auction, he remembered that the auctioneer had said that this broken sword had a history of 500 years, and 500 years ago, the Battle King had fought against a life and death realm warrior. This is unbelievable. This broken sword is probably the Battle King's sword, and now it's being summoned by the sword intent, trying to rush out of the storage ring. Yi Chen wasn't worried that the broken sword would run away. The space wall of the storage ring was very solid, and a broken sword which had already lost its spirit couldn't possibly break through the space wall, unless it had the power to break the space. The ocean beast flew past the natural moat gorge. When it was the closest to the natural moat gorge, the frequency of the broken sword clashing against the space wall abruptly increased. Within a single moment, it had clashed against the space wall for at least tens of hundreds of times, letting out waves of raging fire sparks that even melted some low-grade spirit stones that were standing close to it. However, this was only temporary. As the ocean beast moved further away from the natural moat gorge, the frequency of the broken sword's attacks gradually decreased, and eventually quieted down completely, lying quietly in the storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen thought to himself, "I don't have the strength to enter the natural moat gorge right now. Once I'm strong enough, I might be able to go in and take a look. I'll see if the broken sword is really the warlord's sword." Also, the only broken part of the sword might be in there. The final destination of the ocean beast was the Three-River City, the largest port city in the spirit-reaching country. Sanjiang City Port. There were people coming and going at the pier, and there were all kinds of ships docked at the riverside. There were cargo ships, passenger ships, and even warships. There were no less than 100 of them, densely packed together. People, the Three-River City is one of the branches of the South Chamber of Commerce. This is the final destination, please get off the ship. The ocean beast docked at the pier, and Su Changjian stood on the deck and said to the crowd, I'm going to the Elephant Mountain Nation. It seems that I'll have to take a ship. I'm going to the Gray Mystery Nation, but it's a bit far. I'll rest in the Three-River City for a couple of days first. Only a few of them had agreed to go to the spirit-reaching city at the beginning. The others only boarded the ship because the ocean beast was fast. Otherwise, they would have taken other routes, which would have been much shorter. After getting off the ship, Yichen didn't start his journey right away. There were still 200,000 to 300,000 miles to go from here to the Gray Mystery Nation, so he didn't have to rush. The Three-River City was very prosperous, but also very crowded. Walking on the street, Yichen glanced over and saw a huge crowd of people everywhere. My dear guest, I'm sorry our restaurant is full. Would you like to try other restaurants? My dear guest, our restaurant is full as well. Other restaurants might have some vacant rooms. I'm really sorry, my dear guest. To be honest with you, all the restaurants in the outer city of the Three-River City are full every day. I'm afraid that only the inner city can have vacant rooms. After walking into 7 or 8 restaurants in a row, Yichen found that all of them were full. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The population density of the Three-River City was indeed amazing. But of course, from this, one could tell how prosperous the Three-River City was. I'd better go to the inner city. Famous big cities usually had inner cities such as Luo City, where the Yi family was located, the Happy City, where the Northwest Auction House was located, and the Gale City, which was located on the Great Devil Grassland. All of these cities had an inner city, and normally only people with high social status or great wealth could live in the inner city. After paying the expensive entrance fee, Yichen walked into the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the streets in the inner city were wider, but the population density was much lower. At least, people didn't have to rub shoulders with each other. Yichen, it's you. A familiar voice came from behind him. Yichen turned around, saw the face of the man, then grinned and said, Lin Yu, long time no see. Why are you also in the Three-River City? The man who had called Yichen's name was Lin Yu, the head disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, a rank 7 institution in the Elephant Mountain Nation. Back in the Tomb of the Heaven Dream ancient region, he and Yichen and Lung Wuqing had fought against martial zombies together. Lin Yu laughed and said, Should I ask you? The Elephant Mountain Nation is not far from the Spirit-Speaking Nation, but your Windy Nation is quite far from here. I came out to gain some experience. Gain experience? Good idea. But the leader thinks that I'm not powerful enough, and wants me to gain more experience. Lin Yu showed an envious look. Yichen smiled. He could understand the leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He had spent a lot of effort to raise a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, and he couldn't let him die before he matured. I'm planning to stay in the Three-River City for a couple of days, what about you? I'm here for a party, why don't you come as well? No matter what, you're the most powerful young martial artist among the 9 nations, you're qualified to join this party. Yichen was confused, what party? It's held by a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist from the Spirit-Speaking Nation. The invited guests are all hidden dragon-ranked martial artists from the few neighboring countries, and the Elephant Mountain Nation is right next to the Spirit-Speaking Nation. I think I'm not going, they didn't invite me, it's not appropriate. Why not? Usually people come uninvited, I'm sure this time will be the same. Helplessly, Yichen had no choice but to accept the invitation. Outside a dazzling and magnificent restaurant, Lin Yu said, Let's go in, the party will be held in the yard behind the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, the two walked across the lobby and came to a large, luxurious yard behind the restaurant. The party would be held in the 3rd luxurious yard. Please come in. Outside the yard, a waiter was waiting for them. Lin Yu nodded, then walked straight in with Yichen. This large, luxurious yard belonged to the restaurant, and was used to entertain distinguished guests. Every yard occupied an extremely large area, and the interior of the yard was quite unique, with fake mountains, green waters, pavilions, terraces, and other buildings. Walking into the colorful garden, Yichen slightly narrowed his eyes. On the broad, flat ground, there were only around 10 young people, both male and female. Without any surprise, all of these people were clasping Yuan realm martial artists. 2 of them were even mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Strong Jin Qi vibrations were rippling like water. Haha, brother Lin Yu, you're here as well. The handsome young man who had been talking and laughing noticed Lin Yu, stood up and said with a smile. Hee, it seems that I'm late. Lin Yu cupped his hands and said to Yi Qin in a low voice, this is the host of this party, his name is Qi Xiaofeng, ranked 38th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, and is now a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, very powerful. Hearing Lin Yu, Yi Qin glanced at him. Qi Xiaofeng's body was well-proportioned, and he had restrained his Zhen Qi. His eyes didn't look as fierce as before, instead, they were as gentle as a spring breeze. However, Yi Qin dared not to underestimate him. All the top 50 of the last Hidden Dragon ranking were early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and now that 2 years had passed, it wouldn't be strange for him to become a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I was wondering who it was. It's Lin Yu. I haven't seen you for a long time. I guess you've improved a lot. But if you don't have any tricks up your sleeves, you might be eliminated in this Hidden Dragon ranking. The arrogant young man standing beside Qi Xiaofeng didn't stand up either. Instead, he threw a glance at Lin Yu and said. Lin Yu responded, just so, how can I compare with you? Who's that kid standing beside you? I've never seen him before. Don't tell me you're treating this place like a tea party, where anyone can come in. Lin Yu laughed and responded, I brought him here, of course he's qualified. Well, tell me. Qi Xiaofeng was a bit curious about Yi Qin as well. He believed that Lin Yu wouldn't bring an irrelevant person here. Lin Yu introduced Yi Qin to the crowd and said, he's Yi Qin, the most powerful young martial artist in the 9 nations, including our Elephant Mountain country. Even Yuan Hengying had suffered a great loss in his hands. I guess he's still recovering. Yuan Hengying had suffered a great loss in his hands? The crowd all fixed their eyes on Yi Qin. Qi Xiaofeng grinned and said, Yuan Hengying's power is not to be underestimated. Since you've defeated him, you're indeed qualified to join this party. Come this way, please. Facing the crowd's gazes, Yi Qin showed no change in his expression. He found a seat and sat down, after which beautiful maids came over to pour him some tea or wine. I was wondering how powerful you are, but you've only defeated Yuan Hengying. To be honest, you really don't have any powerful martial artists in the 9 nations. Gao Yuan took a sip of the tea and said carelessly. Sitting beside Yi Qin, Lin Yu said, that guy named Gao Yuan, although he's quite arrogant, he's actually quite powerful. He was ranked 46th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking competition, and is now a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He's much more powerful than Mo Wuxia and Yuan Hengying, and I heard that he's been through quite a lot of adventures, and has mastered a powerful martial art. Lin Yu had brought Yi Qin here for some other reason. For example, he wanted to let the crowd know that there were still some powerful young martial artists in the 9 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Murong Qingqing is late. At this moment, a silvery voice came from outside the backyard. Soon, a young woman in a purple dress walked in. She was about 20 years old, had a slim and graceful body, and her face was covered with a thin veil. Although no one could see her real face, judging from her beautiful face, she must be a peerless beauty. A gentle breeze blew across, and a natural orchid-like fragrance drifted over, which was even more intoxicating than the aroma of flowers in the backyard. Chapter 178. A peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist? Yi Qin's pupils suddenly shrunk. This young girl, who was wearing a thin veil over her face, was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Under Yi Qin's soul power, the Zhen Qi vibration released from her body was like a raging river, surging violently. Lin Yu paused for a second, then slowly turned his head around and said to Yi Qin in a low voice, Murong Qingqing, the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Black Dragon Empire. She was ranked 27th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. It said that she's as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Sky Flying Devil Martial School? Yi Qin thought to himself, what a coincidence. Back in the Wild Goose Falling River, he had met the Black Crow Taoist, an elder of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, and now in the Three River City, he had met the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, Murong Qingqing. Lin Yu said, the Black Dragon Empire is not too far away from the Spirit-speaking nation, but very few people would show respect to Qi Xiaofeng. This time, why did Murong Qingqing come here? I don't understand. After all the top 30 Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists are very proud, and they wouldn't make friends with people who are ranked too low. The appearance of Murong Qingqing had changed the atmosphere in the garden. All the young men tidied their clothes and sat up straight, trying to show the best side of themselves to Murong Qingqing, while the few girls snorted coldly. They were quite unhappy. However, they had to admit that no matter if it was in terms of temperament or figure, they were all far inferior to Murong Qingqing. As for appearance, everyone knew that Murong Qingqing was one of the two most beautiful girls in the Black Dragon Empire, and even many princes of the Black Dragon Empire wanted to marry her. Qi Xiaofeng's eyes were burning with passion. He hurriedly walked up to Murong Qingqing, smiled and said, "Miss Murong, you're here, please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Just call me Murong." Murong Qingqing gave a sweet smile and responded, "All right Murong, sit here." Qi Xiaofeng gestured with his right hand. Following Qi Xiaofeng's words, Murong Qingqing sat down beside Qi Xiaofeng. She picked up the cup of tea that had just been served to her, took a sip, then glanced around with her pair of beautiful eyes. Seeing Yi Qin, who was sitting in the outer circle, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She didn't remember this name being in the Hidden Dragon ranking, so he must be a rising star. There was nothing special about this gathering. It was just a place for everyone to exchange feelings or some of their own experiences. Of course, as the young elites of their respective countries, their achievements in martial arts and cultivation were undoubtedly the main theme of this gathering, which would never change. Brother Zhang, I heard that your divine wind break has already reached the 9th stage. I wonder how powerful it is. I don't think he is weak. The wind god break is the ultimate technique of my wind riding sect. Its power is naturally not weak. Even Brother He's Vajra protection art may not be able to block it. Oh, since that's the case, let's exchange a few moves. Let's see if your divine wind break or my Vajra protection art is stronger. As you wish. While they were chatting, some of them couldn't help but invite each other to a duel. Qi Xiaofeng was well prepared for this. He cleared a large space for the two of them, then smiled and said, "The Hidden Dragon rank competition has not started yet, you two can stop here, just in case you hurt our friendship." "Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'll be gentle as well." Both of them were ranked very close to each other in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Both of them had the intention to compete with each other. Therefore, both of them showed their sharpness in their tone. Neither of them would back down. Qi Xiaofeng let out a bitter smile and stepped back to stand beside Murong Qingqing. Boom. On the open area, the two who had invited each other to a duel had already launched a move. The sturdy young man's entire body was wrapped up by a layer of golden shield. The shield didn't look like a simple airflow, instead, it looked like a layer of golden water ripples, thick and solid, perfectly protecting his body. On the other side, the skinny young man's long hair fluttered in the air while a cyan whirlwind condensed behind his back. The whirlwind was compressed into an oval shape, with a dark cyan color in the center. As the skinny young man launched a punch, a cyan whirlwind immediately appeared on his arm, fiercely attacking towards his opponent. Lin Yu introduced the two to Yi Qin. The one who launched the Vajra protection art is Zhao Gang. He was ranked 65th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. The one who launched the Wind God Break is Cheng Feng. He was ranked 60th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Although their ranks are different, their strengths are almost the same. I wonder who will be more powerful. Yi Qin said, "Probably Zhao Gang." What? Lin Yu showed a confused look. Yi Qin grinned and said, "Although Cheng Feng's attacks are fierce, like a thunderstorm, he won't be able to break Zhao Gang's Vajra protection art within a short period of time. While defending, Zhao Gang has already started to look for Cheng Feng's flaws. If I'm not wrong, once Cheng Feng's Jinqi stagnates, Zhao Gang will launch a full-power counterattack." Hearing Yi Qin, Lin Yu turned his eyes to the fighting area, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. The fight between the two of them was way too fast. It was hard for other martial artists at the same level to analyze it. Even if they could analyze it, they wouldn't be able to do what Yi Qin had done and tell the whole story. Gao Yuan, who was standing not far away, laughed at Lin Yu and said, "Shameless boasting." Lin Yu didn't take Yi Qin's words seriously, but of course he would defend his own friend. He said, "We're just talking about ourselves, what does it have to do with you? Chim, everyone here is more powerful than you two. Brother Qi invited you here to give you a chance to see the world, to let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't think that just because you're able to attend this gathering, you're powerful enough to compete with us." Yi Qin didn't get angry at all. He said blandly, "In terms of power, you're only average among all of us. You're not qualified to teach us a lesson." A cold beam of light flashed across Gao Yuan's eyes. "Among you 9 nations, the most powerful one is only ranked 54th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. If you think that you can beat them, you'll be able to dominate the younger generation. What a joke. Don't overestimate yourself. The few people standing around had always looked down on the other 9 nations, including the Wind Nation and the Elephant Mountain Nation. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, they all showed scornful looks. Where did this kid come from? Does he really think he's a big shot? In all the previous Hidden Dragon ranking competitions, the 9 nations have always been at the bottom. Last time, Wuxia showed up arrogantly, but he was still beaten by us. This time, another arrogant guy showed up. Lin Yu's face darkened. He said to Yi Qin in a low voice, "Yi Qin, can Zhao Gang really win?" "That's about right." Yi Qin didn't take the other's words to heart. He dared to say that Zhao Gang would win because of his soul power. The argument between the two of them had already caught Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing's attention. Qi Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "This guy is too reckless." A strange look flashed across Murong Qingqing's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Boom. The golden light and cyan light clashed against each other, bringing up dazzling fire sparks. "Zhao Gang, your turtle shell is indeed hard to break, but I'd like to see how you're going to block this attack of mine." Cheng Feng's body darted up into the air. He spread his arms and threw a heavy kick. A cyan whirlwind appeared on his right leg, spinning madly and condensing into a cone-shaped cyan whirlwind under his foot, swiftly piercing towards Zhao Gang. Seeing this, Gao Yuan sneered. He thought that Zhao Gang would never be able to block this attack. Most of the others also thought the same. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Clang. Zhao Gang's golden shield twisted and was about to shatter. Suddenly, Zhao Gang raised his left arm and slapped heavily on Cheng Feng's foot. Cheng Feng leaned his body, laughed and said, "That was just a prelude, great storm." Swish, 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 swish. All of a sudden, tens of silhouettes surrounded Zhao Gang and launched attacks at him. Those sharp streams of air slowly broke his golden shield. "Cheng Feng, you're too reckless. You lose." Zhao Gang's body remained motionless. All of a sudden, a silhouette flashed across the air. His gold-like palm pierced through the layers of silhouettes and landed on Cheng Feng's protective Jin Qi. Bang! Cheng Feng thought that he had suppressed Zhao Gang, but he didn't expect that Zhao Gang was also looking for his flaws. At this moment, Cheng Feng had already used up all of his previous power and hadn't released any new power yet. Therefore he couldn't help but move a little bit slower, and didn't have enough time to dodge. In the next moment, his protective Jin Qi was shattered, and he was sent flying backwards, blood gushing out of his mouth corners. "Thanks for letting me win." Zhao Gang laughed and stepped back into the crowd. Many people didn't know how to react to this result, including Qi Xiaofeng. In their eyes, Cheng Feng's overall power should be slightly higher than Zhao Gang's. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Qin in surprise. Yi Qin's power was exactly the same as what he had said. Shaking his head, Lin Yu felt great. He hurriedly turned his head to Gao Yuan and said sarcastically, "Ah, who said we were boasting just now? Brother Gao Yuan, isn't it?" Gao Yuan's face darkened. Lin Yu stopped looking at Zhao Gang and murmured to himself, "Some people are so full of themselves, yet they still pretend to be so arrogant. Did this brat guess it? It must be, he's only at the early clasping Yuan realm. But, seeing them being so arrogant, I'm not happy at all. Who wants to go up and fight with them, teach them a good lesson?" "No need, Brother Gao Yuan can't stand it anymore." While the crowd was talking, Gao Yuan took a step forward, pointed his finger at Lin Yu and Yi Qin and said, "Bullshit, which one of you dares to fight with me? Or you can come at me together. Otherwise people will say that I, Gao Yuan, am bullying you." Before Yi Qin said anything, Lin Yu walked up and said, "Come at me together? You really think too highly of yourself. I'll fight with you first." Yi Qin didn't move. Before the fight started, he couldn't tell how powerful the two of them were. Lin Yu might be able to win. Gao Yuan sneered and said, "If I can't beat you within 10 moves, I'll give up. I'd like to see how you're going to beat me within 10 moves. After the trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, Lin Yu had realized that he was still not powerful enough. Therefore he had been practicing his martial arts in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this gathering and humiliated himself. On the open area, the two of them stood 20 meters away from each other. "Lin Yu, now I'll let you know the real gap between us." Gao Yuan took a deep breath and released a bright blue light from his body. Within the blue light, electric bolts were sparkling and jumping. Being licked by the electric bolts, the flat flagstone was instantly scorched black and cracked. Thunder Jin Qi. Yi Qin was slightly surprised. Chapter 179. Among all kinds of Jinqi, without a doubt, the Thunder Jinqi and the Fire Jinqi were relatively more powerful, the Earth Jinqi and the Gold Jinqi focused on defense, and the Water Jinqi was the most powerful one. As for the other rare kinds of Jinqi, some were strong, some were weak. For example, the Ice Jinqi was one of the most powerful ones. But of course nothing was absolute. Jinqi with different attributes was only one of the factors in a martial artist's fighting power. It couldn't control the overall situation. What truly mattered was the martial artist's own abilities. Lin Yu, take this. Lightning bolts flashed across the air. The distance of 20 meters was completely ignored by Gao Yuan. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Yu and threw a punch that was wrapped in dazzling lightning bolts. What a fast speed. Lin Yu was slightly shocked. Cyan yellow earth waves burst out from his body and spread out, neutralizing Gao Yuan's fist power. Pop, pop. Countless tiny lightning bolts burst out, swimming in the air. Do you think you can hold on for 10 moves just by defending? Gao Yuan sneered while his left fist, which was wrapped in even fiercer lightning bolts, smashed on the cyan yellow earth waves. Because of the high speed, a shrill sonic boom was generated. At this moment, Gao Yuan's attack speed had reached the speed of sound. Standing beside Murong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng said, Lin Yu is in danger. Gao Yuan, supported by the Thunder Jinqi, is not only powerful but also fast. Indeed, but I don't think Lin Yu will be defeated so easily. Murong Qingqing said. The cyan yellow earth waves were penetrated layer by layer. Lin Yu finally launched his counterattack. Want to defeat me? 10 moves are far from enough. Back off. Lin Yu didn't back off, instead he moved forward and threw a punch. The fierce fist power instantly transformed into a 3 feet tall Jinqi cauldron, clashing against Gao Yuan's fist. Boom. Two different kinds of fist power clashed against each other. The impact force generated by the collision immediately cut off a thick layer of the ground. The aftershock even collapsed the walls of the courtyard, which were quite far away. Thunder light rush. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's silhouettes clashed against each other, then immediately separated. After all, Gao Yuan's cultivation was higher than Lin Yu's. His feet left deep marks on the ground and soon he stopped his body from retreating. Next, his hands released a water tank-thick lightning bolt towards Lin Yu. Crack. The lightning bolt was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and only when it reached 3 steps away from Lin Yu did the ground crack, and an arc-shaped scorched mark appeared on the ground. Conquering the world. Gao Yuan's power was way beyond Lin Yu's expectation. At this moment, Lin Yu had already forgotten about everything else. He started circulating his Jinqi at an extremely high speed, slightly spread his feet and crossed his arms. His strong cyan yellow Jinqi transformed into a 2-man tall Jinqi cauldron, shielding Lin Yu against the lightning bolts. Clang. Dazzling lightning and the sound of metal rubbing against each other erupted at the same time. Shock waves mixed with electric arcs and sound waves raged wildly, sweeping toward the surrounding people. At this moment, it was not hard to tell who was more powerful. The weaker ones had no choice but to set up a thick layer of Jinqi shield in front of their bodies to counteract the impact of the shockwaves, while the more powerful ones either broke the shockwaves with a single punch or activated their protective Jinqi. The most powerful ones were Qi Xiaofeng, Murong Qingqing, and another mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Qi Xiaofeng's palm was as sharp as a blade, and as he swung it across the air, no matter how powerful the shockwave was, it was cut into two like a piece of paper and disappeared in the air. The other mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, whose name was unknown, straightened his palm and shielded himself. Once the shockwave touched his palm, it was like a bean that had been smashed by a huge millstone, and was instantly crushed. As for Murong Qingqing, who was the most powerful one among the crowd, she smiled, curled her long and slim finger and flicked slightly. Pop. The shockwave spread in the opposite direction, as if this slight movement of her finger had changed the direction of the shockwave. Impressive. Although Yichen was looking at the others, he didn't slow down at all. He raised his right index and middle finger and swung across the air, easily cutting the shockwave apart. On the ground, streams of blood oozed out from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, and his clothes were slightly scorched. Gao Yuan laughed out loud and said, "It seems that I've overestimated you. You've been boasting about how powerful you are, but you can only take 3 of my moves. The winner hasn't been decided yet, it's too early to be happy. Take this." Lin Yu cast an unknown martial art, and a cyan yellow stream of Jinqi swooshed up from his body, seeming to be even stronger than before. After that, he let out a great roar, spread his arms, and launched an attack towards Gao Yuan. Rumble. A 10-meter tall, 20-meter wide, gigantic Zhenqi cauldron descended from the sky and pressed down. Trying to suppress me? Gao Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His body suddenly became heavy, and all of his Zhenqi had been compressed into his body, disabling him from moving. In the next moment, the ground under his feet couldn't bear the pressure of the cauldron anymore, and suddenly caved in for a meter. The inside of the ground was exactly the same as the outside of the cauldron. Brr. Gao Yuan let out a ferocious roar, along with which dazzling lightning bolts burst out from his body once again. A vivid and lifelike lightning fist swooshed up into the sky and heavily punched on the Zhenqi cauldron. The Zhenqi cauldron was indeed huge, but apparently, it wasn't big enough to look like a real Zhenqi cauldron. Being struck by the lightning fist, the cauldron instantly exploded. Lin Yu let out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. You've pushed me to this extent, you're not bad. Now it's time for you to lose. Standing in the crater, Gao Yuan threw a punch towards Lin Yu from a distance. Along with a terrifyingly great power, his lightning fist roared towards Lin Yu. This punch, Lin Yu can't take it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's body transformed into a shred of afterimage and darted in front of Lin Yu. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and hacked on the lightning fist. Lightning bolts burst out and Gao Yuan grinned viciously. This punch of his was powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, and even a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist wouldn't be able to take it. The lightning fist split in the middle, and Yi Chen was perfectly unharmed. He blocked it? Impossible. Gao Yuan's expression froze, he couldn't believe his own eyes. All the people who were watching the fight were also shocked. Gao Yuan's lightning fist was split in half. Is this real? I guess Gao Yuan didn't use all of his power. After all, this punch was launched towards Lin Yu, he must have held back 20 to 30% of his power. Turning around, Yi Chen said to Lin Yu, I'll take care of this. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yu said in a serious tone, You be careful, he's much more powerful than he was 2 years ago, he can almost rival a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist now. I know what I'm doing. Waiting until Lin Yu stepped back into the crowd, Yi Chen fixed his eyes on Gao Yuan again. Gao Yuan leapt out of the crater, grinned and said, Not bad, you've managed to block 80% of my punch, you should be proud of yourself. So what if you've used all of your power? Just do it. I hope you can still be so stubborn later. Gao Yuan gave a long and resonant shout, along with which the lightning bolts around his body suddenly burst out, even more powerful than when he was fighting against Lin Yu. Obviously, he hadn't used all of his power before, Lin Yu wasn't worthy of him using all of his power at all. Just now, if Yi Chen hadn't cut that lightning fist open with a single sword move, he would have held back some of his power. But now he didn't have to hold back anymore, he was going to knock Yi Chen down with a single punch, and make him suffer even worse than Lin Yu. Gao Yuan took a step forward and the ground cracked under his feet. His right arm was wrapped in lightning bolts, which made it look like a lightning arm, as it swung towards Yi Chen along with an incomparably fierce aura. One thunder, two flashes. Crack. The huge lightning fist suddenly exploded in the air and split into two smaller lightning fists, attacking towards Yi Chen from the left and the right as fast as lightning. Not enough. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, his body also split into two, instantly cutting the two lightning fists open. Shadow splitting? Just a small trick. Gao Yuan was a bit disappointed that he couldn't beat Yi Chen with one punch, but he soon forgot about it. He took a deep breath, and the lightning bolts around his body converged onto his skin, condensing into a blurry lightning armor. The lightning armor looked quite intimidating, which made him look like an ancient warrior, incomparably powerful. Gao Yuan has even condensed the lightning armor. It is said that once the lightning armor is condensed, the power of the thunder and lightning godly fist would be increased by 50%. Qi Xiaofeng was a bit surprised. Murong Qingqing said, Since the last hidden dragon rank competition, everyone's power has increased by leaps and bounds. I think this year's hidden dragon rank competition will be even more intense. Of course, this year's hidden dragon rank competition is the most exciting occasion for the young generation of the South Zhuo region. It will be extremely hard to get a good ranking. While the two were talking, Gao Yuan yelled out coldly, Thunderstrike. Before the punch was fully launched, the ground around Gao Yuan's body had already cracked and collapsed, as if an invisible power was tearing them apart. After that, countless broken bricks floated up into the air, and endless lightning bolts sparkled in the air, filling up the entire space. In the next moment, a meteor-like lightning bolt darted out, leaving a tens of meters long fiery tail behind. The fiery tail was coiled with snake-like lightning bolts, letting out a series of crackling noises. But it was not over yet. Countless broken bricks and lightning bolts also darted out, seeming to carry the entire space towards Yi Chen. This punch is powerful enough to rival a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Gao Yuan has won. It's good for them to learn a lesson. Let them know that the outside world is huge, not something that their 9 nations can compete with. Although this punch hadn't reached its target yet, everyone was sure that Gao Yuan would win. Still not enough. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. His clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He gripped the dragon spring sword with both of his hands and swung it out. Although it seemed to be slow, it was actually fast and heavy. When he swung the dragon spring sword, everyone had a vague feeling that there was an invisible power surging in the air, which made everything in the surroundings quiet down. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a needle dropping, the sound of grass being blown by the wind, the sound of leaves rustling, and even the sound of one's own blood flowing. The broken bricks and lightning bolts were the first to be shattered. Under the power of this sword move, the invisible power had been activated, shattering everything in the air. Soon an even more dazzling lightning bolt flashed across. It was a stream of sword light that was as clear as a clear spring. It had easily hacked onto the meteor-like lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was as fast as lightning, and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, facing this stream of sword light, it was directly cut into 2. It was hacked into 2 again. Someone murmured. Chapter 180. How is this possible? I have already trained my thunder and lightning godly fist art to the thunder armor level. The power of my fist has been increased by 50%. Even a late clasping Yuan realm warrior might not be able to take it head on. How did he manage to break it with only one sword attack? Was that sword intent? Thinking of the word, sword intent, Gao Yuan was shocked. He looked at Yi Chen, who was covered in electric arcs, in disbelief. Yi Chen's body, which was not that tall, had been enlarged infinitely. An invisible sharp qi had torn the air apart and shattered the void. Swoosh. Among the bright electric arcs, Yi Chen walked out. His blue robe was clean and tidy without a single speck of dust on it. Before those electric snakes could even get within 3 feet of him, they would be shattered by his protective Jin Qi, which contained a sharp qi and couldn't hurt him at all. I have taken 3 punches from you. Now it is time for you to take 1 sword attack from me. A sharp light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. 2 beams of sword qi shot out from nowhere, landing on Gao Yuan's body. In the next second, Gao Yuan sensed it immediately. His hair stood up and his scalp was numb. Isn't it just 1 sword attack? I would like to see how you are going to break my defense with 1 sword attack. Gao Yuan was very scared of Yi Chen's sword intent. Although he had not experienced the power of the sword intent in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he could still remember the power of the sword intent. However, it was not a competition right now, so he had enough time to set up his defense. 3 layers of thunder and lightning. Lowering his body, Gao Yuan shouted with a low voice. He put his hands together and separated them. After doing this 3 times, 3 layers of blue thunder and lightning defense screens appeared in front of him, lined up neatly and stacked on top of each other. Looking from inside, the outside world suddenly became blurry. I did not expect that Gao Yuan would be forced to use all of his defenses. Once a sword artist has mastered the sword intent, his attacking power would double. Among the warriors at the same level, only a few would be able to compete with him. No wonder he did not take Gao Yuan seriously. But it should be impossible for him to break 3 layers of defense with 1 sword attack. Seeing that Yi Chen had mastered the sword intent, most of the people's faces turned serious. Reaching out her hand, Murong Qingqing smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind, and said with interest, "Entry level of sword intent. I don't think there are many people in the whole South Zhuo region who have reached this level, right?" Qi Xiaofeng paused for a second, then nodded and said, "In the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, there were 13 people who had mastered the sword intent, and 2 of them had reached the entry level of the sword intent. However, only 8 of them managed to make it to the top of the ranking list, as the other 5 were too weak, and still immature in using the sword intent. This time I'm afraid that they will make a comeback. There are over 100 billion people in the South Rudra region, but only 13 people under the age of 24 managed to comprehend the sword intent. I never thought that one of the 9 nations where Lin Yu is from, would be able to comprehend the entry-level sword intent. He is indeed not to be underestimated. Indeed, sword artists who have comprehended sword intent are extremely terrifying. They are able to maintain their battle power at its peak at all times. Any factor that is disadvantageous to the battle will be destroyed by the sword intent. Qi Xiaofeng took a deep breath and stared at Yi Chen with a pair of shining eyes. You have to catch it. Once Gao Yuan was ready, Yi Chen took a step forward and swung the dragon spring sword horizontally from left to right, without even the slightest trace of power. Along with the sword move, the air rippled like water and was sliced open. Pop, pop, pop. The 3 layers of thunder and lightning defensive screens only managed to block Ji Hao's attack for a split second, after which the screen was penetrated by the sword Qi. Gao Yuan, who was under the protection of the 3 layers of thunder and lightning, let out a mouthful of blood, and his thunder and lightning armor instantly shattered. Is this the power of the sword intent? Defense is nothing to him. Gao Yuan let out another mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. The back garden was deathly silent, and only the rustling of flowers and grasses could be heard from time to time. After quite a while, people started talking to each other. With only one sword move, Gao Yuan lost. This guy is incredibly powerful. If he could be a little bit more powerful, he would be another one of the most powerful warriors in the Hidden Dragon rank competition. Standing in the crowd, Lin Yu was silently admiring Ji Hao. He thought to himself, how long has it been? He has made such a great progress again. Thank you for letting me win. Cupping his hands, Yi Chen stepped back to Lin Yu's side. Yi Chen, Yi Chen said, initial success of the sword intent. Before, his sword intent had been infinitely close to the initial success. When he passed through the natural moat gorge, the remaining sword intent of the Battle King had not only shattered his sword intent, but had also brought him a slight bit of enlightenment. Added with the slight bit of enlightenment, he had finally broken through the shackles and reached the initial success of the sword intent. The initial success of the sword intent and the sword intent that was approaching the initial success seemed to be only one step away from the initial success, but the difference between the two was like the difference between a normal person and a disabled person. Just as I thought. Lin Yu nodded and sighed silently. Gao Yuan was defeated and didn't dare to provoke Yi Chen again. The others were slightly surprised but then stopped talking about this. To them, winning or losing was way too normal. The younger generation had never been willing to submit to each other, but if one of them lost, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was to go back and practice hard, and try to defeat their opponent in the future to wash away the shame they had suffered today. Under such a fierce competition, they had been making amazing progress, because they had to surpass their opponents over and over again. That kind of pressure was enough to stimulate their potentials bit by bit. Every time the younger generation reached their peak, the true spirit continent would become prosperous, and powerful warriors would emerge in great numbers. Murong, I didn't have the chance to fight against you in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, but this time, how about we have a short fight? Except for Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing, another mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fight against Murong Qingqing to see how powerful he was. Murong Qingqing smiled and responded, please. The air was as thick as water. Murong Qingqing's silhouette silently appeared in the middle of the field. At that moment, many people seemed to have stopped thinking. Force field? A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Lin Yu said in a low voice, Murong Qingqing has been cultivating one of the 2 most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Devil Great Art is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, divided into 15 levels. Once you reach the 6th level, you will be able to generate a Sky Devil force field, which allows you to control the air in the force field and increase your speed to the limit. Moreover, the Sky Devil force field will cancel out a part of the enemy's attack, or even all of it. Many people believe that she is as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rank. However, the one who challenged Murong Qingqing is not an ordinary person either. His name is Wei Renjie. He has already attained the Blade Intent 2 years ago, and is ranked 37th, even higher than Qi Xiaofeng. I wonder what level he has reached now. I've made the right decision to come here. I can actually watch a fight of such a high level. Finished speaking, Lin Yu felt his blood boiling. Top-rank Earth Realm martial art, Sky Devil Great Art. Blade Intent. Yi Chen slowly let out a long breath. The rank 6 Sky Flying Devil Martial School was indeed powerful. They even had a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which was not something a rank 7 martial institution could compare with. In this case, there was a reason why rank 7 and above martial institutions were called super martial institutions, because their comprehensive power was way too powerful. As for that young man named Wei Renjia, no wonder he wasn't affected by Murong Qingqing's aura. It turned out that he had attained the blade intent. Those who had attained the blade intent and the sword intent had a strong will, and wouldn't be easily affected by anything. But of course, once they were affected, the consequences would be extremely severe. In the best-case scenario, their blade intent and sword intent would be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, they would never be able to achieve anything in their entire lives. If your Sky Devil Great Art was still at the 6th level, you would probably be defeated by me, Wei Renjia. The young man named Wei Renjia laughed and walked towards the open area step by step. With every step he took, the blade intent released from his body would grow stronger. By the 7th step, the blade intent had swooshed up into the sky, slicing the surrounding air into pieces. Brother Wei, you seem to be quite confident. Murong Qingqing stood in the middle of the open area. The air around her was deathly still, without a single ripple. She wasn't affected by the blade intent at all. If I don't have confidence, I will naturally lose some momentum. How can I, Wei Renjia, not have confidence in myself? Chin. Wei Renjia drew his blade out of the scabbard and attacked first. The sharp blade chi, driven by the blade intent, was like a peerless dragon, slashing towards Murong Qingqing, who was not far away. Before the blade chi even reached her, the ground 3 meters around Murong Qingqing instantly caved in, and the area within 3 meters was where her force field was located. Break! Murong Qingqing took a step forward, her slender palm slapping onto the blade chi. Buzz! The air twisted rapidly. That slender palm looked weak and powerless, but it contained an extremely terrifying force field, twisting the trajectory of the blade chi. The blade chi was twisted, and its power was instantly reduced by 30%. It was shattered by Murong Qingqing's palm, disappearing into thin air. Stormy waves. Wei Renjia yelled, holding his blade with both hands and slashing down. Boom. The sound of crashing water was heard as an extremely thick bright blade chi broke through the water. It carried an extremely powerful poetic perspective as it sliced out violently, devouring everything in front of it. Yichen was secretly shocked by its power. Ranked 37th in the Hidden Dragon rank, he was indeed not a normal warrior. Sky Demon Power Field. Murong Qingqing looked slightly more serious as she pushed both of her hands forward, creating an even more horrifying force field in front of her. She was trying to twist the tide and the blade chi into pieces, turning them all into ashes. Crack. The first thing to be destroyed was the luxurious building behind Murong Qingqing. The building was split in the middle, creating a huge crack. Then Wei Renjia's blade chi had also been shattered. When the blade chi was about 5 meters away from Murong Qingqing, it had been twisted to its limit by the horrifying Sky Demon power field and shattered. The 7th level of the Sky Demon Great Art. Wei Renjia stared at Murong Qingqing but did not launch another attack. Being able to break half of my Sky Demon power field, your blade intent must have reached the entry level, right? Murong Qingqing smiled lightly and asked back. Putting his long blade back into the scabbard, Wei Renjia shook his head. I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which is extremely hard to train. Once it reaches the 7th level, its power will increase exponentially. With my current power, I still cannot break your 7th gravity field, so it is not a shame that I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art was indeed powerful, but it was not without its flaws, which was its slow training speed. Murong Qingqing had already reached the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but his Sky Demon Great Art was only at the 7th level. It would take a long time for him to reach the 8th level. On the other hand, Yi Chen's Great Mystery Art was not as powerful as the Sky Demon Great Art, but his training speed was many times faster. Once he reached the 9th or 10th level, his Great Mystery Art should not be any weaker than his Sky Demon Great Art's 7th level. Fortunately, his training speed had always been fast, so it should not be too far away. Yi Chen had seen all of this and was calculating in his mind. Chapter 181. As the fight between Murong Qingqing and Wei Renjia came to an end, the others didn't want to be left behind, and started fighting one after another, including Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng's weapon was a pair of special weapons, the Waning Moon Curved Wheel. With a single strike, his opponent, who was a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, was sent flying away. An arc-shaped slash mark was left on the ground between the two of them, which was half a zhang deep and tens of meters long. Lin Yu couldn't help but say to Yi Chen, although Qi Xiaofeng always looks like a nice guy, he's actually quite cruel. Yi Chen nodded. Some people looked like sheep but they were actually wolves. Once they were enraged, they could be even more terrifying than ordinary wolves. Putting the waning moon curved will back into his sleeve, Qi Xiaofeng glanced at the sky, then grinned and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's party is over. From now on, all the expenses will be on my tab. I believe I can still afford it. The Three River City's freshwater food is quite famous. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. Brother Qi, since you're so generous, I won't refuse. Hee, if you want to eat freshwater food, of course you have to go to the deck." Most of these people were young men who were full of vigor and vitality, and had already tasted the pleasure of fish and water. Going to the deck to eat freshwater food was just a convenience. What they really wanted was to enjoy the beautiful young women on the deck. But of course, with Murong Qingqing and the other few young women here, they couldn't say it out loud. Leaving the dilapidated yard, the group of people separated. At night, the Three River City was brightly lit, and was still as lively as before. In the bedroom of one of the guest rooms, Yichen was sitting on the spacious bed with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He had been trying his best to cultivate his Zhen Qi, and the noise outside didn't affect him at all. In today's gathering, the power of Murong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng, and Wei Renjie had given him a great pressure. Some of them had been practicing extremely powerful martial skills, and some of them had mastered powerful martial skills. Moreover, the sword intent, which had allowed him to defeat those who were at a higher level than him, wasn't the only thing that stood out. Wei Renjie had mastered the blade intent, which was as famous as the sword intent, and had also reached the initial level of the blade intent, just like him. If he participated in the hidden dragon rank competitions with his current power, needless to say, he would not be able to make it into the top 40, and might not even make it into the top 50. After more than 2 years, who knew what kind of level those warriors who were lagging behind in the hidden dragon rank would have reached? Maybe some of them had just started to rise when they participated in the last hidden dragon rank competitions, and did not have the time to build up their power. Now that 2 years had passed, their power must have improved by leaps and bounds, and they might even make it into the top 30 or even the top 10. Feeling a dull pain in his meridians, Yichen cut off his connection with the spirit stone and slowly opened his eyes. It's good to have some pressure, but I have to take it one bite at a time. I can't just eat until I become fat. After all, power cannot be rushed. Right now, I need to cultivate the great mystery art to the highest level first. On top of a tall building, 2 human silhouettes were standing. Under the moonlight, one could see that it was a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a purple dress with a light veil covering her face. It was Murong Qingqing, the second-ranked disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, and the man was Qi Xiaofeng. A gentle breeze blew across the light veil covering Murong Qingqing's face. She said blandly, "Brother Qi, you didn't invite me all the way here just for a small party, did you?" Qi Xiaofeng grinned and responded, "Of course not. I'm Murong Yuan, am all ears." Murong Qingqing's face looked the same as ever. She abruptly reached out her hand and made a grabbing gesture. In the air nearby, a bat that was looking for food was twisted and shattered by an invisible force field. Qi Xiaofeng said, 3 months ago, I heard that someone had found a sky devil serpent scale in the 100,000 mountain range of the Grey Mystery Nation." A sky devil serpent scale? Is it true? A strange light flashed across Murong Qingqing's eyes as she stared at Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng's breath slightly quickened, then he awkwardly shifted his line of sight and said with a smile, "It should be true. I bought this sky devil serpent scale for 100,000 gold and 500 low-ranked soul stones. I have it right now, you can check it out." A dim light flashed across Qi Xiaofeng's storage ring, then a human head-sized black scale appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath, then handed the scale over to Murong Qingqing. Taking over the scale, Murong Qingqing activated her Sky Devil Zhen Qi and injected it into the scale. Buzz! The air slightly rippled, and a layer of black light emerged on the scale's surface. It is indeed a Sky Devil Serpent scale. Only a Sky Devil Serpent scale can resonate with my Sky Devil Zhen Qi. At first, Murong Qingqing's face was filled with joy, then she let out a bitter smile and said, "However, judging from the size of this scale, this Sky Devil Serpent should be in its growing stage, and its power should be no lower than level 7. Even if you and I join hands, we would not be able to withstand a single attack from it, not to mention getting the Sky Devil Flower." The reason why Murong Qingqing cared so much about the Sky Devil Serpent was not because she wanted to gain something from it, but because of the Sky Devil Flower that it was guarding. According to the legend, the Sky Devil Flower was formed from the blood of an ancient devil king, and contained an extremely powerful demonic power. If she could get a leaf of the Sky Devil flower, she would be able to reach the 8th or even the 9th level of the Sky Devil Great Art in a very short period of time. If she could get a whole Sky Devil flower, she might even be able to reach the highest level of the Sky Devil Great Art. In the history of the Sky Devil Martial School, except for some powerful warriors who had died, no one had ever reached the highest level of the Sky Devil Great Art. Qi Xiaofeng grinned and said, "I invited you here, of course. I won't let you come here for nothing. Can you check if this scale is damaged?" Hearing Qi Xiaofeng, Murong Qingqing lowered her head and looked at the edge of the scale. Sure enough, there was a crack on the edge of the scale. She had been too excited just now, so she didn't notice it. "This Sky Devil Serpent is injured." Murong Qingqing clearly knew that the Sky Devil Serpent had an extremely strong defensive power, and almost no other demonic beast at the same level could rival it. Therefore it would not easily lose its scales. Also, unlike other snake-type demonic beasts, after a Sky Devil Serpent shed its skin, it would swallow the skin that it shed. Therefore it was impossible for a Sky Devil Serpent to lose its scales. An injured Sky Devil Serpent in its growing stage is not something that we can deal with, unless it has suffered a very serious internal injury and can't recover within a short period of time. Murong Qingqing was very calm. That day there was a thunderstorm in the 100,000 mountain range, and it was not far from where the Sky Devil Serpent's scale fell. I think there must be some demonic beasts or warriors trying to kill the Sky Devil Serpent while it was going through the thunder trial. Right now, the Sky Devil Serpent might not be still alive, and your Sky Devil Jinqi can sense the Sky Devil flower. As long as the distance is not too far, you should be able to find the Sky Devil flower. The reason why Qi Xiaofeng was trying so hard to help Murong Qingqing was not for anything else, but to win her heart. Ever since the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had been fascinated by her beauty and couldn't control his heart. He believed that there were a lot of people like him. "I will remember this favor." Although Murong Qingqing vaguely knew what Qi Xiaofeng was thinking, and she didn't want to accept his favor, she still didn't want to give up the Sky Devil flower. "When do you plan to leave?" "I'm not as powerful as you, but I can help you," Qi Xiaofeng said. "In 3 days. I need to make some preparations." "All right, see you in 3 days." After Qi Xiaofeng left, Murong Qingqing turned around and looked down at the entire Three River City. She slightly sighed in her heart. Qi Xiaofeng had left a good impression on her, but it was just a good impression and nothing more. There would never be any emotional connection between the two of them, not to mention that she had been cultivating the great Sky Devil magic. Therefore, even if she met someone who admired her, she would never fall in love with him. But of course, once she did fall in love with him, it would be the kind of love that would never change until death. The air slightly twisted, and Murong Qingqing's figure disappeared. The Three River City was very lively in the morning. All kinds of noises were mixed together and transmitted into the guest rooms of the restaurants. After washing up, Yi Qin pushed open the door and walked out of the room. The streets were crowded and bustling with activity. There are only 3 seats left for the passenger ship heading to the Grey Mystery Empire. Anyone who wants to take the seats, come to the number 23 pier as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Yi Qin stopped and asked, "How fast is the passenger ship?" "How can the passenger ship of our South Chamber of Commerce be slow? It can travel 4,000 miles a day. We bought this ship from the Black Dragon Empire." Yi Qin was surprised but soon shook his head. There was a branch of the South Chamber of Commerce in the Three River City, so it was reasonable that there would be a lot of ships. However, the speed of the passenger ship couldn't be as fast as that of the ocean beast. If the passenger ship could travel 4,000 miles a day, it would take 50 days to reach the Grey Mystery Empire, which was way too long. Forget it then. Yi Qin didn't plan to take the passenger ship, so he decided to walk there by himself. With his current cultivation, he could easily travel over 10,000 miles a day. After leaving the Three River City, Yi Qin flew along the edge of the Wild Goose Falling River. As he moved further and further away from the river, fewer and fewer people could be seen around him. At last, he couldn't even see any signs of human habitation. All he could see was the boundless river and the endless mountains. Boom. After punching a flying demon beast away, Yi Qin didn't slow down at all, and disappeared into the mountains. Walking along the Wild Goose Falling River wasn't a shortcut. Instead, he needed to cross the mountains in the Spirit-Speaking Kingdom to reach the Grey Mystery Empire as soon as possible. Time flew like water. Half a month later, Yi Qin finally arrived at the Grey Mystery Empire. Opening another map of the Grey Mystery Empire, Yi Qin touched it with his finger and murmured, "The Grey Mystery Empire has a lot of mountain ranges. This should be the Ancient Path Mountain Range, and the Three-Horn Mountain Range is in front of me." After that, I'll have to cross a desert to reach the edge of the 100,000 mountain range. It's a pity that I don't have a detailed map of the 100,000 mountain range. After all, the 100,000 mountain range is too small to be marked on the map. I'll have to find them myself. Alright, I'll go there first. Putting away the map, Yi Chen looked at the sky and flew out. The mountains in the Grey Mystery Empire were much more dangerous than the mountains in the Windy Nation. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't dare to run around recklessly and attract the attention of some powerful demon beasts. Therefore, it would take him a long time. However, no matter how careful he was, he wouldn't be able to take care of everything. During these 3 days, Yi Chen had run into 7 rank 6 demon beasts and 2 top rank 6 demon beasts. He could still fight against the former, and if he couldn't defeat them, he would just run away. However, the latter almost injured him and he had to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them. There was even one time when he clearly saw a rank 7 demon beast. Fortunately, it was already quite far away from him and didn't notice him. Looking at the boundless golden desert in front of him, Yi Chen let out a long breath and thought, finally I'm here. After this desert, I should be able to reach the 100,000 mountain range. Yi Chen didn't start his journey immediately. Instead, he found a shady place and took a short rest. He had been too tense during the past few days and he was still a bit tired. The next morning, Yi Chen started his journey. Chapter 182. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was a dazzling golden desert. The surface of the desert was smooth like brocade and streamlined, rising and falling to form numerous hills of varying heights. Occasionally there would be some low-level snake-type demon beasts that drilled out from the desert, twisting their wriggling bodies to pounce on their prey. Boom. When passing by a hill, Yi Chen's scalp went numb. His body shot up into the sky, leaving only an afterimage behind. The next second, the hill collapsed inwards and a huge black hole appeared. On the edge of the black hole there were many sharp teeth. It was a gigantic demonic beast, and the black hole was its mouth. If it weren't for Yi Chen's fast reaction, he would have already fallen into the beast's mouth and been chewed into minced meat. It's not safe to walk in the desert. This demonic beast had hidden itself so well, not even a trace of its aura was leaked out. Yi Chen was still in a state of shock. Down below, the demonic beast didn't catch any prey, but it didn't care. Its body continued to sink down and soon it disappeared, leaving behind only a huge pit. This desert was not as big as the scorching ancient desert between the 9 nations. 3 days later, Yi Chen had crossed through the desert and arrived at the edge of the endless 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range is one of the most dangerous places in the whole South Rudra region. With my current power, it would be a bit difficult for me to go there. Fortunately, I've trained the Great Mystery Art to the 9th level the day before yesterday, and the quality and quantity of my Zhenqi have greatly increased. Now, I should be able to fight against a mid-level rank 6 demonic beast. The 100,000 mountain range was said to have 100,000 mountains, but in fact, there were even more small mountains. There were millions of them and no one knew how many millions of miles there were. 4/5 of the Grey Mystery Nation's territory was made up of the 100,000 mountain range. Since the ancient times, no one had been able to explore all of the 100,000 mountain range, and only a few people had been able to explore even 1/10 of it. This was because the 100,000 mountain range was way too big, and there were way too many mountains. Even if a martial institution went in, it would be useless. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen entered the outer area of the 100,000 mountain range. When Yi Chen entered the 100,000 mountain range, 2 silhouettes appeared at the border of the Grey Mystery Nation, outside of the ancient Path mountain range. One of them was black and the other was green. They were the 2 young men from the Huang family in the Black Rock City. Stepping on a huge tree, the teenager in black said, "After going through the ancient Path mountains, the Triangle Mountains and the Undercurrent Desert, it will be the 100,000 mountain range. Qin Hao, are we really going to enter the 100,000 mountain range?" It is said that the 100,000 mountain range is one of the oldest dangerous places in the whole South Rudra region. There are countless rank 7 and rank 8 beasts there and even rank 9 beasts. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not dare to go in there openly. Risk and wealth have always been proportional. If you stop when you encounter danger and difficulties, how can you achieve great things? Not to mention that the location of the red dot is not in the center of the 100,000 mountains. It is only in the periphery. There won't be too many terrifying things there. The young man in green was expressionless. The black-clothed young man's brows eased up slightly and then he asked. The outer area of the Grand Myriad Mountains is still boundlessly vast. Where exactly is the location of that red dot? In a mountain shaped like a goat's head, surrounded by a dense forest. Since we know the shape of the mountain, it will be easy. Let's go. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them darted into the ancient Path mountain range. Qin Hao and Tian Chong have also come to the Gray Mystery Nation. What a surprise. On a mountain not far away from them, a man and a woman appeared. The one talking was Qi Xiaofeng, whose face was full of smiles, and standing beside him was Murong Qingqing, who was wearing a fluttering purple robe. Murong Qingqing said, "I don't think their goal is the same as ours. You're right, the Sky Devil flower is not very useful to them, they wouldn't take the risk to look for it." Qi Xiaofeng nodded. 3 days after Yi Qin left, the two of them set off. On their way they accidentally found Qin Hao and Tian Chong, who were both ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Both of them were ranked within the top 45, and Qin Hao's power was not any weaker than Qi Xiaofeng's. He was ranked 35 in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Inside the 100,000 mountain range, no one below the astral reaching realm would dare to fly in the sky, not even peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors. And the astral reaching realm warriors would only dare to be this arrogant in the outer area. Once they got a little bit further in, they would still have to go down and run. After all, the sky was way too eye-catching, one could easily see it by raising one's head. It might not be dangerous for a while, but after a while, the chance of encountering danger would be 100%, and the chance of dying would be more than 80%. In other words, if anyone wanted to die, he or she could just fly in the Grand Myriad Mountains. On the bumpy mountain road, a shadow flashed across. It had been 5 days. 5 whole days except for the night, Yi Qin had been searching for the location of the red dot all the time. The red dot was located in a mountain that was shaped like a goat's head, surrounded by a dense forest, which was very eye-catching on the map. Unfortunately, only when he arrived at the Grand Myriad Mountains did he realize what it meant to look for a needle in a haystack. With the speed of searching for 100 mountains every day, Yi Qin had already searched for 500 mountains in 5 days. However, the Grand Myriad Mountains did not lack mountains at all. There were millions of mountains in total, which was equivalent to the population of a huge city. Of course, if there was no danger, Yi Qin could search for thousands of mountains in one day. Unfortunately, this was the Grand Myriad Mountains, not a place where he could do whatever he wanted. Whoa! In the mountain stream far away, a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-tall wolf-like demonic beast howled towards the sky. The horrifying sound spread out for hundreds of miles with the mountain stream as the center. The beast's chi was so strong that all of the low-ranked demonic beasts nearby kneeled down on the ground, making whimpering sounds. Top rank 6 demonic beast, the Wind Wolf. Yi Qin's body flashed and disappeared into the pile of rocks nearby. The Wind Wolf was as powerful as a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, but ordinary peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists would definitely die if they encountered it. Only those talented late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists could fight against it. For example, if Yi Qin reached the late-clasping Yuan realm, he would be able to defeat the Wind Wolf, and if he reached the peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm, he might even be able to kill the Wind Wolf. Unfortunately, he was still far from being able to fight against it. Swoosh, 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 the Wind Wolf started its monthly patrol. Wherever it went, none of the demonic beasts dared to run away. All of them kneeled on the ground, not daring to move a single inch. In the air, the Wind Wolf glanced around, then opened its mouth and sucked a strong demonic cow into its mouth. It bit the cow in half and blood splashed everywhere. After a while, the Wind Wolf howled satisfyingly after it had finished its dessert. It flew far away and started patrolling its territory. Waiting until the Wind Wolf's aura disappeared, Yi Qin walked out from the pile of rocks. This Wind Wolf is definitely a king among the rank 6 demonic beasts. The top rank 6 demonic beasts I encountered in the Ancient Path Mountains and the Triangle Mountains are much weaker than it. Normally, the classification of demonic beasts was very general. Take the rank 6 demonic beasts as an example. The weakest ones were normal rank 6 demonic beasts, the slightly more powerful ones were elite rank 6 demonic beasts, and the most powerful ones were top rank 6 demonic beasts. However, there were also different levels among the top rank 6 demonic beasts. For example, the 2 top rank 6 demonic beasts he encountered in the Ancient Path Mountains and the Triangle Mountains were only demonic beasts with normal bloodlines. However, this Wind Wolf had the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, which was extremely noble. It was the king among all the rank 6 demonic beasts, and it had the potential to become a rank 7 demonic beast. Although the Wind Wolf is powerful, it can't do everything. I don't think I will encounter it again. Murmuring, Yi Qin continued to look for that mountain which was shaped like a goat's head. Another 2 days passed. This afternoon. The sky over there is filled with purple mist. I'm afraid it is extremely poisonous miasma. The area it covers is way too wide. On top of a small hill, Yi Qin was wearing a blue robe that was very similar to the color of the plants. At first glance it was very hard to distinguish it. Let's go and have a look. It had been a week since he arrived at the 100,000 mountain range. Yi Qin did not want to miss any clues. A distance of several dozen kilometers could be covered in the time it took to eat a meal. This was because they did not dare to make a big fuss. Otherwise they would only need a few dozen breaths. On top of a huge tree, Yi Qin squatted on a branch. He looked through the dense leaves and saw the scene hundreds of meters away. Yi Qin frowned. In front of him was a dense forest. Outside of the forest, there were a large number of warriors guarding. These warriors were all wearing yellow robes, holding long blades in their hands. There was a blue long blade embroidered on their sleeves. They should be from a martial institution that specialized in blade arts. Most of these people were condensing reality realm warriors. There were also over 20 clasping Yuan realm warriors. All in all, there were at least 200 or 300 of them. Elder Ting, what is that purple miasma up there? It seems to be very dangerous. Beside a huge rock outside the forest, a young man asked a black-haired elder. The black-haired elder glanced at the purple miasma and said, "That is the bone-corroding miasma. Before one's Jin Qi is refined into Zhen Yuan, he or she will die immediately. Even the protective Jin Qi will be corroded very quickly." Wow, so powerful. But how come I have never heard of the bone-corroding miasma? There are many things that you have never heard of. The bone-corroding miasma is very rare in the modern era. It can only be found in some ancient places. It is our Long Blade Martial School's fortune to find the bone-corroding miasma. We might be able to find some treasures in the forest. Wow, no wonder our headmaster has come in person and brought hundreds of people into the forest. He also asked us to stand guard outside and kill any warriors that pass by. Alright, is there any bone-corroding miasma in the forest? Our headmaster and the others will not be in danger, right? Don't worry, there is no bone-corroding miasma in the forest. It can only be found above the forest. The black-haired elder was the head elder of the Long Blade Martial School. The Long Blade Martial School was an ordinary rank 9 institution thousands of miles away from here. This time, an elder of the school accidentally discovered the bone-corroding miasma and immediately went back to report. The headmaster of the Long Blade Martial School made a prompt decision and sent a big half of their people. Fortunately, the 100,000 mountain range between the Long Blade Martial School and the forest was not too dangerous. After losing dozens of people, they finally arrived at their destination. Sensing the conversation between the two with his soul power, Yi Qin pondered. The bone-corroding miasma was something that only existed in the ancient times. There might be some treasures in the forest. Alright, the location of the red dot on the map seemed to be similar to this place. Taking out the map piece from his storage ring, Yi Qin's pupils shrank. There was a light purple mark on the pattern of the forest surrounding the Goat Head Mountain, which was most likely the bone-corroding miasma. But of course, even if it was just a coincidence, he still had to go in and take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long he would have to search for it. Chapter 183. Instead of going in directly, Yi Qin flashed his body and flew towards another direction of the jungle. After a long while, Yi Qin looked at the steep rock mountain in front of him and was speechless. There was actually a ring of natural rock mountains on the outskirts of the forest. They were over 1,000 meters tall, and above the rock mountains was the bone-corroding miasma. There was no gap between the two, so it was impossible to enter the forest from the rock mountains. Looking at the height of the bone-corroding miasma, Yi Qin forced a smile. The height of the miasma was not that high, it was only 1,200 to 300 meters high. But no one knew how vast it was and how dangerous it would be if he flew up there. Once he ran into an accident and used up his Jin Qi, he would definitely fall down and be corroded into ashes by the miasma. It seems that I still have to go in from that place. I might have to use force. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin went back the way he came. Thousands of miles away in the 100,000 mountain range, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky and the earth. This wind wolf is powerful, I can't stop it. Tian Chang's clothes were torn, and blood was dripping down from his palms. Qin Hao was not any better than him, he stared at the wind wolf on the opposite mountain with a dark look. The The two of them had been searching outside the 100,000 mountain range for a couple of days, but found nothing. Today the Wind Wolf, the king of all rank 6 demonic beasts, had been chasing after them. The Wind Wolf was extremely fast, even faster than a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Although the two of them had great flying skills, they could never escape from it. Try to run, don't fight it with brute force. Tian Chong forced a smile. Of course, he knew that if he fought with the Wind Wolf, he might not be able to hurt it even if he lost all of his blood. Whoa! The Wind Wolf's front paws shattered the mountain, and it darted over like a sharp arrow. Sky Dragon Battle King Spear. Air-breaking palm. A dark golden spear light surged up and turned into a dragon-shaped chi, which pounced out. Then, there were rows of huge vacuum palms that could cut off the airflow, slapping towards the Wind Wolf with the weight of Mount Tai. One spear in one palm, the timing was perfect. Apparently, it was not the first time that the two of them had joined hands. The Wind Wolf was so powerful that it tore apart the dragon-shaped chi stream with only one claw attack. As for the huge vacuum palms, they were shattered by the demonic chi it released. Run. The two of them did not expect to hurt the Lunar Wind Wolf at all. They just wanted to buy some time to run away. Of course they were not stupid. They did not run away from the sky. With their speed, the Lunar Wind Wolf would soon catch up with them. Only by flying between the mountains would they have a chance. Mountains split open one after another, and the Wind Wolf of Evil was still chasing after them. Look, there are people over there. They look like Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing. Tian Chong pointed at the low sky in front of them. Qin Hao was overjoyed. Let's get closer and use them as our shields. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the threat of danger, the two of them moved at an unprecedented speed. Several li away. Qi Xiaofeng's face darkened and said, "These two bastards, how dare they lead the Lunar Wind Wolves to us? Damn it. Let's go." Murong Qingqing doesn't want to waste time fighting with the Wind Wolf. She activates the demonic force field and the air around her is twisted. Murong Qingqing's figure suddenly shoots out. 4 people and 1 beast chased each other, and the rumbling sounds were endless. The noise caused by the chase was too loud and it might attract other terrifying things. Murong Qingqing raised her right hand, and a tens of meters tall hill was pulled up by her demonic force field, and smashed towards Tian Chong and Qin Hao, who were behind them. The hill covered the sky. Bitch. The corner of Qin Hao's mouth twitched, and he slapped towards the hill that was smashing towards him. Bang. The hill exploded and countless huge rocks fell down from the sky. Within such a short while, the Wind Wolf of Evil had already caught up with the two of them. It opened its mouth and let out a dense cloud of evil power. Tian Chong let out a shrill scream. He felt that his blood had been frozen, and his body became numb. Before he could ask for help, he was torn into pieces by the Wind Wolf of Evil. Tian Chong, don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Qin Hao stared at Murong Qingqing and grinned viciously, while a lustful light flashed across his eyes. In front of them, Murong Qingqing didn't throw the hill towards Qin Hao anymore. Qin Hao was the target of the Wind Wolf, and once he died, the Wind Wolf would definitely target them, which was not a wise move. There is a dense jungle over there, let's go. Qi Xiaofeng had been observing the terrain. He raised his head and saw a dense jungle, where the trees in the jungle were hundreds of zhang tall, even hundreds of zhang tall, and amazingly thick. Qi Xiaofeng felt a bit happy. As long as they entered the jungle, the Wind Wolf wouldn't be able to find them no matter how powerful it was. Not to mention that these trees were thick enough, even if one tree couldn't stop the Wind Wolf, they would be able to hold it off for a long time. Murong Qingqing nodded. On the outskirts of the jungle. Elder Ting, more people are coming and there is also a demonic beast. Ah, it's the Wind Wolf. These bastards, they actually lured the Wind Wolf here. The people of the Long Blade Martial School who were guarding outside the jungle panicked. Elder Ting's face darkened. For days ago, there was a young man who fought his way into the jungle. After all, he didn't hurt any of our people. But these 3 people lured the Wind Wolf here. They are obviously trying to kill all of us. Damn it. Elder Ting, what should we do? The Wind Wolf is not something that we can deal with. Even our headmaster can't do anything about it. Taking a deep breath, Elder Ting yelled out coldly, "All of you listen up. Go into the jungle now." But what? If you don't want to die, go in. Now. Following Elder Ting's order, all the people of the Long Blade Martial School rushed into the jungle and disappeared without a trace. Let's go in as well. Activating the Sky Devil force field, Murong Qingqing grabbed a hundreds of zhang tall tree in the air and darted towards Qin Hao like a javelin. She had never liked this guy since a long time ago. Murong Qingqing, don't let me catch you. Otherwise I'll make you beg for death. Qin Hao yelled out with a twisted face. Qi Xiaofeng sneered, Qin Hao, if you don't die today I'll kill you next time. Swoosh, swoosh. Both of them followed Qi Xiaofeng into the jungle. Whoa. Qin Hao was the only one left outside the jungle. He had been blocked by the hundreds of Zhang tall tree for a while, and was about to be caught up by the wind wolf. I was planning to use this Yuan light ball at the critical moment, damn it. Qin Hao didn't care about anything else. He took out a cyan crystal ball from his storage ring. Except for the color, it was exactly the same as Yi Chen's blue crystal ball. He crushed the crystal ball, and a 1-foot thick layer of cyan light shield enveloped Qin Hao's body. Within the shield, Qin Hao had an amazingly strong defensive power. Crack. The light shield twisted, and Qin Hao was slammed into the jungle by the gigantic claw. Along the way he smashed and broke countless trees. If it weren't for the protection of the light shield, he would have been smashed into meat paste long ago. After chasing for so long, the wind wolf had only managed to kill one person, which made it quite annoyed. Without any hesitation, it darted into the jungle. The trees in the jungle were truly astonishing. Not only were they hundreds of feet tall, but they were also as thick as a wall. If they were hollowed out, they could definitely become a smaller skyscraper. It would be a piece of cake for thousands of people to live in. It was truly a wonder how they grew. Standing under the tree, Yi Chen felt like an ant. I've been in here for 4 days and I haven't run into any demonic beasts, but what's with all those white bones? Did they kill each other? Yi Chen was a bit confused. Running into demonic beasts wasn't scary as he could always run away, but not running into any demonic beasts would be very strange. Moreover, in this place where there weren't any demonic beasts, there were white bones everywhere. Some belonged to humans and some belonged to demonic beasts. In the depths of the jungle, a series of shrill screams came out. What's going on? Yi Chen was confused. His body flashed and he quietly flew over. At the same time he released his soul power to its limit in case anything happened. In the depths of the jungle, there were hundreds of people there, and each of them had a cyan blade embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously they were from the Long Blade Martial School. Leader, another 10 people died. We can't even see who the attacker is. All the dead people are just skin and bones, their flesh and blood have all been sucked dry. An elder of the Long Blade Martial School said with a pale face. The leader of the Long Blade Martial School was a sturdy middle-aged man, holding a 2-meter-long sawtooth blade in his hand. He said calmly, "Everyone listen to my order. Don't panic. Keep an eye on the surroundings and report to me immediately if you see anything. Don't act on your own." Yes. Everyone yelled at the same time, but their voices were clearly shaking. "Third brother, what do you think is attacking us?" Within a blink of an eye, a person's flesh and blood were sucked dry, leaving only a layer of skin. Among the crowd, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s swallowed his saliva and said to the young man next to him. The young man shook his head. "This jungle is very strange. It's located in the middle of the 100,000 mountain range, but there aren't any demonic beasts here. Take care of yourselves." The young man could no longer make any sound. It was as if his body had no bones and he was getting shorter and shorter. Eventually, only a layer of human skin was left on the ground, which was indescribably weird. The young man's eyes were wide open, and there was blood coming out of them. He subconsciously looked in front of him, and saw a thin and long shadow darting towards him. It was a cyan red vine, and there was an opening at the end of the vine. Inside the opening, there was a blood-red mucous membrane and a few layers of sharp teeth, arranged in a spiral shape. The attacker is a vine. "Everyone be careful." A shrill scream was heard and the young man's body was completely sucked dry just like the young man's. His skin was wrapped in bones and he was lying on the ground. Thousands of meters away, Yi Chen's soul power had sensed this scene, and he couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. These vines are not kind creatures. I'm afraid they are some kind of horrifying plants left from the ancient times. They eat human flesh and blood, and those white bones are their masterpieces. Now Yi Chen finally understood why there were no demonic beasts in this jungle. It was because all the demonic beasts that came here had been killed by the man-eating vines. Even with the strength of his soul power, he couldn't tell how long the vines were. It seemed that the entire jungle was within the attack range of the vines. In the middle of the crowd, the leader of the Long Blade Martial School yelled out, "Set up the battle formation." Swoosh. All the people of the Long Blade Martial School were facing the outside of the jungle, moving closer to each other, forming a large-scale battle formation within a battle formation. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at the deep end of the jungle without blinking. Their palms, which were holding their long blades, were dripping with sweat, and sounds of swallowing saliva could be heard from time to time. Chapter 184. Why is there no movement? The pressure of the approaching storm was really unbearable. One of the young warriors was so nervous that he tried to cheer himself up. Don't talk. The long-blade martial school elder next to him glared at him. Without making a sound, the greenish-red vines drilled out of the ground, instantly tearing apart the elder's protective true energy and piercing into his body. The surface of the arm-thick vines would sway from time to time, as if large masses of flesh and blood were being sent into the elder's body. Ah! Seeing himself turn into a bag of bones, the elder could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. In the next second, the battle formation was completely messed up. There's a vine coming out of the ground. Damn it! It's under my body. Help! Help me! Screams and screams spread out one after another in this area. Despair flooded everyone's mind like a flood. Many of them felt that their hands and feet were numb, and they couldn't even breathe. The long-blade martial school's leader was called Li Yuan. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath and shouted coldly, "Split into groups of 10, spread out and form a small battle formation. If you see a vine, chop it down as hard as you can. If you kill one, you'll have a higher chance of survival." Within this short period of time, more than 30 people had died and 1/3 of them were killed by their own people. If this situation continued, everyone would collapse. In front of despair and fear, Li Yuan's words were not very effective. Except for a small number of people who followed his orders, most of the people had already fallen into a state of madness. Whenever they saw something approaching them, they would swing their blades at it with bloodshot eyes. The weakness of human beings was clearly shown at this moment. I can't take it anymore. I want to leave. I want to leave this damn place. If this goes on, we'll all die. As more and more people died, some of the younger warriors finally collapsed. They desperately separated themselves from the crowd and ran as far as they could. If there was one, there would be a second. It was like a virus that spread like wildfire and no one could stop it. Ah! These people didn't even manage to run far before they were sucked dry by the vines. Their protective Jinqi was as fragile as a piece of tofu, easily broken by a single poke. Leader, if this goes on, we'll all die. We'd better run. It's better to let as many as we can escape than to be wiped out. All of the elders of the Long Blade Martial School were clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and their protective Jinqi was exceptionally strong. However, the attacks of the vines were way too frequent and weird, and they always targeted the areas where the protective Jinqi was the weakest. By now, 2 to 3 elders had already died, and the other elders couldn't help but yell out. Li Yuan was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. With the help of his protective Jinqi, he had managed to cut a lot of vines. However, at that moment, even though he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. There were more and more vines coming at him. Every time he cut one, more would attack him. His face was gloomy and pale. His voice contained true energy transmitted outwards. Everyone retreat. Don't panic. Just as he finished speaking, an elder said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, we can't escape. There are vines everywhere outside. We've been surrounded. Damn it. Is the Long Blade Martial School going to perish here today?" Li Yuan and the other elders couldn't help but think pessimistically. They're attacking. Oh my god. Countless greenish-red vines moved like snakes, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere they passed, cultivators fell to the ground, their bodies sucked dry until only skin and bones remained. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For the first time in his life, Li Yuan felt so powerless. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill as many vines as possible. With him as the center, sharp blade chi spread out, shredding the greenish-red vines one after another. Yichen didn't care about the situation of the Long Blade Martial School anymore, because he had also been discovered by tens of vines. These vines didn't have eyes or noses, only a mouth. However, they seemed to have very sharp senses, easily discovering the weak spots of Yi Chen's protective Jinqi. Jihao unsheathed his dragon spring sword and cut 3 vines in half, sending a greenish-red juice splashing everywhere. Fortunately, I've cultivated the great mystery art to the 9th level, and the quality and quantity of my Zhenqi has already surpassed the Zhenqi cultivated with a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. Besides, I'm wearing a low-rank light armor, which can increase my defensive power by more than 10%. With these two factors added together, my defensive power is almost equal to that of a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan Realm martial artist. While moving swiftly, Yi Chen cut the vines one after another, feeling a bit lucky. Soon, tens of vines were cut off one after another, but none of them could hurt Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's eyebrows were knitted even more tightly. Probably because the vines had sensed that Yi Chen was a huge threat, countless vines had gathered over from all directions, gradually surrounding Yi Chen, leaving no space for him to escape. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. As long as he was protected by the sword intent, all kinds of negative emotions wouldn't be able to affect him, only making him calmer. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When launching sneak attacks, the vines wouldn't make even the slightest sound. However, when launching a frontal attack, the vines' attacking speed had been raised to a whole new level, and they darted towards Yi Chen as fast as lightning. Swirling clouds. The dragon spring sword released an arc-shaped stream of sword chi, which rose straight up, twisting the airflow and forming a light blue tornado shrouding Yi Chen. Puff, puff, puff. All the vines that were attacking Yi Chen were shredded into pieces by the tornado, and from time to time, a thick stream of sword chi darted out and cut off large amounts of vines. Pop. The tornado was suddenly penetrated, and a dark red vine darted towards Yi Chen. This tornado is mixed with Zhenqi and can even cut steel into pieces when rotating at a high speed. However, this dark red vine was able to penetrate through it, which means it's much harder than ordinary cyan and red vines. This seems to be bad. As this thought flashed across his mind, Yi Chen swung his sword towards the dark red vine. With the help of his sword intent, the dark red vine wasn't indestructible, and was easily cut into pieces. However, in the next moment, Yi Chen discovered that new ends of the dark red vine were growing out from the broken ends of the vine, and the sharp fangs were densely covered in a spiral shape. I can't stay here for long. After cutting off the dark red vine once again, Yi Chen activated his great mystery Zhenqi with all of his power and infused it into the tornado, moving deeper into the jungle. The dark red vine followed closely behind, while the other cyan and red vines crazily blocked the tornado, trying to stop Yi Chen from moving forward. Yi Chen sneered and controlled the tornado to attack. Under the attack of the tornado, the vines were torn apart one after another, and the ground was covered with layers and layers of cyan and red vines. Yi Chen walked deeper and deeper into the jungle, and it seemed like there was no end to it. With the help of the pellet that could instantly replenish his Zhenqi, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He waited until the tornado weakened, and then performed the swirling wind and broken clouds again, moving forward. Damn it! What the hell is this? Qin Hao was completely surrounded by the greenish-red vines. Although his body-protecting Zhenqi could temporarily save his life, his Zhenqi was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. In just half an hour he had already swallowed 3 Zhenqi recovery pills. A dark red vine that was as thick as a calf shot towards him. Crack. The vine was shattered by the vacuum giant palm, but soon, it recovered completely. No, I have to get out of here. This jungle is way too dangerous. The consumption of Zhenqi is not proportional to the recovery speed. I will die here sooner or later. Qin Hao was extremely annoyed. He had just escaped from the Wind Wolf, and now he was surrounded by cyan and red vines. Ever since he had entered the 100,000 mountain range, nothing had gone smoothly. Fortunately, he was not too far away from the jungle, so he should be able to get out of here. The vacuum giant palm burst out, and Qin Hao opened up a bloody path, rushing back the way he had come. Right at that moment, a big tree not far away from him was suddenly smashed in the middle, and a huge figure appeared in front of him. If it was not the Wind Wolf, what else could it be? A man and a beast were facing each other, but they did not notice that there was a purple gas spreading down from the sky. This gas was like a living creature, twisting and wriggling, and its color was extremely bright. A huge hole appeared on Qin Hao's protective Zhenqi, and the flesh and blood on that part were quickly corroded into ashes. The Wind Wolf in front of him was not any better. The purple gas was obviously the bone-corroding miasma above the jungle. When the big tree was smashed, the extremely heavy bone-corroding miasma sank down and spread out. I don't want to die like this. Qin Hao opened his mouth and roared out. Soon his body was corroded into ashes. The Wind Wolf was extremely powerful, and it was surprisingly not killed by the bone-corroding miasma. Howling, it rushed back the way it came from. However, soon its body became shorter, and was corroded into ashes bit by bit. There was not even a trace of it left. It was even more horrifying than the vines in the jungle. The purple gas did not sink too much, and after it had spread to a certain area, it stopped expanding. Furthermore, the huge trees nearby were slowly absorbing the purple gas, and then releasing it out from the top of the trees, merging into the air above the jungle. A special balance had been formed between the two. In the middle of the jungle, Yi Qin raised his head and saw a mountain that was over 1,000 meters high. The front part of the mountain was protruding like a nose, and the two sides of the mountain were weirdly extending upwards, looking like the horns of a goat. Goathead Mountain. It is indeed here. The vines were still chasing after Yi Qin. No one knew how long they were or how many there were. Yi Qin kept killing the vines while rushing towards the nose of the mountain. When he got closer, Yi Qin found out that it was a huge cave. It was open like a goat's mouth and it was pitch black inside. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go in first. Dispersing the tornado, Yi Qin's body flashed and disappeared into the mouth of the goat. The vines behind him followed him in like a tide. With his powerful soul power, Yi Qin could see the darkness as nothing. He smoothly went into the deep part of the cave, avoiding all the obstacles around him. There are stairs here. It seems like it was indeed made by someone. On the left side, Yi Qin found a secret staircase, which was curved and extended upwards. At first glance, it seemed to be a bit narrow and crowded. Yi Qin put a Zhenqi replenishing pellet into his mouth, and pushed up his Zhenqi layer with all of his strength, jumping up. Right then, the vines behind him seemed to be hesitating. They wanted to chase after Yi Qin, but they were also hesitating. After a long while, countless vines gradually retracted, and stopped chasing after Yi Qin. Chapter 185. The second floor was no longer pitch black. Countless luminous stones on the walls were emitting a soft light, brightening up the whole space. Once inside, even with Yi Qin's state of mind, he could not help but take a deep breath. So much wealth. That's right, it was indeed a lot of wealth because the second floor did not have only one thing, but all of them were very valuable. Everywhere he looked, there were boxes of gold casually piled up. Each box could contain 100,000 gold, and there were hundreds of boxes here, which added up to tens of millions of gold, which was comparable to the wealth of a mid-level family. Next to the boxes filled with gold were boxes of jewelry, including rubies, emeralds, top-quality agates, crystal necklaces, black pearls, emeralds and jade, each of which was worth thousands of gold. The total value seemed to be no less than the hundreds of boxes of gold. Although gold and jewelry were easy to obtain for warriors, once it reached a certain amount, it would still be shocking. Most of the warriors would not be able to earn that much gold in their entire lives. Plus, the difference was that they earned it bit by bit and did not feel like it was a big deal. However, Yi Qin had just obtained such a huge amount of wealth all of a sudden. Let's put it away first. Yi Qin waved his hand and the boxes of gold and jewelry flew up into the air, falling into the storage ring. Yeah. The low-rank storage ring is full. These boxes were too big, there were 500 of them in total, and the low-rank storage ring was only 1/10 full. Fortunately, Yi Qin still had a few low-rank storage rings and one mid-rank storage ring. After taking all the gold and jewelry, Yi Qin's eyes fell on the ground next to him. There were boxes of low-rank soul stones and a lot of mid-rank soul stones. A shocking amount of yuan qi from the soul stones gathered in the air, forming images of dragons, tigers, phoenixes and tortoises. 100 boxes of low-rank soul stones, 5 boxes of mid-rank soul stones, each box contains 10,000. Yi Qin's breathing sped up. The gold and jewelry had only slightly surprised him, but the amount of soul stones had shocked him. He was sure that the Sky Cloud Martial School's 10 years of savings would not even have 1,000,000 low-rank soul stones, not to mention 50,000 mid-rank soul stones. Keep. Without saying a word, Yi Qin put them all into his storage ring. With over 600 chests gone, the space on the second floor suddenly became much wider. Looking around, all the other treasures could be seen. There were 3 gourds of pills. The gourd was filled with qi replenishing pills. The gourd contained essence replenishing pills. The gourd was filled with spirit replenishing pills. The 3 kinds of dawn were auxiliary dawn that could enhance the human body's essence, qi and spirit. They didn't seem to be of much use, but they could double the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. It should be known that the so-called innate talent was actually the exuberance of essence, qi, and spirit. Therefore, those with innate talent would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating Jin qi. For example, Yi Chen's spirit, which was his soul force, was very strong. His comprehension was far beyond ordinary people, and his cultivation speed of martial arts was inconceivably fast. If his essence and qi could keep up, then his cultivation speed of Jin qi would reach the level of innate talent. Of course, during this period he couldn't stop taking the supplement Qi Dan and supplement Essence Dan. There are 300 Dan in one gourd. If I take one every 3 days I can use it for almost 900 days. In Yi Chen's eyes, these 3 gourds of pills were priceless treasures. In fact, they were indeed priceless treasures. If he took them out for auction, even astral-reaching realm martial artists would be tempted or even go crazy. It should be known that the methods of making pills were usually in the hands of the big martial institutions, and the top-level pills were in the hands of the super martial institutions. An innocent man's wealth will get him into trouble. These 3 gourds of pills are enough to make an astral-reaching realm martial artist kill me. Putting the gourd into his storage ring, Yi Chen thought to himself. He walked to the corner where there was a bookshelf. On the bookshelf were secret manuals. On the top floor were top-rank mortal realm secret manuals, 36 in total. Below that were low-rank earth realm secret manuals, 9 in total. Below that were 3 mid-rank earth realm secret manuals. And at the bottom was a high-rank earth realm secret manual. Without reading it, Yi Chen put it away. He planned to read it when he had the time. Even if he read it now, he wouldn't have the time to cultivate. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen looked around. The second floor had been cleaned out by him and nothing was left. Let's go to the 3rd floor. His body flashed, Yi Chen flew towards the stairs. Unexpectedly, the 3rd floor was completely empty. There was only a door of light standing in the center, emitting a fine light. Standing in front of the light door, Yi Chen was a little surprised. He didn't know where this light door would transport him to. The unknown always made people hesitate, and Yi Chen was no exception. It took me a lot of effort to find this place. If I don't go in, I will regret it. Making up his mind, Yi Chen stepped into the light door. The space rippled like water, and the next second, Yi Chen disappeared into the light door. Having experienced teleportation once, Yi Chen was much calmer this time, and his mind was calm. After a moment or maybe a day or two, Yi Chen's body relaxed, and he found himself in a magnificent stone room. The stone room didn't have a door and was surrounded by walls. On the ceiling was a shining crystal lamp, and below the crystal lamp was a stone table. On the stone table, a forearm-length huge key was floating. The key was white as if it was made from a white crystal, and looked very simple and unadorned. So strange, there's such a big key here. Yi Chen reached out his hand trying to grab the key, but found that there was an invisible force around the key, and it seemed to be impregnable. Break! Activating all of his Jin qi, Yi Chen clenched his palm into a fist and punched the air. Dong! The invisible force didn't disperse, and instead the huge counterforce made Yi Chen's feet leave the ground, and he was sent flying backwards, nearly crashing into the wall of the stone room. With a cold look, Yi Chen pulled out the dragon spring sword and released 4 streams of sword qi in a row. The sword qi shot out and thunder roared. However, in the next moment the sword qi was also bounced back with an even stronger force. Waving his sword and shattering the reflected sword qi, Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Although he knew that the white key could be very useful, he couldn't get it with his current power. Temporarily giving up on the key, Yi Chen looked around the entire stone room. There was also a stone table in the corner, on which a plain jade slip was placed. Yi Chen waved his hand, and this time, there was no strange invisible force, and the jade slip was easily sucked into his hand. However, after looking through the jade slip for a while, Yi Chen didn't find any special function. After thinking for a while, he injected his Jin qi into it. All of a sudden, an image appeared in Ji Hao's mind. On the ground, there was a 100-meter-tall beast with a pair of horns on its head, roaring. It opened its mouth and blew a huge mountain away. Then it stamped its foot on the ground and the ground split open. Lava spurted out from the cracks, dyeing the sky red. This beast was so powerful that it had never been seen or heard of before. Perhaps only life and death realm warriors could be this powerful. Just when the beast pulled out a thousands of zhang tall mountain, a stone pillar-like finger appeared in the air. The finger moved like a shooting star and pointed at the beast's forehead. Bang! The beast's body exploded and disappeared. While Yi Chen was still in shock, that finger was pointing at his forehead. There was no way for him to escape and there was no way for him to retreat. All of a sudden Yi Qin felt like his head was about to explode. Countless messy information flooded his brain, and soon, all of these messy information combined into a text and a martial exercise map. It turned out that this finger art was called the void-shattering finger art. However, what was taught to Yi Qin was not the complete void-shattering finger art, but the third movement. According to Yi Qin's understanding, only this one movement was already extremely powerful. That beast had the power of a life and death realm warrior, but it still couldn't handle the power of this finger art. Of course, he also knew that without enough power, even if he learned this finger art to its fullest, he still wouldn't be able to kill an astral-reaching realm warrior, not to mention that horrifying beast. For a warrior, no matter how powerful a martial skill was, he still needed the power to activate it. Otherwise, it would just be an empty shell, since cultivation was the most important thing. Besides the training method for the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, the information also told him that if he wanted to break through the invisible force outside of the white key, he would need to learn a little bit of the void-shattering finger art. Just a little bit would be enough and he didn't need much. The time limit was 3 days. After 3 days he would be teleported back and he would never get the white key again. 3 days. Let me try. Yi Qin sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and started to study the mysterious third movement of the void-shattering finger art. 1 day later, Yi Qin pointed out his finger, and the air twisted instantly, making a popping sound. Shaking his head, Yi Qin closed his eyes and continued to study. On the second day Yi Qin opened his eyes and slowly pointed out his finger. The invisible force around the white key released a light ripple, but soon, it disappeared completely and everything went back to normal. Still not working. Only 1 more day left. Yi Qin forced a smile at first, then performed his sword intent to cut off all the distracting thoughts. He sank his mind into the study of the void-shattering finger art. From time to time he would recall the scene of that huge finger shattering the beast. Time passed by bit by bit. Yi Qin's eyebrows would stretch and frown from time to time. Within that short period of time, it was hard to tell how many times they had changed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a wave of horrifying qi suddenly spread out from Yi Qin's body. He suddenly opened both of his eyes. His pupils were chaotic and no one could tell how deep they were. Break. Using all of his power, Yi Qin pointed out his finger at the invisible force. Boom. The invisible force was finally shattered. No, more accurately, it was broken. The power of the void-shattering finger art was still not as powerful as the sword qi. However, the invisible force was closely related to the void-shattering finger art, which was why it was able to break the invisible force. Studying the void-shattering finger art was extremely exhausting. Yi Qin wiped the sweat off his forehead, then took out a qi-replenishing pill, a spirit-replenishing pill and a spirit-replenishing pill and put them into his mouth. After resting for a while, Yi Qin walked to the white key. The key was the size of a forearm, with an ancient character, "For" written on the front. Other than that, there was nothing special about it and it did not cause any changes. The moment Yi Qin picked up the white key, a light door appeared in the stone room. The light door was faintly visible, and seemed like it could disappear at any second. Not daring to stay any longer, Yi Qin put the white key back into his pocket, then flashed into the light door. When he reappeared, Yi Qin had returned to the 2nd layer of the Goathead Mountain. Along with a buzzing sound, the light door in the middle of the 2nd layer disappeared completely. It would be impossible for him to enter the stone room again in the future. No one knew where the stone room was or if there were any other places in the stone room. When he was about to walk down to the next layer, Yi Qin slightly frowned. His soul power had sensed that there were 2 people in the next layer. These 2 people were none other than Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng. Why are they here? For a moment Yi Qin was confused. Chapter 186. In the pitch-black 1st floor. Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were surrounded by countless cyan-red vines, and couldn't move even an inch. The ground around them was covered in broken pieces of vines. I've taken hundreds of Jin Qi replenishing pills in the past 3 days. Now my Jin Qi has become extremely turbid, and I only have less than 30% of my power left. Qi Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. Medicinal pills were indeed good, but they couldn't be taken too often, especially Jin Qi replenishing pills. Taking 10 pills a day was already the limit. If one took more than 10 pills, his Jin Qi would become turbid and unstable, and his fighting power would be greatly reduced. In the future he would have to temper his Jin Qi more often, otherwise there might be some side effects. This was why most of the martial artists wouldn't take medicinal pills to replenish their Jin Qi unless they were in a critical situation. Murong Qingqing frowned. She had been practicing the Great Sky Devil art, which was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, and her Jin Qi was twice as much as Qi Xiaofeng's. However, during the past 3 days she had taken almost 40 Jin Qi replenishing pills, and now she only had 60 to 70% of her power left. If not for the Great Sky Devil art and the Sky Devil power field, she would have been sucked dry by those vines long ago. Break! The Sky Devil power field was activated, and a large number of cyan red vines were twisted and shattered, clearing up an empty space, but soon more vines filled up the space. Great Sky Devil palm print. For 3 days in a row Murong Qingqing hadn't slept a wink, and had been fighting non-stop. No matter how strong her mental state was, she was starting to get annoyed. She launched the Great Sky Devil martial art, the Great Sky Devil palm print. As soon as she launched her palm print, all the vines within hundreds of meters in front of her were lifted into the air, and couldn't move anymore. Then with a loud bang they all disappeared. Go. Let's go. The air twisted, and Murong Qingqing was the first one to shoot towards the stairs leading to the second floor. What a powerful palm print. Qi Xiaofeng didn't dare to hesitate, and followed closely behind Murong Qingqing. Kasi kasi kasi. The ground in front of the stairs cracked and suddenly hundreds of dark red vines broke out from the ground, blocking their way. These dark red vines were as thick as calves, and lined up like a dark red wall, giving off a great pressure. I'm afraid I'm going to die here. The previous Sky Devil's great palm print had drained most of Murong Qingqing's true qi, and the pill she had swallowed earlier was too slow in recovering her true qi. It was impossible to replenish her true qi in an instant. Wanting to break through the blockade of hundreds of dark red vines was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The dark red vine's speed was far faster than the cyan and red vines, and it was about to hit the two's protective Jin Qi in an instant. With their current strength they would definitely die. Chi 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 chi. Suddenly a tornado swept past, blasting the dark red vines to the side, then wrapped around the two of them and rushed out. It's you? Murong Qingqing didn't break free from Yi Chen's grasp and let him hug her. She looked a little surprised. Yi Chen looked at the green and red vines that were torn apart by the tornado and said lightly, "How did you get here?" He suspected that the two of them had followed him. Qi Xiaofeng explained, "Murong and I were looking for a magic herb, but we were forced into this jungle by the lunar wind wolf." I see. Yi Chen was still a little suspicious, but he kept a calm expression on his face. "Are you suspecting us?" asked Murong Qingqing. "That's not important, what's important is to get out of here." If the two of them were in their best condition, Yi Chen wouldn't have saved them. After all, both of them were more powerful than him, and their movement skills were also better than his. If they joined hands they could kill him 10 times over. "No matter what, I'll remember this favor." Murong Qingqing didn't say another word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dark red vines had caught up with them. With the intensity of their attacks, they were more than powerful enough to penetrate the tornado and tear apart the protective Jin Qi of the three of them. "Put your arms around my waist," said Yi Chen. Murong Qingqing hesitated for a second, but when she saw the dark red vines chasing after them, she did as she was told and put her arms around Yi Chen's waist. Seeing this, Qi Xiaofeng's facial expression slightly froze. With his right hand free, Yi Chen pulled out the dragon spring sword, and without even turning his head around, he launched another large-scale attack of the shocking cloud sword art, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Along with a series of thunderous booms, tens of sword lights darted out. Along with a series of puffing sounds, the dark red vines that were chasing after them were all cut into pieces. But soon they grew out again and continued chasing after the tornado, which was still far away. In the jungle, this was the 5th time that Yi Chen had launched the swirling winds and clouds, and had consumed a lot of his Jin Qi. Without any intention to avoid arousing suspicion, Yi Chen put a pill into his mouth, which could instantly replenish his Jin Qi. Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng didn't care too much about it. In their eyes, the pill Yi Chen had just swallowed was just an ordinary pill, and if he used too much of it, his Jin Qi would still be weak. However, they were still a bit confused as to why Yi Chen's power was still at its peak. Could it be that he hadn't been attacked by the vines before, and thus had only taken a few pills? That was the only possible explanation. And it was precisely because of this that Yi Chen took the pellet without any hesitation. Rumble. The tornado rolled the three of them up and flew at an incredible speed. Under Yi Chen's control, the tornado was also incredibly agile, easily avoiding all kinds of obstacles. Brother Yi, this sword art of yours is really amazing, it can even wrap people up in it. Qi Xiaofeng couldn't help but praise. Yi Chen smiled but didn't explain that he had adapted the swirling winds and clouds. The jungle was the base of the man-eating vines, and many dark red vines and cyan red vines had surrounded them. Star-shattering cut. Sky Devil force field. Although Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng weren't as powerful as Yi Chen, they still had some of their powers left. They both launched their special skills and started killing those vines. Yi Chen was quite happy, but the remaining power of the two still surprised him a bit, especially Murong Qingqing, who was still more powerful than Lin Yu. Fortunately, Yi Chen clearly understood the consequences of swallowing too many pills. Without a couple of months of hard work, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Soon, the three of them were not far away from the edge of the jungle. Chem? Suddenly Yi Chen frowned. What's wrong? Asked Murong Qingqing. A powerful living being is chasing us from under the ground, it's moving at an amazing speed. Soul power couldn't penetrate too deep into the ground, therefore Yi Chen didn't know what that powerful living being was, but he didn't doubt its power. What should we do now? Just when they were about to leave this dangerous place, another wave of danger came. Both Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were instantly thrown into confusion. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, I have a way to get out, but it'll cost me a lot. What kind of cost? I'll compensate you. Qi Xiaofeng said without hesitation. A Yuan light ball. Yuan light ball? Qi Xiaofeng was surprised. He had heard about this kind of extremely rare life-saving treasure. It was said that it could block any attack launched by any martial artist under the astral-reaching realm. To clasping Yuan realm martial artists, a Yuan light ball was even more precious than a mid-rank great weapon, or even a high-rank great weapon. After all, the latter couldn't guarantee their lives, but the Yuan light ball could. I'll compensate you with 100,000 low-rank and 3,000 mid-rank stones. Murong Qingqing also said, I'll compensate you with 200,000 low-rank and 3,000 mid-rank stones. Originally, both of them didn't have so many spirit stones, but they had earned quite a lot from the ancient inherited land that only happened once every 10 years. Just like Yi Chen, he had gained so many treasures and exchanged them for the institution. Seeing Yi Chen's indifference, Qi Xiaofeng said, Brother Yi, do you think it's not enough? All these soul stones were equivalent to the savings of 10 or even dozens of inner elders. Normal clasping Yuan realm warriors would not even dare to think about it. Not everyone could be like them, who could enter the ancient inheritance place and gain so many treasures from it. Yi Chen said, Yuan light ball is a life-saving treasure for me. If I use it this time, I won't have it next time. Nothing is more important than my life. Qi Xiaofeng was speechless. What Murong Qingqing said made sense. If he were in Murong Qingqing's shoes, he wouldn't be satisfied either. Murong Qingqing said, What about a mid-rank storage ring? Murong. Qi Xiaofeng was surprised. Murong Qingqing shook her head and said, Worldly possessions are worldly possessions after all. Brother Yi, you're right, worldly possessions are nothing compared to life. Yi Chen was shocked. Murong Qingqing actually had a mid-rank storage ring which was priceless. After all, a low-rank storage ring was only as big as a room, while a mid-rank storage ring was as big as a grand hall. The difference between the two was 10 times, and the value of a mid-rank storage ring was 100 times higher. Right now he was in need of a mid-rank storage ring. Those 600 chests of gold, jewelry, and spirit stones had taken up all of his low-rank storage rings, and his mid-rank storage ring was only left with 2/3 of its space, which might not be enough in the future. Alright, deal. Yi Chen understood that this was their limit, not to mention that even if he left them behind, that terrifying creature might not let him go, and might even use the Yuan light ball in the end. Soon the two of them gave the promised compensation to Yi Chen. The method was very simple. When the storage ring was fully activated, a light screen would appear, and the things that were thrown into the light screen would be put into the storage ring, without having to go through the ring's hand. Boom. Right at this moment, a large area of the ground behind them collapsed, and a gigantic human-shaped monster crawled out of the ground. It was over 100 meters tall, and its body was connected to numerous vines. Some were cyan red, some were dark red, and some were purple red, which they had never seen before. The man-eating vine mother had appeared. Seeing this, the three of them gasped. They suspected that even the Yuan light ball might not be able to block this attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless vines flew towards the three of them. Among them, the purple-red vines were the rarest, but they were indeed the fastest. They had already broken the speed of sound, flashed across the air, and pierced through the tornado, reaching less than 3 feet away from the three of them. Pop. The purple-red vines were blocked, and a layer of blue light screen appeared around the three of them. The light screen was a foot thick, with blue streams of air constantly rotating within it. The defense of the light screen was amazing. What was even more frightening was that the purple-red vines had penetrated 1/3 of the light screen, and were even more powerful than the Wind Wolf. Chapter 187. If we weren't protected by this light shield, this attack would have killed us 10 times over. Qi Xiaofeng felt lucky, and the dissatisfaction he had towards Yi Chen was gone. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Carrying the two of them, Yi Chen tapped the ground with his foot and darted towards the outer edge of the jungle. Pop, 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 pop. The purple-red vines hit on the light shield from time to time, and each attack was powerful enough to break 1/3 of the light shield. Many times the vines hit on the same spot. Fortunately, the defensive power inside the light shield wasn't static, it was constantly moving, and the damaged parts would be repaired in the next moment, keeping the entire light shield in an absolutely balanced state. Seeing that the purple-red vines couldn't break the light shield, the mother vine opened its mouth and let out a thigh-thick, dark purple vine. This vine moved as fast as lightning, and only let out a thunderous boom after it had darted miles away. It was actually a few times faster than the speed of sound. Sky Devil Great Palm. At this moment of life and death, Murong Qingqing once again launched an extremely powerful martial skill. Her slim palm struck towards the air along with an ocean-like power. Boom. In front of her palm, all the objects within hundreds of meters were lifted into the air and turned into nothingness. Although that dark purple vine wasn't damaged, it seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and started slowing down. From 3 times faster than the speed of sound, it slowed down to 2 times faster than the speed of sound, and then from 2 times faster to 1 time faster than the speed of sound. With blood gushing out from the corner of her mouth, Murong Qingqing said to Yi Chen, "This is all I can do, the rest is up to you." "Don't worry." Yi Chen nodded. His soul power spread out in 2 directions. One was the entrance in front of him, and the other one was the movements of the man-eating vines behind him. After half a day of running, they were getting closer and closer to the outer entrance, and there were only 10 miles left. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a red light fireball appeared in his hand. This red light fireball was given to him by the demon child Lung Wuqing. There were 3 of them in total, and they were extremely powerful. They could even injure a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, right now, mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists were no longer a threat to Yi Chen, so there was no point for him to keep them. With a flick of his finger, the Scarlet Fusion Fireball drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If one looked closely, one would notice that the Scarlet Fusion Fireball was only a hair's breadth away from the light barrier. At this time Yi Chen shouted, "Explode!" Rumble. The blazing flame exploded, but the powerful force did not shatter the light shield. Instead, it caused the light shield to speed up and shoot into the distance like a meteor. Good idea. Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing's eyes brightened. Before, they thought that Yi Chen was just lucky, but now they didn't think so anymore. In such a dangerous situation he could actually stay so calm, and think of using an external force to increase his speed. Compared to him, they were much more stupid and only knew how to solve problems with violence. Using the same method, Yi Chen exploded the remaining 2 Scarlet Fusion Fireballs one after another. Instantly, his speed was boosted to an unimaginable level. Wherever he passed by, the air would twist intensely, and strong gusts of wind would bring up layers of earth waves, following closely behind the light shield. Pop. The dark purple vine finally recovered from the image of the Sky Devil palm, and once again reached 3 times the speed of sound, chasing after them. 5 miles. 3 miles. 1 mile. Within dozens of blinks of an eye, the dark purple vine had shortened from 5 miles to 1 mile, and was once again approaching Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing and Murong Qingqing. Success or failure depends on this. Yi Chen kept moving as if the dark purple vine was nothing to him. After a blink of an eye, the dark purple vine was less than 200 meters away from the 3 of them. Half a blink of an eye. It was less than 50 meters away. Release. Yi Chen held the core of the light shield in his hand, and threw it backward. The three of them flew out of the light shield and continued to rush toward the entrance 1 mile away. Swoosh! The light shield, which had yet to dissipate, twisted rapidly, and was then pierced through by the dark purple vine. Its powerful defense only made the dark purple vine pause for a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of this blink of an eye, the three of them were less than 200 meters away from the entrance, and 300 meters away from the dark purple vine. Unfortunately, 300 meters was only 1/3 of a blink of an eye for the dark purple vine. In such a short time, Yi Qin and the other two would definitely not be able to rush out 200 meters. Finally, the dark purple vine pierced through the bodies of the three of them. No, it was the Jin Qi afterimages that had been pierced through. It turned out that Yi Qin had performed the shadow-separating light art at the critical moment, and had created 3 Jin Qi afterimages where he had been standing. His real body had already appeared on the right front with the other two. The next moment, the dark purple vine once again pierced through their Jin Qi afterimages. Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng both gasped in shock. They couldn't even imagine how Yi Qin had managed to do that. The dark purple vine was way too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to perform the Jin Qi afterimages to confuse the man-eating vine. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Qin had a powerful soul power. Under the detection of his soul power, every single move of the dark purple vine was under his control. He knew exactly when it would arrive, and when it would be the best time to confuse it. The man-eating vine was enraged. Over and over again, Jihao and Jihao had escaped from its attacks, which made it feel depressed and confused. The sunlight shone on the three of them and they finally made it out of the jungle. However, it was not the time to relax yet. Yi Qin activated his Jin Qi to its limit, and darted towards the right front, where there was a rock mountain blocking the way. Obviously, Yi Qin had been worrying too much. The man-eating vine couldn't appear outside the jungle, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Whoosh! Letting go of the two, Yi Qin felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Within a short distance of tens of miles, he had been fighting against the man-eating vine, struggling on the edge of death. Although he had won in the end, only he himself knew how much energy he had consumed. To be honest, if it were any other clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he would have died dozens of times already. There was absolutely no chance for him to make it out of the jungle, not to mention carrying 2 people. Beside him, Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were staring at Yi Qin as if he was a monster. "What's wrong?" Yi Qin's voice was hoarse. Qi Xiaofeng gave a bitter smile and said, "Apart from strength, compared to you, I feel like an idiot. How did you do that?" Yi Qin gave a bitter smile and responded, "If I don't want to die, this is the only way. This is the first time I admire someone, but now I have to admire you. You are not that powerful." Murong Qingqing didn't even try to hide her admiration for Jihao. "Let's get out of here first." Calming himself down, Yi Qin didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. Hearing Qi Xiaofeng and Qi Xiaofeng nodded. They didn't want to come back to this place ever again. On their way out of the 100,000 mountain range, Yi Qin ran into people from the Long Blade Martial School. However, there were only tens of them left, and all of them seemed to have lost their wits. Shaking his head, Yi Qin felt lucky for these people. If they had stayed any longer and waited for the man-eating vine to come out, the entire Long Blade Martial School would have been annihilated. There weren't any demonic beasts in this direction. Half a day later, the three of them left the 100,000 mountain range and arrived at the territory controlled by the Long Blade Martial School. After another half a day, the three of them arrived at the only city near the 100,000 mountain range, Luohui City. Inside a private room of a large restaurant. The three of them were sitting inside. "Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we survived this time." Qi Xiaofeng poured a glass of wine for Yi Qin and said gratefully. Yi Qin said, "Strictly speaking, it's just a business deal between us, there's no such thing as gratitude." He had already accepted 500,000 low-ranked soul stones, 6,000 mid-ranked soul stones, and a mid-ranked storage ring from the two of them. He was already satisfied and didn't feel that the two of them owed him anything. "You can't say that. Without you, even if we had all the wealth in the world, we wouldn't be alive to enjoy it." Murong Qingqing raised her glass and clinked it against Yi Qin's. "In that case, this meal is my way of thanking you for your kindness." Picking up his glass, Yi Qin emptied it in one gulp. The sky was getting dark. After 3 rounds of drinking, the three of them were a little tired. They said goodbye to each other and went back to their own rooms to rest. In the guest room, Yi Qin lied on the soft bed and closed his eyes. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, and only had a slight trace of consciousness left in his mind. From yesterday to today he was too tired. On the other side, Murong Qingqing dragged her exhausted body out of the shower and fell into a deep sleep just like Yi Chen. The couple of days of continuous battling had taken a huge toll on her. Although she did not seem to have done much in the end, it was just that she had been startled for a while, which had drained her even more mentally. In the middle of the night, Yi Chen was the first one to wake up. I feel much better now. This is the first time I felt so tired. Getting up from the bed, Yi Chen stretched his body, opened the window and enjoyed the night breeze. After a long while Yi Chen closed the window and thought, I haven't checked the white key yet, I wonder what it can do. Taking out the arm-length white key, Yi Chen stared at it without blinking his eyes. Seeing that he couldn't see anything, Yi Chen injected his Zhen Qi into the key. Buzz! A white light shone and a line of ancient characters appeared in the air. Emperor's Tomb, Aries constellation. Frowning, Yi Chen couldn't understand what this key had to do with the Aries constellation. Could it be the Aries constellation in the sky? But this is not that world, this is the true spirit continent. Perhaps it's just that the name is the same but the content is different and can't be compared. Excluding the Aries constellation, Yi Chen had some thoughts about the Emperor's Tomb, which was probably the tomb of some powerful warrior. And this white key was indeed the key to open the tomb. No, it should be one of the keys. The map that he had gotten was not complete, it was only a piece of it. Judging from this, only by collecting all the keys would he be able to find the tomb and open it. After a slight disappointment, Yi Chen didn't care too much about it. The biggest gain this time should be the training method for one of the movements of the void-shattering finger art. If he could train it to the entry level, he would be able to beat all the other powerful warriors of the same generation. Once he trained it to the completion level, its power would be unimaginable. In his mind, the scene of that huge finger shattering the demon beast was still vivid. The void-shattering finger is too hard to train. I won't be able to make any progress in a short period of time. I should take a look at that high-rank Earth Realm manual first. In the second layer of the Goat Head Mountain, Yi Chen had gotten a lot of manuals, and the best one among them was a high-rank Earth Realm manual. He didn't have time to read it before, but now he could study it. Chapter 188. A dim light flickered, and a secret manual appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen opened it. Flow Luo 3 Mysterious Spell, High-Rank Earth Realm Secret Art. Secret art? Just by reading a few words, Yi Chen's heart started to beat faster. Normally, anything related to a secret art would be a good thing. The so-called secret art was a secret art that ordinary people would not even have the chance to see. It was more valuable than a martial art of the same rank. Calming himself down, Yi Chen continued to read. This secret art is a secret art that can increase one's movement art. It is divided into 3 realms. The first realm can increase one's movement art by 1 rank, the second realm can increase 2 ranks, and the third realm can increase 3 ranks, all the way to the top rank Earth Realm movement art. Closing the manual, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. This manual had arrived just in time. Although the separating shadows flying art was very good, as it could separate Jinqi shadows to confuse the enemies at the critical moment, but as the power increased, the weakness of the separating shadows flying art would be increased, which was its slow speed. Of course, it might not be slow among the other movement arts of the same rank, it could be counted as a top-rank Earth Realm movement art. However, all the martial geniuses he had met had trained a mid-rank Earth Realm movement art or a high-rank one. In the future he might even meet a martial genius who had trained a top-rank Earth Realm movement art. Compared to them, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was definitely the weakness. Now the problem was completely solved. As long as he trained the Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell to the first realm, the separating shadows flying art would be increased to the mid-rank Earth Realm. Once he trained it to the second realm, it would be increased to the high-rank Earth Realm. If he trained it to the third realm, it would reach the top-rank Earth Realm. This meant that the value of the Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell was equivalent to a top-rank Earth Realm movement art, which would allow him to be as fast as others, or even faster than others. Secret arts are usually very hard to train. This Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell is probably as hard as a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. It should be impossible to reach the third realm so easily. However, the first realm could increase 1 rank which could be used for a long time. After a couple of hours it would be dawn. Yi Chen didn't feel sleepy anymore, so he started to practice the Great Mystery Art and his Zhen Qi. Before cultivating he swallowed a replenishing essence pill, a replenishing Qi pill and a replenishing spirit pill. Then, He held a piece of low-grade spirit stone in each hand and entered into a state of cultivation. When the medicinal effects started to take effect, Yichen was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation speed had increased by about 30%. In other words, cultivating for 13 days in the past was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days now. In a year he could save more than 80 days. After reaching the clasping yuan realm, it is getting harder and harder to increase my cultivation. With these 3 kinds of pellets, I would be able to increase my cultivation even faster. After calming himself down, Yichen began to cultivate. The night quickly faded. The next day, early morning, in the lobby of the restaurant, the 3 of them sat by the window and were having breakfast. "Oh right, Brother Yi, why are you still using ordinary weapons? If you had a low-grade sword, your power would definitely improve by 10 to 20%. Qi Xiaofeng asked abruptly. Yichen said, "It's hard to find a suitable weapon. I would like to buy a low-grade sword at an auction." Murong Qingqing said, "Weapon auctions are usually held once a year or even longer. Why don't you go to the martial city in the Black Dragon Empire? It's a city of martial artists. Many martial artists would find some treasures that they don't need during their travels and trade with each other. Of course, spirit stones are the hard currency among martial artists. You can also buy them." The martial city? Yichen had never heard of it. Qi Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Yes, I've been to the martial city once. There are millions of martial artists gathered there, and 80% of them are above the condensing reality realm. There are also a lot of clasping yuan realm and astral reaching realm martial artists. Sometimes there are even Sea of Souls realm martial artists. It's very famous in the entire South Zhuo region. If you are willing to pay a high price, you can easily buy a low-grade sword." "If that's the case, I do need to go there." A low-grade weapon could increase the attacking power by 10 to 20%, which was much more valuable than ordinary weapons. Yichen decided that his next stop would be the Black Dragon Empire. He had always wanted to see the Black Dragon Empire, one of the 3 largest empires in the South Zhuo region. Murong Qingqing said, "I'm going back to the Black Dragon Empire as well. You and I can go together." Hearing this, Qi Xiaofeng's expression changed, then he smiled bitterly in his mind. He had planned to spend a few more days with Murong Qingqing, but now it seemed that his plan was ruined. "Thank you." Yichen nodded. After breakfast, Yichen and Murong Qingqing started their journey. The spirit-speaking nation was not far from the Black Dragon Empire, only about 70 to 80,000 miles away. At a normal speed it would take them a week to get there. On the way, Yichen had been practicing the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell every day, trying to reach the first level as soon as possible and improve the separating shadow art to the mid-rank earth realm. As for Murong Qingqing, she had been training her Zhen Qi especially hard. Because she had swallowed too many pellets, her power had dropped to 60 to 70% of her peak. Although the Sky Devil Martial School had many secret Zhen Qi training spells, she had only recovered 80% of her power in a couple of days. Of course, this speed had already shocked Yichen. He estimated that she would have recovered 90% of her power by the time they arrived at the Black Dragon Empire. A rank 6 martial institution is indeed a super martial institution. They are so powerful. With only this Zhen Qi training spell, they can beat all the rank 7 martial institutions. In fact, Yichen had underestimated Murong Qingqing and the rank 6 martial institutions. On the 6th day, Murong Qingqing, who had finished her training, stood up and activated the Sky Devil power field with all of her power. Immediately, a small mountain nearby was crushed, as it couldn't bear the sudden explosion of the power field. "You've recovered your power." Yichen was surprised. Murong Qingqing nodded. "Actually, I didn't take too many pellets this time. 2 years ago, the Sky Devil Martial School had a war with another rank 6 martial institution. During that war, I took a whole 50 pellets in one day and killed over 20 clasping Yuan Realm warriors." A war with a rank 6 martial institution? It was just a small fight. If it was a real war, I probably wouldn't be standing here anymore. Murong Qingqing looked calm. "You killed over 20 clasping Yuan Realm warriors in a small fight. Clasping Yuan Realm warriors from a rank 6 martial institution are so worthless." Yichen shook his head. He couldn't imagine the power of a rank 6 martial institution. After another day, the two finally arrived at the border of the Black Dragon Empire. In front of the two was a 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Except for its height, this mountain looked ordinary. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. Yichen found that a lot of warriors who came here would choose to take a detour. Murong Qingqing introduced, "According to the legend, A life and death realm warrior once died on this mountain. His blood dyed the top of the mountain red. His powerful consciousness had merged with the mountain, forming an extremely oppressive and horrifying aura. Normal warriors would often go crazy and die if they got too close. What's the name of this mountain? The Fallen Mountain. Chapter 189. The Fallen Mountain seemed to be very close, but it was actually dozens of miles away from the main road. While walking on this road, Yi Qin felt that horrible pressure. The negative emotions in his heart had been magnified by a couple of times without him noticing, and it even made him feel like he was hallucinating. Activating his sword intent, Yi Qin killed all of those negative emotions, then turned his head to look at Murong Qingqing. She seemed to have gotten used to the pressure from the Fallen Mountain, so she didn't seem to be affected at all. Vaguely, Yi Qin also felt that there was an even more mysterious power in her body, which was fighting against the pressure from the Fallen Mountain. Strange. Yi Qin was confused. Not long after, the two of them left the Mountain of Death behind, and the oppressive feeling instantly disappeared. The martial city was located in the west of the Black Dragon Empire, in the middle of the heavy mysterious mountain. Before they even got close to the heavy mysterious mountain, Yi Qin felt that the gravity had increased. This increase was very subtle, and without great perception, it would be hard to notice. At first, Yi Qin didn't pay much attention to it, but as they got closer and closer to the heavy mysterious mountain, the gravity became even heavier. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong with the gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain?" "You found it?" "Indeed, the gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain is much stronger than the outside world, and the closer we are to the center, the stronger the gravity is. We haven't entered the heavy mysterious mountain yet," Murong Qingqing explained. "Really?" Murong Qingqing smiled. It was the first time she came to the heavy mysterious mountain, and she was just as shocked as Yi Qin. Later on, she didn't pay much attention to it. The true spirit continent was vast, and there were many things that couldn't be explained. For example, why did the ancient inheritance land become a world of its own, and why didn't it allow people who were over 24 years old to enter? This kind of method had already surpassed the power of life and death realm warriors. Half an hour passed. The two officially entered the outer area of the heavy mysterious mountain. Such a strong gravity, at least 3 times stronger than the outside world. Yi Qin suddenly lost control of his strength, and left a few deep footprints on the ground. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing's steps were no different from normal. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin adjusted himself according to the gravity so that he would not leave any footprints. On the way, Yi Qin ran into quite a few groups of martial artists. Most of them were above the clasping yuan realm. Condensing reality realm martial artists were rarely seen. "Look, isn't that Murong Qingqing? Who is that brat next to him? How can he walk together with Murong Qingqing?" "I've never seen him before. He doesn't look like a disciple of the sky-flying demon sect. I'm so envious. Murong Qingqing is one of the 2 great beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. He would be satisfied even if he spoke a few words with her. What virtue or ability does he have to walk side by side with Murong Qingqing? This kid is dead for sure. There are hundreds and thousands of young people who are infatuated with Murong Qingqing. Any one of them could crush him to death." You're right. Let's wait for a good show." The heavy mysterious mountain was not very big. Within an hour, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had reached the deepest part of the mountain. The gravity here was unprecedentedly strong, almost 10 times stronger than the outside world. According to Yi Qin's estimation, flying in the sky would consume Jin Qi dozens of times faster than the outside world. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists would not be able to fly for long, and astral reaching realm martial artists would also be slowed down. "The entrance to the martial city is at the top of the mountain," Murong Qingqing said. Yi Qin was surprised. "The entrance is at the top of the mountain? We'll know when we get there." When they reached the top of the mountain, Yi Qin finally understood what Murong Qingqing meant. The martial city was actually located on a magnificent mountain. This mountain seemed to have its top cut off by a sword, leaving only a flat cross-section. The cross-section had a diameter of over 100 miles. Around the cross-section was a bottomless abyss, completely isolated from the outside world. There were only 2 ways to enter the martial city. One was to fly with one's cultivation. However, the gravity above the abyss was way too strong. Yi Qin had just seen a rank 4 flying demonic beast being dragged into the abyss by the sudden increase of gravity when it was gliding in the sky, leaving nothing behind. The second way was to use the chains in front of them. There were thousands of chains floating above the abyss. These chains were as thick as a person's thigh, connecting the two places. Let's go. Murong Qingqing's body flashed and landed on the chain. Immediately, Zhen Qi spurted out from her heels, pushing her to the other end of the chain at an extremely fast speed. Following her example, Yi Qin followed closely behind Murong Qingqing. When they reached the center of the abyss, Yi Qin felt the sudden increase of gravity. It was at least 30 times, no, 50 times, a whole 50 times. No wonder even rank 4 flying demonic beasts couldn't fly over here. If a normal clasping Yuan realm martial artist tried to fly over here, he would probably end up the same as a rank 4 flying demonic beast. Swoosh, swoosh. The two landed on the cross-section of the mountain outside the martial city. The martial city was bigger than the Wild Wind City and the Forgotten City in the Windy Nation. It was over 70 miles in both width and length, and the city wall was over 300 meters tall. This height was not built randomly because according to the gravity here, no martial artist below the late clasping Yuan realm could fly over 300 meters. Outside the wide city gate, there were 2 rows of guarding martial artists. Murong Qingqing reminded them, the entrance fee is 1 low-rank soul stone, and the exit fee is also 1 low-rank soul stone. Even leaving the city requires a soul stone? The entrance fee of 1 low-rank soul stone was indeed very high, but Yi Qin had already gotten used to it. After all the people in the martial city were martial artists. Once you entered the city, you would be able to buy a lot of things that you couldn't normally see, which was very attractive to martial artists. It was understandable that the entrance fee was very high, but leaving the city also required a fee, which confused him. Murong Qingqing said, there are a lot of rules in the martial city, this is just one of them. After paying the 2 low-rank soul stones, the two entered the martial city. The first impression that Yi Qin got from the buildings inside the martial city was that it was huge and magnificent. Any ordinary building was at least 10 meters tall, and those restaurants were like tall towers, standing in every corner of the city. They were extremely eye-catching, and the streets were even wider, almost able to accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. At this moment, Yi Qin felt like he had arrived at the capital of the giants. The second rule of the martial city is that fighting is strictly prohibited. Anyone who violates this rule will be thrown into jail depending on the severity of the offense. Those who violate this rule will be killed on the spot. Until now, there has never been an exception. Hearing this, Yi Qin said, the martial city is a city of martial artists, so there should be a powerful person guarding it, right? Murong Qingqing nodded. The mayor of the martial city is a Sea of Souls realm martial artist. A Sea of Souls realm martial artist, no wonder. If astral-reaching realm martial artists were powerful martial artists, then Sea of Souls realm martial artists were powerful martial artists. Every single move of theirs had the power to change the terrain. With a powerful Sea of Souls realm martial artist as the mayor, anyone who dared to mess around would be looking for death. There was a reason why the street was so wide. Once he entered the city, Yi Qin saw a lot of martial artists setting up stalls on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of stalls, there were bookshelves, animal skins, tables, and even huge rocks shaped like counters. It was a dazzling sight. Murong Qingqing said, if you want to set up a stall, you need to spend 100 low-rank soul stones to get a stall license. Otherwise, it would be against the rules and the punishment would be very heavy. Normally, when there are not too many things to sell, no one would set up a stall. Most people would choose to trade privately. Are there no shops in the martial city? Yi Qin asked. There are, but the shops rarely sell treasures. Most of them are pellet shops and normal weapon shops, and then there are restaurants and tea houses. Of course, if you have thousands of treasures, you can rent or buy a shop. Unfortunately, the treasures that an individual has are limited. It would be more worthwhile to set up a stall at midnight. After all, the stall license only costs 100 low-rank soul stones. In the city, there were a lot of patrolling martial artists going back and forth to check if anyone was violating the rules. Those martial artists who were more powerful than them did not dare to talk back to them. They were afraid that if they offended the patrolling martial artists, it would be a huge loss for them. When passing by some stalls, Yi Qin found that not everyone wanted to trade with soul stones. Some of the martial artists had 2 prices, one was the price of soul stones and the other was the price of gold. However, the price of gold was obviously on the higher side. For example, a spirit plant would cost 10 low-rank soul stones, which was equivalent to 4,000 gold. However, the price of gold was more than 4,000 gold, reaching 6,000 gold. Regarding this, Yi Qin had his own opinion. In the martial city, gold should not be valued too much. Soul stones were what everyone needed. Therefore, if you wanted to buy something with gold, you should not care about it. No one would force you to buy it anyway. Coming to a bookshelf stall, Yi Qin took a look. All of them were secret manuals. The top 2 layers were for top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals, and the bottom 2 were for low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals. Yi Qin asked, "How much are these secret manuals?" The owner of the stall was a mid-clasping Yuan Realm martial artist. He glanced at Yi Qin and said in a neutral tone, "Top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals are all 80 low-rank soul stones. Low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals have their own prices." Hearing this, Yi Qin looked down. The cheapest low-rank Earth Realm secret manual was worth 6,000 low-rank soul stones, and the most expensive one was 13,000 low-rank soul stones. There were 5 secret manuals here, and the total value was more than 40,000 low-rank soul stones. It was not a small fortune. Yi Qin was speechless. The martial city was indeed the martial city. Even a small stall had a huge transaction volume. Yi Qin had no idea where the owner got so many secret manuals. Thinking that he still had dozens of secret manuals with him, Yi Qin thought to himself, "If I lack soul stones in the future, I can set up a stall in the martial city to sell them. Are you buying or not? If not, don't block the stall." The owner's face darkened. "I'm just taking a look." Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing walked away. They didn't care about the owner's attitude. All the martial artists who set up stalls in the martial city were not ordinary people. There were good and bad personalities, and there were all kinds of people. You couldn't expect every powerful martial artist to be nice to you. After walking a few streets, Yi Qin still hadn't found a stall that sold great weapons. Most of the stalls were selling spirit herbs, strange metals, beast pellets, and secret manuals. Murong Qingqing said, "There aren't many treasures in the outer city. Let's go to the trading palace in the inner city." Trading palace? The trading palace is the place with the most treasures in the martial city. Sometimes, astral-reaching realm martial artists would also choose to sell or buy treasures there. However, you have to be qualified to go in. You have to be at least a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, or a very wealthy person with more than 200,000 low-rank soul stones. You have more than 500,000 low-rank soul stones, so you are qualified. Chapter 190. Hearing Murong Qingqing's words, Yi Qin naturally planned to go to the trading palace in the inner city to have a look. To enter the outer city, one would have to pay a low-rank soul stone, and to enter the inner city, it would be 100 times more, 100 low-rank soul stones. Just this entrance fee alone was enough to keep most of the condensing reality realm warriors out. They were not that extravagant, throwing out 100 low-rank soul stones so casually. Most of them only had hundreds or thousands of low-rank soul stones in their pockets. After paying 200 low-rank soul stones, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing entered the inner city. 4 astral-reaching realm warriors drinking tea, and 2 astral-reaching realm warriors taking a walk. I saw 6 of them at once, it's unbelievable. Astral-reaching realm warriors were rarely seen in the outside world, but there were already 6 of them on one street in the inner city of the martial city. One of them had a cultivation that was even more horrifying than the Black Crow Man, which meant that he was most likely a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior. Isn't this Miss Murong? Among the 2 astral-reaching realm warriors taking a walk, the silver-haired elder looked over with a smile on his face. Murong Qingqing said politely, "Greetings, Senior Diao." The silver-haired elder nodded and said, "Please send my regards to your Sky-Flying Devil Martial School's elderly. Tell him that I will play chess with him when I have time. But you have to tell him that he is not allowed to think for a long time before making a move. If I did not win the last game so quickly, I don't know how many days it would have taken." I will tell elderly. But, Senior Jiao, you have to be careful this time. Elderly has developed a special move that is specially used to deal with you. Murong Qingqing smiled lightly. Alright, let him come. My cultivation is 1 level lower than his, but my chess skills are much better than his. The silver-haired elder laughed, then glanced at Yi Qin and teased, "Miss Murong, who is this? Don't tell me he is your sweetheart?" Murong Qingqing said, "He is my friend, his name is Yi Qin." "So it is a friend. Work hard." The silver-haired elder looked very kind, without the slightest bit of arrogance of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Instead he was teasing Yi Qin. Seeing that he couldn't stay out of this, Yi Qin cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, seniors." The old man at the side nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The silver-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Go on with your business. We still have things to do. Take care, Senior Diao." Murong Qingqing watched him leave. Yichen couldn't help but ask, "Who is this Senior Diao? His cultivation is very terrifying." Senior Diao doesn't belong to any sect, but he is very famous in the Black Dragon Empire. Among the martial artists of the same level, there are only a few who can beat him. His self-created mountain-shaking fist can shake a mountain into powder, so the martial artists of Jianghu call him Mountain-Shaking Elder, Murong Qingqing said. To be able to turn a huge mountain into dust, it is indeed terrifying. There was a huge difference between smashing a mountain and shaking a mountain into powder. In the former, even 10 people would not be a match for Elder Jinshan. The trading hall was more than 5 miles in length and width. There were 4 entrances to the hall, and there were martial artists inspecting at each entrance. "You two please show your spirit stones. Only those with more than 200,000 low-rank spirit stones are qualified to enter." The leading martial artist could see that the two of them didn't have the cultivation of late clasping Yuan realm, so he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yichen nodded. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a total of 20 big boxes landed on the ground. Each box contained 10,000 low-rank spirit stones. Indeed, there are 200,000 low-rank spirit stones. "You can enter now." Hearing this, Yichen put away the 20 big boxes, and suddenly thought that Murong Qingqing might not have 200,000 low-rank spirit stones. However, to his surprise, Murong Qingqing didn't need to show her spirit stones at all. She took out a black jade tag from her storage ring, and the guard saw the jade tag and directly let her in. "Our Sky Flying Devil Martial School is a rank 6 martial institution. As long as you show your core disciple tag, you will be able to enter the trading hall," Murong Qingqing said. Yichen sighed. Super martial institutions indeed had a lot of face. Their core disciples could directly enter the trading hall, and their status was equivalent to that of late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The inside of the hall was very spacious, and there were countless pillars made of jade. These pillars were hundreds of meters tall and 5 meters thick. Flowers, birds, insects, and fishes were carved on the surface. The floor of the hall was paved with very expensive green jade, which looked crystal clear and smooth. Walking on it would feel like walking on a calm ocean, and it would make one feel much more relaxed. As far as the eye could see, there was a crystal counter every 20 steps. The things inside the counters were all different. There were shining great weapons, demonic beast pellets that were releasing Yuan Qi, rare spirit herbs that emitted a strong spirit Qi, and even manuals. Right now, almost every crystal counter was surrounded by a group of martial artists. 80% of them were late clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and the rest were mostly early clasping Yuan realm or mid clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Occasionally, some astral reaching realm martial artists could be seen. Yichen roughly estimated that there were more than 50,000 clasping Yuan realm martial artists in the hall, which was an amazing number. Following the order of the crystal counters, the two walked and observed. Stopping in front of a crystal counter, Yichen saw the words written on it: Rank 6 Demonic Beast, 3-headed Snake Pellet, worth 50,000 low-ranked Spirit Stones. The 3-headed snake is only slightly weaker than the Wind Wolf. Normal peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists are no match for it. I can't believe there is a 3-headed snake pellet for sale here. Yichen was very clear that the one who killed the 3-headed snake was most likely a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Astral reaching realm martial artists were not that bored. After all, 50,000 low-ranked spirit stones were not that much for them. Furthermore, once they reached the astral reaching realm, low-ranked spirit stones would no longer be enough for their normal training. Only mid-rank spirit stones could help them refine the Yuan Qi from the spirit stones faster. Murong Qingqing said, "Don't underestimate all the martial artists in the world. Some of the less famous late clasping Yuan realm martial artists are even more powerful than the top 10 young martial artists in the hidden dragon rank. The Wind Wolf and the 3-headed snake are invincible existences for us, but for them they might only need one attack to kill them." Killing the Wind Wolf with one attack? Is there anyone below the astral reaching realm who could do that? As far as Yichen knew, the Wind Wolf was way more powerful than the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia. Luo Xinglia used to be an amazing martial genius, and now he was a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Stepping into the astral reaching realm is way too difficult. Although some people are already peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists, they might be stuck at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, these people would spend a lot of time and effort to study the most powerful martial arts, pushing their own power to the limit. The power they could unleash would be extremely horrifying. You can't underestimate them just because they are not talented enough. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Yi Chen nodded. No matter what, to be able to kill a peak level 6 demonic beast, the three-headed snake, this person is indeed very powerful. I am far from being able to compete with him. Right now, Yi Chen's power could only compete with normal late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists at most. If he ran into a slightly more powerful late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he would have to run away. If he ran into a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he probably wouldn't even be able to run away. Walking another few hundred meters, Yi Chen suddenly saw a bright red light in front of him. The dazzling red light was emitted from the third crystal counter on the left. At the same time, a sharp and vigorous aura blew over, pressing down on his mind. The two of them looked over. Mid-rank artifact, Blood Sun Axe, worth 38,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Murong Qingqing said in surprise, someone is selling a mid-rank artifact, but the price is too high. Not many people below the astral reaching realm can afford it. What's the usual price of a mid-rank artifact? Yi Chen could feel the power of this Blood Sun Axe. Once his soul power got close to it, it felt like it was going to be crushed. He hurriedly asked. A normal mid-rank artifact is worth no less than 30,000 mid-rank spirit stones. This Blood Sun Axe should be a slightly better mid-rank artifact. A normal mid-rank artifact costs 30,000 mid-rank spirit stones. I remember that a mid-rank artifact can only increase one's attack power by 30 to 40%. While a low-rank artifact can also increase one's attack power by 10 to 20%. Why is the price difference more than 100 times? Murong Qingqing shook her head. You have misunderstood. A low-rank artifact can increase a clasping Yuan realm martial artist's attack power by 10 to 20%. In the hands of an astral-reaching realm martial artist, it would already be very difficult to increase it by 5%. However, a mid-rank artifact can increase an astral-reaching realm martial artist's attack power by 30 to 40%. The two cannot be compared. Unfortunately, mid-rank artifacts are very rare. Even the inner elders of my Sky-Flying Devil sect rarely have one. I see. Then what if a mid-rank artifact falls into the hands of a clasping Yuan realm martial artist? Yi Chen was very clear about normal items, but he only had a smattering of knowledge about these rare treasures. No one had ever told him about them and they could not be found in any books. As for astral-reaching realm martial artists, although they knew about them, you could not expect them to chat with you and tell you about some of the more advanced items. Moreover, Yi Chen was only familiar with Thunder Freer, and judging from his appearance he did not have a mid-rank artifact either. It is very difficult for a clasping Yuan realm martial artist to bring out the full power of a mid-rank artifact. At most, their attack power can increase by 30 to 40%, which is the same as an astral-reaching realm martial artist. However, you have to be careful. Even if you have a mid-rank artifact, do not take it out. Some astral-reaching realm martial artists might even kill you and steal it. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Chen nodded. She was indeed a core disciple of a super martial institution. She knew a lot. Compared to her, Yi Chen's knowledge was very limited. Blood Sun Axe, my luck is not bad. A sturdy middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s walked over, his eyes landing on the Blood Sun Axe. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. This person was an astral-reaching realm martial artist. Ding-ling-ling. The sturdy middle-aged man pulled the string on the crystal counter, and a crisp bell sound rang out from the wall behind the crystal counter. Soon, a door opened in the wall, and an old man with an aura as deep as the sea walked out. His Zhen Yuan ripples seemed to be even more powerful than the sturdy middle-aged man's. You want to buy the Blood Sun Axe? Indeed. Seeing the two trading, Yi Chen shook his head. In the past, astral-reaching realm martial artists were rarely seen, but now they were everywhere in the martial city. He was already numb to it. The interior of the trading palace was very spacious. It was more than 5 miles in length and width, which was much bigger than some of the small towns in the outside world. The two were not in a hurry as they walked along the rows of crystal counters. Yeah. It's a low-rank sword. I finally found it. Yi Chen's soul power sensed a sharp sword aura. It was coming from 100 meters in front of him and it was very clear. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, Yi Chen had already walked over, with Murong Qingqing following beside him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.